Well, it's been a colourful start to this year's ECS in Spain, and this morning we have the classic red versus blue. Well, that's why I'm staying neutral. I'm in green, but there's 4 T10 matches on the way as 10 teams press for the 8 spots in the elimination stage. And then, of course, the prestigious trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Spain, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day number 10 here in Barcelona at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. Sensational weather as well for this time of the year, and we are starting the day with match number 37. This will see Catalonia Red versus Men in Blue. Let's see what happens at the toss. Out in the middle, we've got Tyrone Peters. He's back today, and he's got the 2 captains with him.
Men in Blue to call. Heads is a call. It looks like a tails.
We are bat first.
They are bat.
So it's Imran Sandal of the Catalonia Red side that has won the toss, and the Cartwheel King has decided he wants to have a hit. Well, no cartwheels, interestingly, from Imran so far this year. I wonder if today will be the day. Well, it certainly wasn't on the weekend, because on Saturday afternoon we saw the Reds get absolutely poleaxed by Pac Barcelona. In fact, they didn't take any points out of Saturday afternoon's play. So they'll certainly want to make up for that. They're currently holding a 4-4 record, and so yeah, just a classic mixed start to the tournament. It's very Catalonia Red, actually. And look, they're still kind of missing a couple, but I think Imran Sandal, the captain, is having a bit of a breakout tournament. Watch out for Tufail Khan as well. He brings something a little bit different to the table. I saw that he is in the side this morning. Men in Blue, they are also on 14 points, so the same as Catalonia Red, but they do have a couple of matches in hand. They've got a 4-2 record, and again, they've got some slight personnel issues. I know that no Surya Balu in the lineup, at least for the first game. Naresh Kumar, I think, is super important. He's listed in the middle order, but I think you need to put him up the top. And he is a guy that we saw score some big runs in last year's tournament. So 2 teams pushing for position. I think we'll have a very interesting doubleheader to start the day. Let's talk about the weather today. Well, yesterday we had a bit of cloud cover and it was a little bit kind of chilly, but this morning we're talking blue skies. Currently it's 8 degrees. I think it'll warm up to about 17, but pretty nice conditions. A little bit of dew out there on the field, but we know that during the day I think it'll dry out, and I think it'll be pretty good for batting once again. This pitch is a little bit unforgiving, I have to say, to the bowlers. I'd love to see them maybe try and hit a few more Yorkers a bit more consistently, and just ask some different kind of questions to the batters, who've had a bit of a party so far here in Barcelona once again, with the average run rate being around about 14 runs and over. Well, Rico Full is standing by. Well, I'm very, very excited to have you back, of course, once again. It's my last day with you for a little while, until ECL, in fact. So why don't we go over to Rico now. News from the toss in match 37 is that Catalonia Red have won the toss. They want to have a bat. Rico Full, it's over to you.
Muchas gracias, Vinny Sandu. Muy buenos días, mi familia. Well, Vinny, I know it's the last day for us for a while, but we're going to have some fun, I'm sure. We've got some great matches up for you today. 4 classic encounters, I assure you. Let's take a look back at what we saw yesterday first before we focus on Catalonia Red taking on the Men in Blue this morning. Well, it was the Catalonia Jaguars that were in action yesterday, and they were in a mood to party, weren't they? 153 for 2. Qasim Ali, 53 of 25, was the player of the match in that win by 53 runs over Barcelona International. And things were not to get any better for Barcelona International. They really did struggle with the bat. And at match number 34, Barcelona International batting first, and a good knock from Ali Usama, 45 for 23. And Umar Razi found his touch, the powerful left-hander, but it wasn't enough runs on the board, and the Catalonia Jaguars knocked him off with 19 balls to go. This time, it was their captain, Zulkarnain Haider, who's been in good form with the bat, who got the player of the match performance with a fine 47 of 16. Then it was time to see the Dragons. Could the Dragons get off the foot off the table? And despite putting on a good score in match number 35, 139 for 7, with Raja Waka 41 of 17, and Sufyan Ilai putting on 32 of just 9 deliveries. It wasn't enough because with 3 balls to go, Royal Barcelona knocked him off. Hamza Hashim was in fine form, the captain. He scored over 100 runs yesterday, 62 in this one with a player match performance, and he was in top form again, helping Royal Barcelona get to a big score of 172 for 5 in match number 36. Taki Mazar, well, there was nothing Taki about him. He was the master blaster yesterday, blasting 66 of 21 deliveries. But once again, it was the captain, Hamza Hashim, who took them to the winning target, 42 of 20. And Royal Barca winning by 27 runs. This meant that the tables look like this. Royal Barcelona didn't quite pip Catalonia Jaguars to second spot, but they in a healthy position in third. And just have a look at that. They've got games in hand over the teams above them as well. So they're doing well, the only unbeaten side. But this contest, have a look at that. 5th versus 6th this morning. Men in blue taking on Catalonia Red. Both teams are tied on the same number of points. So everything to play for here. Good opportunity for these teams to go to the top of the standings. We're going to have a look at some of the players that we are going to see. And Catalonia Red, they've got a 5-5 record against the Men in Blue with a 4-2. Well, here we go. And, well, Imran Sandal, I hope he's going to do some cartwheels now that I'm in the house and that it is Vinny's last day in Barcelona as well. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think he's going to be key. 167 runs and 5 wickets to his name, as is Amir Bharti, 210 runs. They're going to miss Mudassar Ali, not in the side, but I think someone like Zain Aslam would be key with the ball. Men in Blue, they've got a good squad, haven't they? Sunath Reddy, the Spanish international, 188 runs and 5 wickets to his name. Naresh Kumar always performs well here as well, 173 runs, and he's got 3 wickets as well. 67% to 33. The Men in Blue are tipped to win this one, and I think if they are to, they're going to have to do it without somebody like Suraya Balu and Sahil Masand, who are not in the side. Balu, 140 runs and 4 wickets to his name. They're going to miss him, but Ishan Patel maybe is an opportunity for him to stand up and perform. And someone like Manish Manwani, he's my pick of this morning, I think, in both these matches, with bat and with ball. He's a good little player, powerful left-hander, and when he gets the ball right, he can certainly knock the timber over as well. So I think we're going to have a classic encounter. A very good morning to everybody in the chat. Hello, Dave. Nice to have you with us early this morning. And Steve C is with us as well. Lovely to have you all. I think we're going to have a fantastic day. Good morning to Kroom as well. And, well, the sun is shining here in Barcelona. And also good morning to our officials for today. Sohail Malik, Ijaz Hussain, Syed Kamran, and, of course, welcome back to Tyrone Peters, who had the day off yesterday as he was, I think, walking around Barcelona, enjoying the sights. We're ready to go. Imran Sando will face the first one from Manwani, who gets this ball to shape away from him. It's a little bit short, a bit of a loosener. Gets worked away by Sandal. He gets off the mark. Yeah, Manish Manwani, I think he's for a while for me. I mean, I've known this guy since he was just a young teenager. I saw him playing at here, in fact, in Spain, but at the Costa del Sol. Of course, we know it as the Carmo Over now. I took some juniors there for a T20 tournament, and Manish Manwani was one of the guys that turned up, and he was one of the players of that T20 tournament, Tri-Series. Batted well, and he was keeper at the time. He wasn't actually bowling, so he played as the keeper, and he was a very young, promising player, as well as Omar Ali, who's not in the side here today, but he also came along. And I said then, these guys look the business. So I think he's always been there or thereabout. There's somebody to definitely keep an eye on. And there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Well, you know, sometimes you sort of big up a guy and he lets you down. Not Manish Manwani. This is just beautiful. From the very first ball that he bowled, he was getting it to shape around. He started off a little bit short, but look, when it's full, it's straight. It does the business. That's a beautiful delivery. And it's going to be a duck. And an early morning quacker, isn't it? A 2-ball duck for Abid Hussain. Here we go. Well, some like it, some don't, but we love it. Early morning duck, everybody. Good morning to Derek as well. Senor Derek. Beautiful delivery. And, you know, yeah, it's worth looking at it again from this angle. You got to appreciate good bowling when you see it. And for a seamer, that's a beautiful delivery. Sagar on his back, obviously not his shirt, but that is Manish Manwani. What a beautiful delivery. Knocks the timber over. Chakde patte. Here he comes again to the new batter, Ahmed. And goes for that Yorker again, but over pitches. Oh, that's not good. And it's going to probably be a boundary here. I think it is the first boundary of the day, and it's because Rinku Sihol, well, wants to do a little bit of foot fielding in the morning. He's a bit like me in the morning, can't bend down, needs a bit of time to get going, and yeah, gets that all wrong, and then he chases in vain. Cuatro carreras. First boundary, so Ijaz gets off the mark and then gets beaten by a beauty. Lovely comeback delivery. After over-pitching one, he says, all right, I'll show you what else I can do. Well bowled. Very, very good morning to everybody. And you heard Vinny say it's a beautiful day here in Barcelona. And we're going to get some good temperatures here today for sure. In the air, and this one is going to go all the way. Balle, Ginna Zona. That's a delightful shot. Well, we've seen it all this morning already, haven't we? We've seen a wicket, we've seen a derrick, we've seen a 4, and now we see a Maximo to end the over. And 11 on the board, or just 1. Everything's going well, apart from my computer. Go back to that in a moment, but this is what we're getting at the moment. Look at the average score there, 140, highs 196, the lows 85, but you can see it's pretty even on the wins batting first or second. Highest successful run chase, 176, and 117 we've seen defended as well. Zenith ready, starts with a bad one, and well, it's gone quickly, but it quite easily could have gone to the man who's there on the 45 on the leg side. Let's have a look at this. Not a good delivery. Gets it completely wrong, and it's just helped along one-handedly, by the way, by Sandal. Yeah, my screen, everybody, is just a little bit slow this morning. It didn't want to fire up, and well, it's sort of working, but it's a little bit slow. So if I'm a little bit slow to react to some of the comments on the chat, and if I get the scores a little bit wrong at times, bear with me. This one is suerte. Hay mucha suerte. Well, I'm not having any suerte with my equipment this morning, but Imran Sandal, El Capitan, he's having a bit of suerte. Numero 1 on his back, and he gets a boundary here. Big swing. So numero 1 boundary for him as well. So after losing that early wicket, a bit of a fight back here from Catalonia Red. Red versus blue. Well, who do you prefer? Is blue is the color? Is it? Or is it going to be a little bit of red here? Catalonia going to be red hot. Are they the red hot favourites? Who knows? Swing and a miss. Good comeback by Sunith Reddy. Another one to probably keep an eye on. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Sasri akal. Eyeball 1. Vanakkam to everybody. Let's have a look at some of the other interesting stats coming up. Maybe after this delivery, we can have a look at some of the run rates per day, which is going to be quite interesting. And goes for the shot. Has he got enough? I think he has. Oh, yeah, he has. As that is Sham Patel that sees this one sail over him. Well, run rates per day are pretty good. And this is why, because there's a lot of maximals. There's a lot of quick runs. We'll maybe have them up here. Have a quick look. There you go, look. 15.6 the other day, of course. That's when we saw the highest run chase on the European Cricket Series. 14.2 yesterday, so averaging just under 14. Per over, and so we're going at around about 140. So that's why yesterday when I was talking to Vinny, and I was asking Vinny, of course, on my first day, what's sort of been the average sort of score here, the par score. That's what we're saying about 130, 135, and you can see why there. So I'm expecting to, I have to admit, today I'm expecting there to be a lot of runs as well. We're going to have some good contests. We've got Catalonia Red and Men in Blue playing 2 matches. Oh, that's wild. That is a wild throw. Well, I think Ram Kranthi, well, he crunks it up a little bit here. And luckily, he doesn't have 1, 2, but 3 people backing it up. He could quite easily have gone all the way to the boundary. That's the end of the second over. And the score going along nicely, 26 for 1. And, well, yeah, this is what we're looking at. You can see that both these two teams have an opportunity to go into the top 4 here today if results go their way. So 26 for 1 is the score. Already just a little bit wayward with his line, I think it's fair to say. Hello to Julian Dawson, who joins in the chat, and James Stewart as well. Lovely to have you guys with us. And a little Ian as well. Scarpa for a single. Oh, well, I tell you what, if this throw would have been on target, I think Imran Sandal would have been in trouble. He's got a habit of running himself out, you know. First of all, caught him bold opportunity. Here's the flick back. If that hits, he's gone. So 2 chances. Could have been caught on bold. Well, that didn't go well, and then he could have been run out as well. Ah, that's it. Hard, long, mighty, 6 runs. You don't bowl at the slot, and that's a good shot. And I'm liking this from Ijaz. He's not messing around. If it's there, he's taking it on. And plenty of 6s are seen around this Montjuic Olympic ground here in Barcelona. So Ahmed. Oh, God, he snicks this. Yeah, he does. And fair play to Ahmed because he starts to walk and he doesn't wait for the umpire to give the decision. So great comeback there from the bowler after being hit for a big 6 down the ground. He gets the line right, gets it outside the off. And Badaka has the wicket of Ahmed. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I heard it on my microphone, swinging wild. And if you look at this again, just look at the batter's head. Loses his shape. And Naresh Kumar, the captain behind the stumps, makes no mistake. Look at the head. Head goes. Yeah, head goes. He almost pulls his shoulder out, trying to smash that out of the ground. So, after a good fight back after losing that first wicket of a deal, but now they lose the second. In the air, could be 2 in 2. Running backwards, can't get there. Can't get there, and in the end, the batters will come back for a couple. So Ansar, Akil Ansar, comes out and he's doesn't want to hang around, wants to go for the big shot, slices it up, but luckily for him, being it that we're still in the power play, gets over the fielder. Badaka, unlucky not to get his second wicket here. All right, now it's almost the same again. This one, watch the bounce, everybody, watch the bounce. Oh, well, I think even though he messes up the punching his ball back into play, I reckon he leaves the ground. If you look at this again, I think as soon as he touches this, he's already gone out of the field of play. You'll see him coming here. Look, just there, I think he's touched the rope. So this, it was always going to be 4 runs. So it's 4 carreras. And the umpires, well, I don't know why they were waiting, because the ball did eventually go over the rope anyway, because he missed it. But it was always going to be 4 for me. Just touches the rope, and that means he leaves the field of play. Well bowled, good comeback, gets the Yorker and doesn't allow Ansar to get under this. They did just change the field there as well after being hit a couple of times outside in that extra cover area. Fielder went back. All right, so that's the end of the power play. And 39 do come off it. And a couple of wickets have gone down. Of course, the wickets that we've seen gone so far, we saw Abdul Hussain. He went for a 2-ball duck when he was bowled beautifully by Manish Manwani. And then we also saw the wicket of Ijaz Ahmed after playing 16, 2 6s and a 4. It's a good catch behind Naresh Kumar off the bowling Badaka. Okay, bit of a change here now. So utilising different bowlers. It's time for Gagandeep, who gets a lot of movement here as well. A bit like Manish Manwani did. Would have been a wide, actually. can see there, there's Kuma just protecting his eyes from the sun as that ball gets thrown in from the offside. So the sun at this time of day is still on its way up to the left of us. So it could cause a few problems. Doesn't get this out in the middle. Can he get there? And, oh, it's a great effort. Super effort from the fielder. The batters only go for one in the end. I think Imran Sando was quite happy to go for two. That's a great effort. And that's a Sunith Reddy. I think he might have got a bit of finger to this because he's inspecting the finger afterwards, but he comes in from a long way. I don't think he was ever going to get there. I thought he was always going to drop short, but he makes a tremendous attempt. And does get a hand or finger to it. I don't think you can put that down as a chance, really. He doesn't really get the palm of the hand anywhere near it. This one bobbles away to the fielder. Does very well out there. Does Sanjeev Tiwari. Keeps it to 1. So Sandal. And Ansar trying to get things going here again. Oh, that's crunched. That is out of here. Oh, that is a brutal hit. Really wallops it out of the middle of the bat, does Ansar. Akil looking good, and that's the thing. I mean, all the batters that we've seen, I think it doesn't matter which team we're talking about. If it's there, if it's in the slot, it disappears. Well, he goes full again, and it was going to go the same direction as well. You can't be bowling there. I think you're far better off just bowling that short off a length line. I mean, he's getting the ball to move. We know that, Gungadeep Singh. The first delivery that he bowled swung viciously away. He's got to be short of a length, outside the off, and getting that ball to move away. He's got the third man back. He's got point and the cover fielder in there. Extra coverage on the boundary. He can't be pitching up. If you pitch up, you get taken apart. And that's what I'm talking about. It's been well hit. Fielder should make the stop. It does. Nicely done. Well backed up there as well. Good bit of fielding. Reddy makes the stop. But Sanjeev Tiwari was right behind him covering as well. End of the over. So the 50 does come up in the 4th over. 55 for 2. We had an interesting contest. So we had a look at the run rates per day. So like we say, around about 139 has been sort of the average score. You saw that on the graphic. 140 was saying. You go with 140. So that's what they're looking for here. But I think on most teams, batting first are looking to get that 150 on the board. I think Catalonia Red there as well. They know that the statistics show that, not by a lot, but batting first does get you chances of more wins than chasing. 50-50 at the moment, though. It's chase on for Tiwari. And very well done. He's been fielding well, hasn't he? Good work from Tiwari. And moving along nicely. Hello to Helix as well, who joins us in the chat. I'll tell you who joins me here. But for the last time today, for a while, is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. It's nice to be here, of course. Nice to be here with you. We're just getting a couple of days together in the ECS. Next time I'll see you, though, it'll be a pretty exciting morning because it'll be the first match of the ECL on the 26th of February, which is, like I said, only 19 days away now.
Blast, and there's nobody there. It's a beautiful pull shot, you know, from Imran Sandal. I mean, Vinny, Imran Sandal, first time we saw him in December, he looked so rusty, but it's almost like every time he goes out there, he looks better.
Well, he had more innings than runs, and that's never a great sign for an opening batter. But he certainly has settled in. He's looking the goods now. Just has a bit of confidence about him, doesn't he? He doesn't do things by halves. He likes to swing hard. He's got a pretty good eye.
Yeah. He's up in the air, and oh, it's a. I think he saves it. He saves it, but is it a catching opportunity? What do you reckon, folks at home?
Well, it's a tough one. That's Shanky Kalagutla down there, and look, probably isn't 100% sure where he is. So he jumps thinking he doesn't have room to move. He probably did, or they didn't really stick the landing. All things considered, it's probably in this form of the game, and with that kind of a chance, now maybe you're happy just to make sure you save the 6. But it probably was possible. He got it absolutely perfect. This is a pretty good shot as well from Ansar now. So with the single, he gets the strike back and gets 4 down the ground.
Yeah, it's a good response from these two. They're playing, what I like about this, and I think all teams are very much the same, aren't they? They all go out there and playing attacking shots. Nobody's really too concerned about being over-aggressive and losing the wicket, because I think they know that, and they have faith that other batters or somebody will click. And that's why we're seeing plenty of runs being scored. So some work to be done here for Badaka, bowling his second over.
50-50 proposition, apparently.
Oh, that's a nice looking shot, and this is, oh, great pickup. Really fantastic work. Well, Sunith Reddy, beautiful. I mean, this was cream. This was motoring. In fact, I was getting ready to stop this one, and he came from nowhere. Beautiful pickup and gets the throw in. Delightful.
That's a classic looks easy on TV bit of fielding, but it certainly wasn't. It was absolutely hammered, about as hard as you can hit a ball down the ground. Anyway, let's pull the over.
And it's clubbed. But this time, you see Isham Patel just goes a little bit straighter. And as a result of that, keeps it just to a single. The score moves to 67. Pretty healthy at the halfway point. So looking to get to that sort of beyond that par score. An opportunity, Vinny, for us to say good morning to all our viewers.
Good morning to you. Good morning to all our viewers. I know we've got a few new names in the chat as well. It's always great when we get that interaction with our super fans, we like to call them sometimes, or our spanners. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Well, I couldn't choose red or blue. That's why I've gone green today. I've just tried to stay neutral. Hey, something I'm quite interested about is the Maximo rates here. Now, typical Maximo rate, which is sixes per 10 overs for a tournament, is normally about 7 or 8. But the overall Maximo rate, 14 sixes roughly per 10 overs. But the other thing that surprised me, Paco Care, 8.2. They're second bottom there on that list.
Yeah, but Vinny, one thing we've always said is have a look at this and have a look at the tables.
Yeah.
Doesn't it reflect?
Definitely.
Doesn't it reflect?
Yeah.
You know, it's. I suppose the only one that doesn't, that surprise at the moment, is the Dragons. But like we said yesterday, Dragons, they've been playing well.
Yeah.
Just haven't got a victory.
And they haven't been bowling well. Essentially, they've conceded way too many. This is going to be pulled, and it's going to be 4 runs. So Sandal, he's off to the races here. Had that, I suppose you'd call it, half a chance that he gave up in the last over. Kalagutla couldn't turn it into a catch down on the deep third boundary. Says Atul Kesar, who is bowling. And look, you can draw a straight line between lengths and outcomes here. I think anyone that's bounced the ball too far before the batter has gone miles in this tournament. So that's just something I'd like to see bowlers focusing on the Yorker. Look, if they miss full, they miss full. But that's the main thing for me. Yeah, but you're right about the Dragons. The other thing is the Dragons haven't played too many games.
Yeah,
so they've only played
true.
4 games so far.
Liking the hair, Vinny. Liking the hair. Have to focus on the pony. It's not often we've seen a genuine ponytail. And, well, Kesar has that, but what he doesn't have at the moment is a good line, because he's being taken apart.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, probably the line isn't so important as the length here. That one almost hits the bird on the way out as well. Maximo time. But, yeah, just try and jam him up.
Yeah. Got to do that. So, yeah, Kesar's got to... Well, that's a better delivery. Oh.
I don't mind. I mean, look, it's wide. It probably is.
You think it just catches the line?
I think it does, but it's well bowled.
It's better
and it's actually the swing. Look at the leg swing. Just goes. But
it does go over the line.
But that's the right idea.
Yeah.
See?
He's
Great.
unlucky,
It's still going to be 4, but this is a moral victory. Oh, that's so harsh. But look, at least, you can see it's just a better tactic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And look, this is just a bit unlucky that it squeezes away. A few comments about the ground markings this morning. I think Roberto, the groundsman, might have been doing a few donuts in the paint machine. There's a few interesting curves out there you can see on the screen.
Oh, there's a snick here. I heard a sound, and now I think the stumping. So it's a wide stump. I heard the noise as well.
Yeah, well, I think he might hit the ground, but that's a fantastic bit of keeping. Naresh Kumar's not really known for his keeping, but he takes it wide, and see the batter tries to get back with the back foot, could never do it. It's a great bit of work from the stand-in keeper, Naresh. And Kesar, well, again, and it's good outcome from a ball that will cost him a run, but I think you certainly, at this stage of the innings, at least you'd trade a wide for a wicket, wouldn't you? Akil Ansar goes for 36 off 12. Smart keeping. Stayed low. Got that right foot across. Yeah, Naresh enjoyed it, and so he should. It's 85 for 3.
Yeah, that's good reward for a ball. I mean, we said he was very unlucky with the one that went for 4 when he got his line right, and then he gets a wicket there. So well done to him. The new batter comes in. And, he plays a very risky yet elegant shot. He takes his right off middle stump. That's Karandeep Singh. If this hits the pads, he's done. He's plumb. But somehow he manages to get this away. Hey, what is it with everybody wearing shirts that doesn't represent their names? I mean,
It's like
What's going on here?
it's like celebrity heads.
Yeah.
Did you ever have that game? That's a good one.
We've just got so many. Like Manish Manwani had a different name on his back.
Yeah.
The batter that's come has got VJ on his back, and it's coming. I don't know what's going on here. All right, he's giving catching practice, but fortunately for him, he's managed to find the gap. Oh, they messed this up, the two fielders. And that's a rare error for Reddy.
This is going to be 4. It's a pretty obvious one because he's knocked it back and it's bounced over the line. So regardless of what happens before this, I mean, it's almost like they're both too close to it. You can see he knocks it into the ground. And so, yeah, the result's going to be 4. It'll be the end of the over. And the score is going to be 95 for 3. So, look, Catalonia Red, going that kind of 15 and over, maybe almost 16 and over, I guess. It's a pretty good rate. Men in Blue got some good players in there, but missing a couple of good players as well. I mean, no Omar Ali in the side today. No Surya Balu in the middle order. But still, got a fighting chance. You've got Snehith Reddy, who is there. Let's talk about who is there. You've got Snehith Reddy there. You've got someone like a Naresh, like a featured at the toss. You've got Ishan Patel as well, I think gives you some good hitting.
Yeah, I think Ishan Patel, would be nice to see him go back to the top of the order. I think he's much better there. This is a bit hard, flat, and talking about Ishan, he can't do anything about this. It's over him. But just good hitting, and what I'm liking here is that Imran Sandal, I mean, though he's seeing wickets fall around him, it hasn't stopped him playing these shots. He's still looking to get his team to a healthy score here.
Yeah, no doubt. Probably your boy as well, Manish Manwani. I'd throw him in there.
Yeah.
We've seen him do some pretty good things. Let's see if he can deliver. Yeah, Men in Blue, a team that have been around quite a while. Sandal, 36.
Slower delivery. Oh, well.
Would have been gone. I mean,
he's not the best of runners, is he?
Yeah, no, well, he's basically taken on the throw. And Manish had to throw, did everything right. Probably had a fraction more time, even more than a fraction than he realised. It just threw a wide there, Manish, but everything leading up to that was pretty good. This is Gagandeep Singh, who's into the side today for Men in Blue, bowling his second over.
He gets hold of this proper, and you can see they're just waiting. As soon as they get a sniff of the ball being pitched up, they're ready and they're going for this. And Gagandeep, when he started this morning, he was getting a, hey, hang on
Hold on a second. That's Nawaz's chair.
That's the Hefe's chair. Where's the Hefe? Where's Nawaz?
Wow.
I know he's here. I had a chat with him this morning.
Is he here?
He is here. So
Very surprised.
The Hefe's chair has been taken.
We might not have it for too long. Those of you who've been following the tournament.
Well, he wants to get smart and step outside the off and wallop this over towards mid-wicket, but he doesn't get clean contact, so just a single.
Good to see Ram Kranthi back for Men in Blue as well. Had a few reinforcements, so look, Badalona CC played in last year's tournament, had quite a few of the players playing for Men in Blue in this side.
And that's a good shot. So Jace decides to go a little bit wider because he doesn't want to be hit through onto the onside again, but this time he waits for this beautifully. This is a cracking shot. It really is. Beautifully played. Right out of the textbook. 6 runs.
I think we should start being able to play balls on the rebound here. There's been so many balls that have hit the wall and gone straight back to fielders. But, unfortunately, Gagandeep finds himself in the dirty 30s.
That's it, nice and straight. He's going to test the field, but they're not going to be able to stop it. So Gagandeep Singh is going to go for 40 off his 2 overs. And the score at the end of 7, a very healthy 119 for 3.
Yeah, drilled down the ground, and he ends up in the naughty 40s. Love 40. Runs with me after serving 3 double faults. But 7 overs in, it's 119 for 3. Just 19 days to go to the European Cricket League. I'm going to have a look at some of the teams here. I'm all in green today, so why don't I talk about CIYMS? Now, I know a lot of people saying that they are real contenders. I know that Corey has them as the favourites. And they've got last year's MVP, Jason van der Merwe. They've got Chris Doherty up there. Remember how good they were opening the batting? And they had an interesting strategy of just never changing their order, saying, right, you guys are the top 2 or 3, just score 1 million runs. And they did. And it kind of worked all the way, probably until the last day, because they went on a winning streak. After the first day where they didn't have the greatest first day in their group, they were leading the championship week. They were undefeated. They were beating everyone coming coming ahead of them. But then maybe it did come back to bite him a little bit. That on that last day, the top order didn't fire. Here's Manish.
Slow ball coming. Slow ball watch.
Rico knows him. There you go.
You know why I knew it?
Okay.
It goes for 4 anyway. It doesn't work because as he turns around to bowl, he's giving a little signal to Ishan to say, slow ball, be ready, boys.
I think Imran might have seen the signal because he drilled it and he brings up his 50 off 20 balls. He's just having such a good time at the moment. Tell you what, one day if he does make the 3 figures, I think we'll see our first ever cartwheel by a fully padded up batter.
Won't be able to stop him. And at the moment, it is the men in blue that can't stop him because, well, Sandow this time almost sends this one out of the ground. That's another classy hit from Sandow. Well, he's looking good, he's looking sharp, and he's looking focused. He's the captain of Catalonia Red. 6 more.
Yeah, I mean, that's that length, there's that pickup length, isn't it? Still a quarter of the innings remaining. On for 170 here, perhaps.
Slower again. This one should just be a single. It will be. It's well dealt with. And they certainly are attacking the end he's running to because if there's one flaw in his game, he doesn't like to run, does he? So
well, while I'm here, why don't I have a little peek at the provisional squad for
CLYMS?
Yeah,
why don't we have a look?
Because they got a couple of ins and outs. It's well bowled. Fuller.
Yeah.
Oh, glad I'm not a coach. I wouldn't be able to handle it.
You know,
I'd run out of patience.
I'm all for bowlers of variation. I think in this short format, you've got to have that. But I think when you're bowling around, you've got a Yorker that's going well, then you don't need to change it. I think Mamwani, we've seen him try a shorter delivery. We saw him try the slower delivery there. But when he goes to this full pitched up Yorker length, it's very difficult to get away. He's got to stick to it. Again, I mean, Karandeep, I don't know how he's playing this shot, but that's the second time that he's taken it right off middle plate. Look at this.
Yeah.
If he misses this, he's a goner.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He's got just enough length to work with to pick it up. If it was fuller, if it was probably hitting his boot, I just don't think it's as easy to do that. End of the over, 137 for 3 after 8. Okay, CLYMS, they do have a player in that I didn't think they would have. That's Jacob Mulder, the spinner. Bowler. Bowls a lot of flippers, remember? And he was one of the top bowlers in. He was almost an MVP Smokey just for his bowling alone. Also, who they got in there? They got Mark Best. It was good to see Bestie back because he had to go about halfway through Championship week. John Matchett, who we've also seen playing for the Iron 11. Mentioned Van der Merwe, mentioned Doherty. Alan Coulter, good old-fashioned throwback fast bowler, like a little bit ginger and a little bit angry. He's going to be fun again. That's better length. Again, doesn't get whacked down to the ground. Shocker. Also, just casting my eye over this. Carson McCulloch, who's been at the Under-19 World Cup.
He didn't have the most opportunities last time we saw at Karamova, but I think he's somebody who's getting better all the time. Looking forward to seeing him. And of course, we know that he loves the European Cricket Network, doesn't he? He's always watching, so hello to him. Well, once again, right across his stumps. This time he won't get a boundary because they do set a field to him. They know what he's doing here now. Well, he's got a very good eye, does Karandeep Singh. And look how he goes right across, and he plays that beautifully.
I tell you, I'll give you one more that they've got, is Maxi Burton, who hasn't played in the ECL before, but he did play for Ireland 11 during the ECL in 22. Not last year, but the year before. All right, it's a rare dot. And Sandal will have to have another go. So, hey, that's a pretty good side. Who don't they have? Well, Adam Kennedy, I think, isn't in the club. They've got the Adaires that play for their club, but I think they're on national duty. So that's why they won't have them. All right, chance. Who wants this one? It's coming down from the skies, and it's taken. So Imran, was going to have to go. And Ishan Patel does a good job to hold on to it. Ready with the wicket, 139 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, when that goes up in the air, Ishan Patel, known him, seen him play a lot. He wasn't going to make any mistakes here. He gets right under it and takes a very, very good catch. So good catch from Ishan. And like I say, with a couple of players missing, I think it's a big opportunity for Ishan to shine with the bat here today. And let's see if he does. Well, he's going to have to, it looks like they're going to have to gain around about the 150 plus here, won't they? So they've got work to do. Expected score around 158.
We've seen some innings kind of running out of gas at times in this series, haven't we? I think if you looked at the first 5 over production versus the last 5, I think the first 5 probably wins. Aslam, the new batter.
Well, he starts with a good hit. It'll bobble along a few times. He gets a single and hands a strike over to Singh.
Let's throw in some random questions that I've got in the chat right now. And Damien, I like his comments, more of a comment than anything, saying he's learning that in this format you can't take being belted around the park personally as a bowler. So true. The best bowlers, they can just shake it off.
Yeah.
It'll happen to everyone. Actually, the late, great Shane Warne had a quote. This won't be all wide. He steps away. So, yeah, he said when the T20 stuff first started, he said, look, you got to realise you're going to get belted. There's one thing's for sure, you're going to get whacked.
Yeah.
And there's very, very few bowls that it never happens to. In fact, there's not a bowl that never happens to. 140 for 4 after 9. So we were talking 170s earlier, maybe, 150s or even, very good over here, keeping the 140s. And who knows, Men in Blue could still pull this off. What else have we got? A lot of people calling me Vinny Kermit Sandu today because of my suit. Hello to Jay Wild as well. Nice to have you with us. A few people called me Kermit. Well, we've got the duck, so it's only fair we got the frog. We had the frog celebration the other day as well.
Did we now?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a bit of a weird one.
Joe would like to do some celebrating. Kesar comes back on.
The shampoo ambassador to bowl the last over, Kesar, and he gets cut away for 4. So again, just the line there, but not quite the length, hey? And he didn't have that much protection on that side. Now they're going to drop the square leg on the boundary and push another offside fielder back. So he's kind of got the right idea. It's been a kind of almost kind of innings for Men in Blue. They kind of almost executed a few times.
Swings hard, and now, well, this is going to be a chase, but chasing in vain is going to be quite to the wall. Not quite where the batter intended this to go, but well, Rincon, he can't stop this. Yeah, going back to that, what about bowlers? Remember when we first started? Yeah. We sort of said, if a bowler bowls 2 overs and goes for around 20, he does okay. I think we're now saying 30, especially in Barcelona.
In Barcelona, if you win the battle with 30, you're doing well. Tell you what, in the all-time career averages of Rinku versus Ball, I don't think Rinku's won too many races. He's a bit of a cult figure, though, Rinku. This will just be a single. They do have some pretty good fielders. Gagandeep's one of them and fires in the throw. Okay, I'm going to get through a few questions. What else have we got here? We've got Helix Love My Celebrity Heads reference, so I appreciate that. Dave wants to know everything about squad lists for ECL. Is that what you're talking about, Dave? They'll be on the website if you look at the tournament.
Goes for it, and he backs away. This is a catching opportunity. You've got to be going for these.
Maybe.
He decides to back away. That's Sanjeev Tiwari.
I don't know, last over. I think give him a pass on that. Doesn't want to come
150 comes up.
Good to see Sanjeev Tiwari back as well, by the way.
Short, and well, Tiwari back in the action.
Question. 2 more questions I can cover in the last couple of balls. Am I taking my suits to Australia on my vacation? No, don't worry. They'll stay here. I can't afford that much baggage. And Helix asking, is the pitch removed every night for baseball? No, it is not at the moment, luckily. Sometimes that does have to happen. It's been all right so far. Anyway, here's the last ball. Or it's not, and it gives me time to say one more thing about the extra line markings. Sometimes when they have played previously, the pitch is in a slightly different spot, and that's why you'll see a couple of different creases. But hopefully you can tell which ones are
I don't know about the swervy ones.
I don't know about the donuts, though.
I don't know what's happened with the donuts.
I think Roberto had a few vinos last night and got on the and tried to mark the lines and forgot to turn it off. Anyway, 150's up, and the last ball coming up.
And he launches this up into the sky.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, Shub
No.
in the action, and he puts it down again. Oh, Shuby 2. What are you doing, Shuby? Oh, no. Well, why does he not give up?
Doctors have told Shub that he's not in his interest medically to be attempting these kind of catches, and Imran's the first one up there to give him heaps, and so he should. There's chaos in the player and match official area, but the Reds have put the runs on the board. They win the toss. They bat in the first match of day 10, match 37. 158 for 4 after the 10. And Shub, well,
have you still got the wager going? Have you still got that wager going with it? Because you're minting it.
He doesn't have the excuse of someone banging into him like we had the other day. Anyway, speaking of bangs, it was bang on the money, wasn't it, from Manish first up as he rocked the stumps of Abid Hussain. But it'd be a while before they got another one. Men in Blue just offering middle length, and the Reds cashing in through those initial overs.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those that Men in Blue, they won't be too disappointed in a way with their performance out there, because I think in the field they were pretty good. They made some good ground stops. But I think with the ball, I think it's fair to say that every over probably had 2 or 3 deliveries that were punished because they just weren't consistent with the line. Narish Kumar, though, I have to say, the captain taking the gloves, he did a great job. Great stumping from him.
Probably like their 6th choice keeper, Naresh. Only because he's normally pretty handy with the ball as well. Obviously, he's going to have a key role to play with the bat. I loved his stumping a little bit later on. Snehith Reddy, I think, held up his end of the bargain as well. With the ball and also with some sensational fielding, but a few of these were disappearing. Sometimes I think it looks like the British Open golf here when you see the ball flying through the sky. But yeah, that was an interesting one. Kalagutla may have had an opportunity to catch that and stick the landing. He decided to play it a bit safe and keep it in, but Sunday, he wasn't playing safe. He was going for his shots with increasing regularity. Poor Akisa, even when he got it right, that's one still got squeezed away. But then he had something to shout about. Sharp bit of work by Kumar for the stumping off the wide.
Yeah, good work from the captain. Of course, Narish Kumar, the thing is, when he's behind the stumps, you're not going to have him bowling. But they've got a number of bowlers. Look, Gangadeep came in as well, but he went for 40. Just didn't execute his line well enough. He was a little bit too short, a little bit too wayward down the leg side. You can see here just offering too much width when he did get it out on the offside, and there were some really good shots played there by Imran Sandal, and he batted really well. The half century to his name, 59 of 25. And raises his bat and a little fist pump. No cartwheelers yet, but maybe if he can lead his team to victory, there will be. And then Karandeep Singh, well, he played some amazing shots. Right on middle stump, goes right across his stumps. Nice catch there from Ishan Patel. Well, nice catch from Ishan, but not a good one from Shub. Oh, poor Shub. And we're building up to that right at the end, aren't we? I mean, Shub, one thing you can say about Shub, he's going to be in trouble because he's expecting his 2nd child with Dora. Dora's probably watching that and saying, Shub, what are you doing? I need you to have good fingers if you're going to be changing those nappies. Don't you go damaging your hands and coming up with an excuse why you can't change nappies. Anyway, more on that later. I'm sure we'll all be ribbing Shub, but that's probably a pretty healthy scorecard. Abid Hussain was, had his Dundee ripped out by Manish Manwani. But other than that, I think all the batters went out there and did a fine job. Nobody chewed up too many deliveries, and I think that's the story there from Catalonia Red. And also, well done to their captain, Imran Sandal, gets a half century. There's the bowling figures there for you. All the bowlers chipping in a little bit. Like I said, Gavanik Singh, a little bit too expensive. All the others did okay. Atul Kassar, a little bit of spin try there. He also went for 46. I think keeping him maybe for the last over, probably not the best of ideas because you know that you're going to attack and go after the spin. But I think, in summary, I think the men in blue will be thinking, all right, look, it's under 160. We've got the batting to do this. Yeah, we've got 1 or 2 short. I think Surya Balu missing from the side is going to be a big miss. I think they missed him with the ball as well, in all fairness. But something like Ishan Patel, like I said, and also remember my pick of the 2 contests here between these 2 sides, especially for the men in blue, was Manish Manwani. Can he, the left-hander, get clicking here as well? Well, we've had an exciting start to this day 10. And the first match is evenly poised, I think. Catalonia Red got the runs on the board, 158. So 159 is the target for the men in blue. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, when we return for the conclusion of this match number 37 in about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Muy buenos días, mi familia. ¿Cómo estás todos? Bienvenido del campo de Montjuïc, aquí en España, en Barcelona. ¿Cómo estás todos? ¿Está bien? Soy sí. Es día 10. Ese torneo de European Cricket Series. España, Barcelona. Hello and welcome back to the Spanish sunshine here in Spain. And speaking of Spain, well, the Catalonia Red, a very Spanish feel about their kit. And they'll be pretty happy at the moment. They've had a bat. They've put 158 on the board, so 159 required. And one thing they will know, especially with Men in Blue, a little bit under strength today. No Suraya Balu in their side, who has scored 140 runs, and Sahil Masand missing from them as well. Two very good players. They know that if they can probably pick up 3 early wickets, that they put themselves in the driving seat. That's what they're looking to do here. It looks like Ali. Wazarat. Is it Wazarat Ali? No, it's not Wazarat Ali. In fact, I'll take it back. It's actually going to be Zain Aslam who's going to start with the ball. Pretty sure it's Aslam, but we'll clarify that for you. We've got something different on your graphics at the moment, but it's been put away anyway for a boundary. I'm pretty sure that is Zain Aslam, but that's a nice shot played by Shankar Kaligatla. Plays it out on the offside. 4 runs to start off with. 4 carreras. So nice start from Kaligatla. And this is a lovely shot. It's too far for me to reach, but it's beautifully played, a little bit over pitched. And it's, look, just watch this. Just try and hit it too hard. It sort of punches it. It's got that, you know, this is where the coaching manual. I mean, just watch the elbow here. You know when they say, look, when you're batting, keep that elbow nice and straight. Watch this. This is a beautifully executed shot. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Show the maker's name. Nice shot. And, well, he just backs away there because he says the fielder's still moving. So the bowler has to go back to his mark. And it's up in the air, but it gets lucky. Loops up just wide of the man. That's in the that sort of short mid-wicket area. That is, I believe, Wazarat Ali. So we'll get that confirmed for you. I'm pretty sure. I'm looking at the information I've got in front of me. I think you'll find, folks, this is Zain Aslam that is bowling, unless there's a mix-up with the numbers. And this is again in the gap, so he's toying around with the fielders in the inner ring. In the gap between the two, Imran Sandal can't do anything about it. And the man to his left also just has to pick it off the fence. So it's going to be 4 more. And, well, why have 4? You're going to have 6. This is out of the ground as well. So, well, some superb hitting here at the moment. Amazing stuff. We'll get those graphics right for you any moment now. But this over is in danger of going magical. It's, again, we've mentioned before, you've got to get the lines right. It's not right. And, well, mid-Medica now doing the hitting. Says thank you very much. 4 and 6 to him. Changing the field, but I think the bowler needs to change his length, not the field. And now this one is an opportunity, and it will be taken. So that was going to be the end. There's the wicket. This time he's not able to get it over the infield. So Medica gets a little bit too greedy. This is sometimes that you got 19 off the first. Not really necessary to play this shot, but the catch has been taken. A little bit of delight for the Catalonia Red. So 19 for 1 at the end of the first. As I normally say, 19 on the board. I'll tell you what, it's 55 matches since the golden ball as well. How about that, folks? Anybody feeling that today could be a sort of golden ball sort of day? These two teams quite evenly matched. We know at one point it was a 50-50. At the moment it's 57 to 43 in favour of the team that got the runs on the board. And later on, Paul Barcelona will be taking on Pakake Badalona. That's the 2 matches this afternoon. We've got some good cricket here for you folks. So, Sunith Reddy is the new batter that comes out. Well, let's see if he's ready for action. He's not facing this one though. It's going to be Kaligatla Shankar. To face Wazarat Ali. Just a little bit on the legs. He's clipped away, but he doesn't get this as fine as he would like. So, finds the fielder. Well, Kaligatla wanted to. And I think quite rightly, Reddy says, no, stay there. I don't think there was 2 on there. It was a good throw from the fielder. Rashad Ali just making changes to the field to the left-hander. A lot of chit-chat, so they've got a fine leg, which is interesting, on the boundary and long on. And in the air, out of the reach of the fielder, just right. Zain Islam couldn't reach this one, so he just gets enough on this to get it over the fielder. Doesn't get under it as much as he would have liked to, but it's enough in it. You get away with that in the power play. Hello to Sujit Yadav, who joins the chat. Nice to have you with us. How are you all doing, folks? Why don't we have a little weather update from everybody in the chat where you are? What's it like where you are? It's pretty nice here, coming up to 11 in the morning. We've got nice sunshine, clear blue skies today after a rather cloudy day yesterday. This one just catches a bit of the pad here. It's an interesting leave by Reddy. Just decides not to play at this, and it, I think, just gets a little bit off his trouser leg. Not sure why he doesn't just look to get a little sort of dabble on this. There's a fielder at fine on the boundary, but certainly would have been runs. In comes Wazarat Ali again. Short, and that is beautifully played, and time for a little bit of as he gets the MJ swivel on this and puts it to the boundary. This is a cracking shot. Oh, it's a lovely pull shot from Sunith Reddy. And not the line to be bowling, and that gets crunched away. Nicely hit. And Dave just reminding everyone, if you're liking what you're seeing, don't forget to like. Hello to Damien Fraser. How are you? Hope you're well. What's the weather like where you are, Damien? Where are you from, Damien? Goes aerial. It doesn't get this out of the middle. This could be a catching opportunity, but the fielder has got too much to do to get there. That was Amir Bhatti coming across. It's going to be 6 more. It wasn't right out the middle, and not for the first time, I have to say. We've, well, hearing a bat that doesn't sound too healthy. Looks like it needs a little bit of cough syrup or something rubbed in it, you know. Just a bit of a grunt rather than a big solid strike. Sounded a bit hollow maybe. But Reddy says, never mind, I'm ready for more. Well, bowling short is not the answer. I think Sunith Reddy has already showed Kataluni Red what he can do with the short ball, and that is dispatch it. So even though this is banged in, it's not the deck for this sort of bowling. I was having a chat with a few people about this in the break. They were asking me, you know, what? There's a lot of runs being scored here. What's going on? The bowl, you know, and I just said it's that sort of wicket. If you don't bowl well on it, a lot of runs will get scored. It's not the wicket that fast bowler is going to come in and intimidate the batter. The only way you're going to win the battle here is get the Yorker deliveries in. It was the same in December. It's the same now. And if you don't, you get punished. And that over, not a good one. It goes for 23. It's a magical one. And 42 for 1, the men in blue. So they've reduced that rate required to around about 14.5. So it's a good start, but it's a start. There's still a long way to go. And it looks like they're going to go with Akil Anzar. Well, has Anzar got the answer to break this partnership? We'll wait and see. Not with that line, he doesn't. And fires it down the leg side. I suppose you could say the keeper does well to stop that one. Does a bit Hussein. Well, Jules is saying it's chilly here in Scarborough. Oh, it's a cracking strike, but it was aerial. And it's an opportunity, but Gully Gutler probably gets a little bit too much power in this for the fielder. Too hot to handle for me, he says. Too hot to handle. And this is, it's absolutely walloped. I think that takes, there's a fingerprint on that ball that will not be removed. Yeah, a little bit chilly in Scarborough. I bet it's chilly in Scarborough. I've been to Scarborough, you know, and I like Scarborough. Probably the best tea and scones. What do you call it? Cream tea that I've had was in Scarborough. Well, this one is going to be 6, and not a good delivery. Look, it's coming around the wicket, and you're coming around the wicket, you can't be bowling there. That's why I always say, why is he coming around the wicket? The other thing about him is he bowls and he stops. There's no follow through. I know he can't follow through. The reason why he can't follow through is because he's in front of the umpire. Right, he's now going to come over the wicket. Might have more success. Well, dot ball, that's success, isn't it? So Ansar. 50's come up, by the way, after that big maximum. Yeah, thanks for the update, Jules. And Damien Fraser saying he's from Melbourne. And what's the weather like in Melbourne, by the way? It's going to be a wide, so having a few problems, Ansar. Nice and sunny morning in Blackpool. Little Ian and saying he's from Blackpool. I have been to Blackpool, but I was too young to remember. I know that when I was a youngster. All right, high. Well, this could be as high as the Blackpool Tower. And it's been held, but a no ball has been called. No ball. I heard a call of no ball, and it's, I think, yeah, the umpire just explaining it. Watch the back foot here. Yeah, this is the big no ball. Yeah. Wow, he's having all sorts of problems. Great work there from Spring Media as well. And, well, a life. There's a good catch taken in the deep there by Aslam. But, well, that's a let off, isn't it? Gully Gutler. Should have been gone. And this time it's just going to be left. Well, him coming on hasn't really helped matters. Too many extras. He's gone for 15 off just 3 deliveries. Yeah, Blackpool. But I remember those are the days. Hey, tell me, people. Well, does he sneak this one in? Well, the umpire feels he does. I thought this was going to be another wide, to be honest. But he's probably too back. Yeah, he backs away too much, so that one's okay. Yeah, what I was going to ask, do they still have the rock? I'm not talking about Gibraltar before you start. You know, when you used to go to the seaside, you always used to get they used to call it rock, right? The sweet, you know, you used to break your teeth on it. But talking about breaking teeth, this is breaking stumps as Ansar comes back and says, jog the party. Well, the woodwork, the timber has been knocked over. So Ansar has been a typical European Cricket Network over this one. He's had it all, and it has the wicket as well as Sunil Reddy doesn't play a good shot, does he? And after getting himself set, he goes, look, no balance. You can see he's almost falling over there. So he'll go, but one left-hander will replace another. Reddy will go for 22 of just 7 deliveries, but he runs out of patience, and I think he'll be very disappointed. The Spanish international, the way that he's given his wicket away there. And there's a Manish Manwani. Now comes out at number 4, so wickets to fall. Amit Badaka went for 10 of just 3 deliveries when he ran out of patience, and after hitting 2 boundaries, a 6 and a 4 wanted more, but all he got was a wicket. And now we see the wicket there of Reddy as well. So 57 for 2. Manwani. Oh, this is this is a very wide delivery. In comes the throw. They're going to get 2 wides. And, well, it's a little bit of everything from him at the moment. As I said, this is a proper ECN over a real mixed bunch. Damien Fraser saying sunny days there in Melbourne, heading to the end of the summer, mid-20s. Plays this into the deck. does Kaligutla. And this over comes to an end, and it's had a little bit of everything. 17 runs came off it. It was the wicket, and it's a wicket off Reddy. So I suppose, look, if you're the captain and Imran Sandal, if Kabola says to him, look, I'm going to go for 17, but I'm going to get you the wicket already, do you take it? I think you do. No, they're 20 ahead of where the Catalonia Red were, and of course they've lost the same number of wickets. So at the moment, you would say they're ahead, but remember they haven't quite got the depth in the batting that Red had. So that means that somebody, whether it's that man there in your screen, Manish Momwani, or the opener at the other end, Kaligutla, somebody's got to go and score big runs here. You'd probably say that Ishan is, well, don't forget, another real surprise for me is that we haven't seen Naresh Kumar yet. Now, he's normally your opener. Well, this is not where he wanted this to go at all, but he's going to get, I think, 4 runs. Now, is this the toe end of the bat or the back of the bat? Let's have a look at this. It's a right at the toe end. I mean, it's a real hoik. Now, interesting that he's going for that shot because the field's set for it. They've got men back. They know that's where he wants to go. So he gets very lucky, Manwani. I suppose because he's powerful, he gets enough to get that over point. Aslam. Well, Manwani's certainly not in the mood to hang around as he charges at Aslam, and they'll come back for 2. He's in a hurry. Doesn't need to be in a hurry. Doing plenty of time out there, and the rate's not crazy. Well, letting in is saying to me that Blackpool is famous for his rock. There was even a song that was written about it. Thanks for the update. And by George Formby. Yeah, remember George Formby. Hello to Dave Edmondson. He's saying it's pretty dull in Cornwall at the moment. Another place that I've been to, Cornwall. Nice pasties there in Cornwall, and of course, well known for its ice cream as well. Oh, this one is close to uprooting the off stump of Manwani. Middlesbrough. Sunny but cold in Middlesbrough. You'll take that though, wouldn't you, Tim? A bit of sunshine. You can always wrap up for the cold, but it's always nice to be, as long as it's not windy, it's always nice to be outside but still sat in the sun. Dave, well, oh, well, this is what we know he can do. This is Manish Momwani at his best. And if he gets into his rhythm, we'll see a lot of this. And the difference between that shot, he's not charging, he's standing still. I remember he did a bit of this last time I saw him batting, where he likes to come down. He likes to play, we call it the Hollywood shot, where he comes down the track and whatever the bowler is doing before he even bowls. Wait at your crease, wait for it and play shot on merit. And that's exactly what he did there. Fires that one away. Good shot, good hit. And now he whips it away again. Just he stays still. He doesn't over move. He waits, and then yeah, there you go. He says, "Thank you very much. I'll whip this away as well." That's a good end to the over. Scoreboard ticking along nicely. I mean, look where they are now already. 75. 2 wickets down, so they're past that halfway stage already. So going away really nicely indeed. And yeah, Dave was saying it's very wet, windy, grey morning here in the north of France. That's not nice, but yeah, interesting. Steve McVeigh, sunny start and warming up in the Algarve. Hey, Steve, will you come down to the SGC in Santarém when we're there in Portugal for the European Cricket Series? Don't forget, got the Western Shield there as well. Be great to see you, and anybody else that's going to be there about Portugal at the time. Well, Steve, it'd be wonderful. Catching chance, and that is really well held. What a good catch this is. Now, catches can make a huge difference to the contents of the match, and Karandeep Singh takes a great catch here. Vijay on the back of his shirt. Well, we don't know what's going on with the shirts here today, by the way. But look, this is a good catch. So Kaligutla is not a good delivery, but he tries to just place this. But unfortunately for him, he places it into the hands of a man is very capable and taking a good catch. So no mistakes there from Karandeep Singh. Kaligutla now has to go. He'll go for 21 of the 10 deliveries that he faces. What a good catch that is from Singh. And just like that, things start to change again as Akil Answar takes his second wicket. So, new batter that comes in is Gagandeep, and Gagandeep goes big and deep as he gets 6 runs with his first ball. It's, once again, it's a little bit of all sorts, isn't it, from the bowler. Doesn't get it right. And Gagandeep says, yeah, if you're going to put it there, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be lucky 13. I'm going to hit you for 6. Answar again. And this one, it beats the keeper. I have to ask why the keeper is standing so far back, by the way. I mean, surely Abid Hussain has to be standing up to this sort of pace because he's allowing the batter to... Look at this. Look at the pace on this. You've got to be standing up to this. Anyway, it gets played out onto the offside. A single gets taken as, well, at a very interesting point of this match where I think a wicket's desperately needed for the Reds to stay in it. Vinny Sandhu joins me back.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and had a bit of nostalgia because I remember 159, it used to be the highest chase. It was actually done in Romania by Cluj in qualifier 2 of the 2021 tournament. And they did about 9 overs. But those days are long gone, aren't they? We've had even a 180s chase now. We saw a 170s during the week. Not sure if there's an edge on this. Might have just flicked the ground. But yeah, certainly made a good start here. And actually the win percentage has Men in Blue slight favourites in this chase. But yeah, the importance of fielding, you mentioned that. Manwani's a bit of a wild card. Kaligutla gets him off to a good start. Sometimes he's been bogged down in ECS cricket. This is a slightly loose shot from Manwani, but should spin back towards the boundary. So, and the 5th over starts on a bright note for Men in Blue. It's a bit of a mixed bag, but they're in the hunt. It's 86 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, Manwani is another guy that could take the same sort of advice that we were given to Tom Coulthard. Stay still, stop moving down the leg side, and that's 2. I mean, 1 he missed, and that one, again, he only managed to get the toe end of the bat, but he's moving too far down the leg side. Stand still and play. Well, we got a lot of cricket to play and show you. This is our schedule.
Stand and deliver. Yeah, so yeah, we're in Spain at the moment, obviously. Looking forward to the internationals, which will be at the end of week 3. This is my last day here, but not completely, because I'll be back during week 4, and Georgie, of course, will be back tomorrow with Rico. I'll be making a couple of appearances from the studio next week just to give you guys a bit of a break. And yeah, I just think it's going to be wonderful. Georgie will get to do our first women's cricket on ECN, which I think is pretty cool as well. Anyway, Answer's going to finish with figures of 2 for 28, and we'll head into over number 6. This looks like Tufail Khan to bowl. Now, Tufail's an interesting bowler. I kind of highlighted him before the game as well. He comes in and he's just something a bit different. So, look, 5 overs. Men in Blue have done the job. Still no Naresh Kumar. Maybe he's keeping today. He just gave himself a bit of a breather in the middle order. The main thing is that they're going at the pace. So if they've fallen behind, then you're kind of saying, well, Naresh, come on, you got to get yourself up there. But yeah, I think they're pretty happy where they're at the moment, Men in Blue. But it's now or never, really. Last 5 overs.
And just loops it over the infielder, who then passes it back to Ansar. Ansar gets lobbed there perfectly. Interesting, I think that was a ball that you probably would have been looking to play down on the leg side. I think he loops it up a lot, but it takes an age to get you. Now, Manwani, will he stand still and deliver, or will he come dancing down the track? Well, he dances down, he spoils a wide, but he gets 4 out of it, so 4 runs. But once again here, I mean, he's just playing it, and he's like a man who is on a real rush. I mean, this is going to be a big wide.
I mean, that's almost off the pitch. But, you know, credit to him, he holds his shape. He doesn't lose his form. With a keeper back as well. Again, not quite sure why a keeper's back to someone like Tufail, but I just think it's probably a confidence thing. There are some benefits to being back, so thickish edges, you can probably catch those, but...
when you got a batter though like Manwani, who is moving so much and he's dancing down the pitch, you've got to have him up. I mean, what it is, maybe a lot of keepers now, and we certainly see a lot of this in Cyprus, a lot of keepers don't like to wear the lid, and because you don't like to wear a lid, you can't stand up.
That could be it. Yeah, good observation.
Okay, changing the field slightly to the lefty. Goes for it, and he gets it right out of the middle. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya with this is sweet. Sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter Then a bowl of Rasmalai. 6 runs.
That was very, very well struck by Manwani. He's off to a brilliant start. 30 off 10 to fail. He's a gamble with the ball. Manwani, he plays this really well as well. They only get 1. But I like the way he adjusts his shot. Maybe we can see this one more time. But he goes to charge, but he doesn't commit to his shot. He's able to take the time to say, okay, I'm not quite there. I mean, he hits this well enough to go for 4, just picked out the fielder.
Yeah, nice looking cut shot. Okay, going deep. Don't give him width. He likes to go down the ground. Well, he gets a juicy full toss, which he says, thank you very much. I'll have some of this. Gets smashed away. I think this probably is dipping, and also it comes out a long way. Yeah, I don't think there's any issue with the height, but it's not a good delivery. Once again, though, you've got to be prepared to use your feet. And you can do this because the wicketkeeper ain't standing up. The keeper's got to take... I mean, the captain's got to be saying to the keeper here, look, do us a favour, stand up, because the batters are coming down the pitch and using the feet. We need you to stand up and put the pressure on.
Yeah, you're right there. Well, good throw. Lucky they didn't go for 2 that time. But that'll be the end of the over. 105 for 3 after 6. So still plenty to do. Needing 54 in 4 overs. But men in blue, certainly with someone like a Naresh Kumar to come as well, you've got to say they're in the box seat here.
Yeah, I still think, I mean, Naresh Kumar, he's obviously got a plan in his mind, but he's an opener for me. Every time he hasn't opened, and remember that, was it Battle on It? That Battle on It, CC, last time round with him and Omar. Him and Omar Ali were always openers. Whenever he didn't open, he didn't click. And also, something like Ishan Patel. Ishan Patel, I don't know how much he's played so far, Vinny, but the Ishan Patel I know, he's a beautiful stroke player. He likes to, he's not a slogger. I mean, for me, looking at that score, that's my 2 openers, is Naresh Kumar, Ishan Patel.
Yeah, Ishan he's played maybe, I'm going to say, half the games. But, yeah, they've got some depth in there, though, men in blue, when they get their full team out there. Sundal puts the first one a little bit too wide and called. Sundal likes to bowl himself late. He's a bit of a closer. And certainly hitting the ball well in this series. He's had some success with the ball as well.
Makes a change in the field straight away. Puts a short 3rd man in. That's better. So Imran Sandal comes into the attack. He's probably looking to bowl this and maybe the 9th over if it all goes well. Trying to just slow things down a little bit. Now, Manwani maybe won't get the kind of width he was getting in the last over. Well, we've got the TV cameras around from one of the many channels that are watching.
Keeping an eye on us.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Indeed. Just making some final adjustments there is Gagandeep Singh. Yes. Imran Sandal just takes the opportunity to check his field. I quite like this field. It's nicely set. 2 men on the leg side, behind square mid-wicket. It's not a good delivery, it's a wide. And well, this time it's good work from Abid Hussain. On the offside, he's got man at point because Manwani does like to cut. And 2 men straight down the ground, so that's the field.
3 times out of 4, they should win from here. Men in blue.
And goes for it, and he's going to get 6 runs. It's a full toss on the legs. And Manwani's not going to miss out on this. So, Manish Manwani, I said that he could be the key man for me in the 2 fixtures here. He certainly started well with the ball when he ripped out one of the openers without scoring, and now probably holds the key for going here. That's a marvellous shot. It looked like it was landing here for a moment. That's a good shot as well. The fielders are very well. Good bit of fielding. Good cricket all around, and a direct hit as well. And that just goes to show, look, if you're the striker, and this is what Imran Sandal himself could take a look at, make sure you run hard and put your bat down, because if he didn't, he would have been in trouble.
Yeah, Manish, doesn't want to give it up in a silly way like that. I said he was a bit of a wild card with a bat at the start of this innings. Manwani's certainly doing his job very, very well.
There's an edge, but it's going to get over. The man who was at 30 chases, and he can't stop it.
He went foot when he needed to go hand there for Nawaz. And this is why Sandal put a fielder in that position, though. He put an infielder in. But see here, you just got more chance to plant the foot and slap it back in, but Nawaz wasn't confident doing that.
Yeah, okay, Nawaz. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, was it not Fakar Nawaz that took the hat-trick in that incredible Catalonia Red match last time we were here?
I'll tell you in a second. Anyway, this is hit hard, and that is going to be 6 as well, I think. Maximo. So Gagan is enjoying his work out there as well. And things are looking pretty good for the men in blue.
Yeah, smashes this one away beautifully as well. You know what, I'm asking you. I think I can tell you because I'm sure I've got it written down here. Hang on a minute. Right, computer versus paperwork.
I'm actually doing something else. So
Are you doing something
you're
else?
getting a head
All right,
start.
fair enough. I'm having a look here. No. No. Imran Sandal.
Imran
took the
Sandal.
hat-trick. 4 for 7.
Yeah. Remember? And then all the cartwheels and
That's
everything.
right.
Yeah. So I knew. Fuck, I was taking a hat
I think he was on to the catch.
7 overs in, 125 for 3, so 34 required of the last 3 here. Khalid Mahmood comes in for Catalonia Red in the next game. As for men in blue, similar kind of side. Although Sahil Masand is in there, and I don't think he was in the first time, not in this game.
No,
So he's a pretty
good
big
addition.
in for them. Yeah, it's coming up in around about 40 minutes time. So pretty entertaining battle of the red and the blue. And well, speaking of the devil, who we got on this next over? That looks like Fakar's coming on.
Yeah, so
All right, you called it.
I called it.
Maybe he's about to take a hat
maybe
trick.
the
Maybe you're
hat-trick,
living in another dimension.
But he came on and he did something quite sensational in one of those matches. Probably not a hat trick, but he maybe made some changes. But anyway, they're fraying the dice. They're going for him. When he comes, and he should. He looks like he laid an egg here when you look at this from where I'm standing. It's a little bit of, and the egg comes out. Let's have a look at it again. Let's have a look. It's a proper. There you go.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, I've got a late bit of mail there. We'll try and fix it. But Khalid Mahmood, he's actually out of that lineup. Tufail Khan will stay back in. He'll stay in.
Okay, this is a chance. Keeper should get there, but the bowler says, I want it, and he takes it. Well, there you go. I told you there's something about this guy. So Nawaz, he says, leave it to me, even though the wicketkeeper, Amir Hussain, is charging towards it. And Fakar Nawaz says, it's mine. It's all mine. I want this wicket. And he gets it. So that's important as a breakthrough. So Gangneep Singh will go for a healthy 26 of the 11 balls that he faces. And now it's probably time. I wonder if you go with the captain or Ishan who comes out. Looks like it's Ishan because he's a tall figure. It is. It's Ishan Patel.
Let me just kind of clarify that Imran Sandal's hat-trick was match 82 against Barcelona International last year. He took 4 for 7. And that was hat-trick number 48 of the season. Anyway, you think Nawaz is going to take a hat-trick?
Wow.
That's because you said it in the past. But Rico's from the future, actually dressed a bit like someone from the future. Said you look a bit like the old scientist Carl Sagan. Ooh, close. Ishan Patel, you called for him. Still no Naresh Kumar.
Yeah.
So, look, he's a good insurance policy to have. The main thing is that the batters that have come in, in fact, everyone that's batted, with the exception of Patel, who's now 0 off 1, has got at least a strike rate of 210 in this innings.
Yeah.
So, that's why they're where they are. Oh, there you go.
Very unlucky.
So lucky. Hey, you need a bit of luck if you're going to chase 150 down. And Patel gets a feather on this and takes it past Abid Hussain and 4 closer to the target. Of course, I think they've already made it past the point target, right? I'm pretty sure they needed to get to 111 for that. So they've gone past that pretty comfortably. Now, next milestone is the finish line, 159. That'd be a good chase.
Yeah. Well, they're good big-time favourites to do it. With wickets in hand, with Naresh Kumar still to come, and with Manwani well set, they should do it. And this one is going to be 6 runs. It's going to go over the fielder. It's going to be just what they need. So, once again, I mean, not his natural game, I have to say, Ishan Patel. That's why I said he's probably more an open for me. But he's come out and he says, you know what? I'm not hanging around. I'm either hitting runs or I'm getting out of the way. But that's a nice hit.
Luck's a fortune, though. Could have easily chopped onto a stump saw, been caught behind with a little nick. Now he's in, and he's going to get 4 more.
Yeah. One thing about Ishan Patel, if you watch when he plays these straight shots, watch his body. His body and his body positioning is so upright and straight. He's got a good swing into the shot as well. He does play it so well. Watch again here. Look, gets into position.
Yeah.
But he's another one of those batters. He has that little sort of, what do you want to call it, little fidget before he plays his. Plays
Here's
a shot.
little trigger, some people call that.
Yeah.
140 for 4 after 8, so 19 off 2 overs. You'd think they should do that, but 1 or 2 wickets could change everything. It's also to do with the fact that he clears that front leg, and someone like an Ian Chappell back in the day would tell you batting's a side-on game, but these days, it has changed slightly. Partly because of the power of the bats that they've got these days. So, to muscle the ball down the ground. You used to not be able to hit them that consistently with the old bats. It looked like a little bit of plywood compared to these days.
What's the best bat you've ever had then? And do you still have it?
No, I cried when it broke, but I'll tell you in a minute. It was one of Adam Gilchrist's old bats that he used to use in the mid-2000s, like 2005, 2006. I think I got it in 2007. Have one of these. It was a gun, and it even had. It's when you used to start being able to have a little advertising sticker, so Castrol oil. So it even had the Castrol sticker. I hit a 6 with it. I almost retired immediately because I knew I'd never hit a ball that well again.
I think I heard this story.
3 people hit the ball in 50 years. 3 people have hit a ball onto the roof of this building, and I was just like, I celebrated like I'd scored 100. I think I got out next over for about 40. And the funny thing is, it was pretty competitive, but so one of my West Australian teammates for indoor cricket was playing on the other team. It's got quite a serious game.
Yeah.
And I just went up and I gave him a big hug when I've hit this. I said, did you see that?
That went well, didn't it?
That was my favourite. If you want to go back to and it was what was it called? It was a Puma. They bought Millichamp and Hall for a while or something.
Yeah.
I had a Millichamp that I loved in high school as well. They had an oval handle. That was their trademark.
Okay, this is a miscue.
Got to get it. Get there.
Nah, it's right in the Bermuda Triangle, isn't it? In the Bermuda Triangle. Nobody can get to it. There's a life there for Manwani, who moves into 41. So he's had a bit of luck, I have to say. There's a couple of shots he played early on, which he didn't quite find the middle, hit an edge. He found a pocket of space when he skied one, and he's done the same here this time. And sometimes, well, if fortune is on your side, and Patel, well, he's not hanging around either, 15 or 5. Gets the bat onto this and take the single.
I mean, they're going to take this to the last over, and anything can happen. Runs don't automatically score themselves. I think we could be in for a tight finish here. Corey's question, it's a good one, and I'm going to have to send it on because I don't think I'm going to be able to do this kind of top of my head. But he wants to know how many 150-plus run chasers pre-ball change to post-ball change to Grizzly balls. So he's saying the Grizzly balls with the scoring, there were probably only maybe 9 or 10 before. Whoa.
That is spanked out of here. Adios, pelota. Here's a pelota nova. Well, we know that the beaches here in Barcelona are pretty good, award-winning beaches. Well, that Grizzly, we're talking about balls, well, that Grizzly, you might as well take a towel with it because that's down the beach.
Yeah, so I can tell you, we only had a handful of 150-plus chasers pre-2023. And there's been a lot since. And we've seen the actual highest chase figure go up a long way. In fact, it's gone up kind of 20 runs in a pretty short period of time. That's probably over.
No, it's not. It could be a wide. It is a wide.
I thought he might give him the call.
We're talking about. So how did you just break that bat playing?
Yeah, just use it. I mean, I couldn't afford like 12 bats.
Yeah.
So, in fact, once when I broke my bat, I had to call for a new bat, and I didn't have another one. So I called out the name of the person whose bat I wanted because I knew we had a good one when I was batting in first grade. Just from playing. You can feel it starting to go, and I think the handle went. But, yeah, R.I.P. Gave it a good send-off.
Shot. Oh, yeah, this is a beauty. What a shot, and that means just 2 required for victory. What a classy shot, and what a way to bring up your half-century. Come on, young man, put your bat in the air and acknowledge the applause. That's an outstanding shot, it really is. 53 of 18, well batted, and just like that, looks like Manish Manwani, my pick of the players, by the way, I have to say, looks like he's going to get his team to victory.
Yeah, I'd say I told you so, but I said he was a smoky. He's a wild card with the bat, and he's been brilliant. And they're going to do this even without Kumar. So, look, these are our highest chasers. What I will say about that, there's only one of them on there that's still from 2022, and that's the bottom one. Yeah. That was our first ever chase in the 160s. And, of course, that was November 22. So just 2 to win here, and still 2 to win. So Ishan can bring up the win. Yeah, so definitely it's made a difference. I'll put that to the stats boffins and see what they can do.
Helix was saying that Heavy Grant Nichols was his favourite. You know, mine was, speaking of Grant Nichols, I had a double scoop, which was my favourite. And you know how it went in the end? It was going so well. And we went on tour. We were in Brighton, that's right. Played at Hove there. And the guys decided we'll play a bit of beach cricket. And my bat ended up going in the sea. That was it. Done and dusted. I was heartbroken.
That was
Never found another bat which went like that. The middle on it was so sweet. You could ping it and it went like a rocket. Anyway, a good win here for Men in Blue.
Pretty good. I mean, it won't quite be in the top 10 chases, but it's not far off, isn't it? Men in Blue, and Ishan finishes things off with a maximal. They win with 4 balls to spare. So Catalonia Red, they have won the toss. They will bat again in match number 38. Just to let you know, there will be another lineup because Khalid Mahmood is not in. I hear that Tufail will be in. And Wazirat will want to get out of the negatives because I will remind you that everyone does get 4 points just for playing. So this is the highlights of this
So how
chase.
do you get a minus?
Yeah, I mean, if you're very expensive, or if you get a duck, or if your strike rate's terrible, then you can. If you face at least 5 balls, that is.
-2? I don't think I've seen a minus
Yeah, I've
before.
seen a minus. Our very own Sam Williams, he was stuck in the minuses after one game. He was given a bit of stick around it. But anyway, even though they had the odd thing to celebrate, the Men in Blue, like I said, it was a bit of a team effort. I mean, all of their batters, and I mean all of them, all 6 that we saw, scored at least 210 or better.
Yeah.
And when you add all those things up, no one was kind of acting as the handbrake, as they all contribute in this chase of 163, or 159, I suppose, the chase. They finished 163, but in particular, I think Manwani batted very, very well with his 53 off 18 balls.
Yeah, I think what we saw here, and I think you have to say the same for both teams, batters went out there without fear and they played their shots. I think if you look at the scorecard from both teams, nobody went out there and chewed up too many deliveries, and I think that's what you have to do on this pitch with this outfield. Just go out there with that mindset. There's no playing yourself in. There's no being cautious. There's no thinking, right, okay, we only need to go at 10 and over. Go out there and play your game. And I think if you go out there and play with that attitude, then you are going to get victories like this. So well played for the Men in Blue. They get the victory. And, well, it is Catalonia Red that are seeing red, but will seeing red mean that they come out and show a little bit of red mist and make it an even Stevens in this contest, because they do it again, as we know. But just have a look at some of this hitting here. But it has to be said, you know, it's probably fair to say that maybe the Men in Blue this time around maybe just had a little bit of the rub of the green, the rub of Vinny today maybe, because of course Vinny's in green today. So they had the rub of Vinny today, because I think that Manwani and maybe 1 or 2 of the batters before him as well just had a little bit of luck where they were miscuing inside edges, balls just dropping in pockets of space which could have normally been caught. So maybe that could change in the second fixture.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I think that, look, when it comes down, it's all about the approach. You've got 2 teams that I think are pretty evenly matched here. You know, they've both got depth in their batting. They've both got big hitters. I just think neither team bowled particularly well. I think both teams just gave a few too many hit-me balls. Look at all those top 6. Not often you see all top 6 in double figures. But they do the job. And then you look at who didn't bat. You've got Naresh Kumar hanging out there at 7, just waiting in the wings. They didn't need him in the end. Big chase from Men in Blue, 159. And they end up 163 for 4. About 17 and a half and over. And as far as the bowlers went, well, not too much to write home about there. And everyone kind of consistently expensive. Akil Ansah probably the best of the bowlers, 2 for 28. Wickets also for Zain Aslam and Fagan Awaz towards the end. But yeah, high scoring. And a game that went to the last over to start day 10. We'll be back very shortly in around about 25 minutes, in fact, to take you into the next one. Once again, Men in Blue will be on the chase. Will they keep up the pace? We'll find out when we return. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Fall back soon with match 38 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Bright sunshine here on day 10 as we head into the second leg of this double header between the Reds and the Blues. It's Catalonia Red versus Men in Blue once again in match 38. Let's go over to Tyrone Peters now. He's with the two captains and let's see who wins the coin toss.
Catalonia Red to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
We are bat first.
They are bat first.
So it is Catalonia Red that win the toss again, and Imran Sandal wants to bat again, and why not? Because he's been opening up and putting on some pretty big runs for the Reds, over 150 in the last game. Men in Blue, they don't have a full strength side today, but I do think they have some very impactful players. We saw that, of course, in the first game. But I think first up, they need to try and hold this score to something below 150, you'd imagine. And I think a lot of that has to do with the ball. I just can't afford to pitch the ball even slightly short here on this pitch. There's just not much in it for the bowlers. And the Red batters, they love to go up and over the top. So I think got to take that away from them. I think they had the right idea. They didn't really execute to their best potential, I think, in the first match of the day. But still, look, I think it's a game that could go either way. You pick your side, red or blue. I don't know what you're going to do, but I know the next voice you hear will be Rico Ford as we get ready for the start of the match in match 38. Once again, Catalonia Red winning the toss and batting.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Looking very green out there, isn't he? Well, maybe one of these two teams will be hoping they can have a little bit of that luck. The rub of the green. Well, I think if both the captains there before they vanished from the coin toss, I think they were all giving Vinny's jacket a little rub, see if that rubs off on them. One man who certainly did have a little bit of luck was Manish Manwani. He's going to open up here. Nice shot there off the ground. This is where we are. That is the Montjuic cricket ground. And of course it was the baseball ground that was used for the 1992 Olympics, as well known. So we're getting ready to go. Men in Blue favourites, 62%. They should look to keep the Catalonia. I think to a score around about 120. That's what they'd like. I mean, you heard Vinny talking about the 150 mark there. I mean, they showed already that they're capable of chasing that. But I think they will be wanting to see better from their bowlers. I think Vinny's absolutely right. I think bowlers just haven't executed their lines really well. And it's going to be the same batters. Here's the fancy dashboard. That has been updated now. Remember, we did say that I think it's been updated again as getting a word shot at me here. But anyway, don't worry about that. We can tell you who the players are. Imran Sandal made a fine half century in the first match. He batted all the way through, didn't he? And was out right towards the end. 59 he made. He'd be looking to be in good form again. And Manish Manwani. Yeah, well, and Sandal is wanting the wide here. I don't think he's going to get it. Let's have a look here. The ball has swung beautifully. I mean, that is spot on. And if he's one of those, isn't it? If you could clone a bowler to be bowling there all the time, I tell you what, not too many batters are going to get too many away, are they? Good delivery. Getting that movement away. This is what we like to see from a bowler. So better start. He's made a little change in the field. He's bringing long off up, long on goes back. I think he's still going to get the Yorker in here. Or is it going to be a bluff? Will he go shorter? No, he does go full again. So just losing. And that tells you the story there. When you see a batter do that, it means he's off balance. So he's not getting himself in a good position. So he needs to get that foot to be going right across. So if you like, if you're staring at a clock, you want to put that foot going towards 2 o'clock, your front foot, and then play through the ball. What Imran Sandal is looking to do is put his foot down the ground and reach for it. Now, more field movements here. By the way, just one thing I can update you on, it's Sanjeev Tiwari who is behind the stumps this time. So Naresh Kumar, you heard Manwani or saw Manwani having a chat with him. He brings a slip fielder in, genuine catching. Well bowled again. He's got his radar switched on here. Manwani. 4 dots on the spin, and you know what that means. I think if I'm the bowler here now, I'm saying to myself, he's going to want to go at this. So I want to get my Yorker in. I want to get the Yorker in because I think he's going to go hunting for it. There's the Yorker, and he does go for it. A little bit over pitched, and as a result of that, though he does go right across the line and run, he's able to get a bit of bat onto this. But again, if it hits him on the pad, he's a goner because he's right in front here. But he manages to get away. I don't mind that from Mamani. I'd rather that go for the stumps because you know the batter's under pressure. So first runs, it's a boundary of ball number 5, 4 on the board. Mamani, can he finish well? Yeah, he can. He goes back to that away swing outside the off. Very good over, bowling in a good corridor. And there again, there's the signs. Watch the batter afterwards. Let's keep this rolling a little bit. Watch how he loses his balance. If you haven't got balance, if you haven't got good balance, you're not going to play good cricket shots. You need to keep your shape. And Imran Sandal doesn't do that there. So 4 of the first. Great start from Manwani. And this time round, I'd like to see Manwani brought straight back and bowled over number 3. Don't hold him back. 19 days to go to the start of the Champions League of European Cricket. Yep, it's the European Cricket League. Really looking forward to that. And I suppose it's, I suppose I have to mark that on my calendar because it'll be 19 days before, well, after today, I'll see Vinny Sandhu again as we talk you through the very first match. Here comes Reddy, who slightly over pitch, but cautiously play now. Oh, it's another wild throw. Always a run-out candidate is Imran Sandal, and I think any team that's playing Catalonia Red, the captain will be saying to his fielders, hey, when he's out there, whichever end he's running to, you fire it in. Gets away with the overpitch one, does. Ready? Now, catching opportunity. No, it's good judgment. Very good judgment, because this one dips. He's hit in the air, and you can see Naresh Kumar, he starts to go, and then he pulls the handbrake. He says, hang on a minute. If I go for this, I'm going to cook myself. I've got to save the boundary. Good decision-making from Naresh Kumar. Yeah, I was talking about him not being behind the stumps this time. Tiwari is there, though. I think Kumar did a great job. I think that's probably because we're going to see him more with the ball. I wonder if we'll see him opening up with the bat as well in this match. It's hit firmly, and that's going to be 6 runs. Hit hard, hit long, hit flat, hit for 6. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And hello to Prakar Thakur. He is saying, love from India, Rika. Well, love right back to you. And I hope you're having a great time in India as well. And a lot of love to everybody else who's out there as well. Hello to Ivan B, who joins in the chat as well. Hello to Robin Chowdhury and Andy Lee, Bosque. Wide ball down the leg side, called straight away by the umpire. A lot of people on the chat today. Good morning also to Duncan. Duncan was on earlier as well, saying good morning. Dave is having his egg in the hole. Is that your first? And this one is catching opportunity, and it's taken. And that is the end of Imran Sandal, the man who made a half century, the captain of Catalonia Red in the first match. Well, it's a slower delivery, so there's no pace on it. So even though he's turning this into a full toss, he doesn't get it right. He tries to get the elevation, but no pace on it. And catch, well, there he is. Now you see him, now you don't. The catch is taken. It is the end of El Capitan. Adios, amigo. Imran Sandal will go for 10. 10 of 8 deliveries. And, well, Reddy has his man. Gagandeep takes the catch. Good catch as well. Good positioning. And he knew he was close to that line. Couldn't afford to step backwards. So 12 for 1. 10 balls gone in the innings. Couple left in this over from Reddy. Just tries to tuck up the new batter, but Ahmed plays that away quite nicely. And just Ahmed comes in at number 3. So somebody's got to put a good contribution in here this time round. Abid Hussain, at least this time he has got runs on the board. So not going to be a pair from him today. Oh, Gundy. This one has come out completely wrong for Reddy, and it's going to be a minimo because it's a no ball and 4 to the batter. Well, Reddy, not sure what he's trying to do with this one. I mean, you can see that it definitely does slip out of his hand. I think he's trying to roll the fingers over this one. Slower delivery. I think we've seen a lot of this on social media where bowlers, you know, you've seen bowlers and how they're just rolling their fingers on the ball or just letting the ball just sort of loosely come out of the palm. But if it gets wrong, well, it doesn't work well. But what he does do, even though he does give a minimo away, he finishes the over with a dot. So he'll be pretty happy with that over. 14 come from it. He does take a wicket. It is 18 for 1. So Reddy, well bowled from Sinus Reddy. Also did well with the bat as well. And you can have a look there. Men in Blue, they have leapfrogged the Catalonia Red into 5th place. And now, well, they know another victory here. They could finish the day in 4th. Well, actually a good win here. They could actually pip even 4th spot as well. That's what they keep their eyes on if they can get 4 points out of this one. And it's a fine time to welcome back into, well, very nice commentary position here in the sunshine. Enjoying that as well. Here's Mr. Maximo with his hand in.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. And look, big wicket because Sandal's been in good form. Catches so important. We know that. 130 expected score at this stage. So it's taken a bit of a hit, hasn't it? As we see, we get Gagandeep Singh in over number 3. And well, this might have been a half a chance of a back stumping. I think it's just inside the wide line. Sanjeev Tiwari, by the way, has taken over the keeping for Men in Blue in this game. This goes so far down, even though he knows there's a threat, he would have been gone. And to be honest, from about 3 metres with 3 stumps to aim at, it's pretty difficult to miss from there.
He's in your team when we go bowling, that's for sure.
Anyway, he's going to pay straight away. That's going to hit the camera tower, close to Maximo. And this guy, he just armed it. He hits the ball a long, long way. Look at that power. Yeah. That's what he was thinking of the ball before.
Yeah, that's a good hit. And the difference you see there, I've talked a lot about balance in this innings already, but the upper body perfectly still. Good hit, strong, hard, 6 runs. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. One thing I've noticed here, especially more so here in Barcelona than a lot of other places, is that captains don't tend to like to go back to their opening bowlers. I mean, Manish Mawan, he bowled a very good first over, only 4 from it. I think you go back to him, especially when the bowler's in good rhythm. And they're reluctant to do so. They go to Gagandeep. Now, Gagandeep didn't have the best of times with the ball, did he, in the last match?
He didn't. He didn't. But yeah, it's a tough thing juggling the bowlers. I do believe, though, yeah, if guys had a good bowler against these batters, had a good over against these batters, and you bring him back. Right now, Gagandeep's got more issues, doesn't he? Left-hander puts him out of the park. Maximo says Carreras Mas once against that length. There's that kind of middle length, which has been disappearing time and time again here in this series.
Yeah, gets a swivel on it, doesn't he? A little bit of the, oh, as this goes all the way. Yeah, I mean, it's what you have to, I think I always say when I'm thinking as a captain, I'm thinking, right, my bowler, in this format, you've got 12 deliveries to bowl. And if you bowl 6 really good ones, you know what, I want you back on to bowl the other 6 because you get cold, you get rusty, you get, once you lose, stay loose, get them in, get them out of the system. It does the trick, especially when you got the team on the rack slightly here. So they're going for Gagandeep. Gagandeep didn't bowl particularly well in the last match. I think he went for 40 of his 2 overs. So it's a bit of a gamble. And then what happens is when 1 over goes really expensive, you then bring that bowler back. But by that time, I think the damage is done.
Yeah, and also the kind of mojo of the game's changed by then. So this is better bowling from Gagandeep outside the off stump and a slightly fuller length as well. But yeah, you know, you just know that feeling. Sometimes a bowler's got this little bit of magic during a spell, and if you leave them on the shelf too long, the ball changes condition. That's the other thing with these new ball bowlers.
Very true,
and it's not quite getting the same kind of, the same type of help than he was originally. This one, it's a push and half a run from Abid Hussain. Let's not forget that he went for a duck in the first game, but he's made it double figures this time. That'll be the end of the power play. And so far, so good for Men in Blue. Haven't been hurt too badly in that one, and they have the big wicket of Sandal. It's 32 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, they have got that big wicket, but you're right, Abid Hussain is probably thinking, okay, well, if Imran Sandal, the captain's not around this time, it's my turn to make my mark. And he started well, and Aegis Ahmed will probably give him good support here as well. So partnerships are everything, and this one's got to be pretty key here. So who did they go to? So it looks like Naresh Kumar. He is going to give himself a bowl here. Now Naresh Kumar is the kind of bowler, if we remember what he did most of the time back in December, he's going to try and squeeze that ball in, that wide line, every single ball. That's what he does. That's his, and you'll see from the way he bowls that that's all he's trying to do. He's trying to dart it, just squeeze that ball in inside that wide line.
Yeah, I think Kumar coming out from behind the stumps just gives him another bowling option. This is a false shot, hangs up in the air, but there's nobody back there. Chunky's going to have to watch it fly over the ropes. That's cuatro carreras to start the over. So Sanjeev Tiwari, he's a pretty experienced keeper. He's a solid option in that position, although we saw him miss a stumping last over that maybe he should have taken. Yeah, but Naresh is a guy, well, hasn't always got his way. He did go for a hypersonic over last week, 40 off the over, which he probably doesn't want to be reminded about right now, but let's see if he can keep things quiet here in the fourth. Short, it's not a good delivery from Naresh. Gets away with it to an extent, though he will be pinged with a wide.
Yeah, it's unusual after me saying what Naresh normally does. The first two deliveries he's bowled are not like him at all, so maybe he's having a few issues.
Hit straight, and this is going to be caught. And they've been good in this department this morning. That's Ishan Patel, who moves to his left, and he robs Ijaz Ahmed of a Maximo. He'll have to go for a dozen, and it's 37 for 2.
Yeah, that's a really good catch. And it's a little bit short, but it is a different line. It's outside the off, tries to go over the top of Ishan, and I mentioned this before. Ishan Patel is a very good catcher of the ball, as well held. And, well, if you take your catches, if you take all the opportunities that come your way, then you are going to contain teams to not such a big score. Well held.
Yeah, very, very good catch. Pressure was on him. And Akil Ansar is going to come out. He's a guy who we've seen do some pretty damaging things in the European Cricket Series. And he starts by driving this one down to Gagan out long off. So just, yeah, there's a couple of key wickets. And they're so important, aren't they? There's two types of innings here in Barcelona. The one where the top order grinds you into the ground, and the type where you get them before they can. So this kind of has the feeling of one where Men in Blue have got an opportunity to get into the middle order a bit quicker, get them out there in the first half of the innings, and just kind of limit the scoring. This one's shortish. Well, sends him back. If he hits, he's gone. And he misses one stump. Good backing up as well.
Could have been the end of Ansar here. And it's good for O. I don't think this misses by much, you know.
No. At least the eye contact means he turns around in time, but he would have been out.
Hey, has somebody lost their wedding band or something? I don't know if you can see it from your standing, but there is something right. You can see the shadow of the floodlight.
All right.
There's something gold down there that is really glistening in the sun. Come where I'm
I see
you see it?
Yeah.
I wonder what that is.
I have no idea what that is. That's a good question. I don't know if that shows up on the screen either. It's behind. It's kind of longer than Naresh's run-up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely
A little candy wrapper or something? I don't know.
what it is.
Yeah, this ground's sparkling in the February sun. Nice ball the over from Kumar and Tiwari. It doesn't really get down to this one. There'll be 6 against the over of Kumar, but with a bye, it'll go to 7. Hey, considering he went for a boundary first ball off the edge, it's a brilliant over.
Yeah.
It's 39 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, captain comes on to bowl the 4th, and he bowls a good one. It's another wicket there as well. He'll be disappointed. You can see that he was disappointed with that bye, because it should have been a routine take there, really, from the keeper. But Tiwari, it just means that it will be Hussain that stays on strike here. But yeah, Catalonia Red know if they're to make this a challenging score for the Men in Blue, they've got to get going here pretty quickly, because at the moment they're around about the 120 pace. Well, this one will help. And this is watch the equipment, and we're all right.
We're okay. It's coming our way. And again, not quite able to reach with my green shoes, my Kermit shoes, but
You shouldn't be doing that, because you know you're going to be on camera
fielding.
again. Look.
That camera won't reach me here.
Lucky.
That's good production.
Good, yeah, they cut that in time. Otherwise, it's another foot field effort from you. All right, good shot. Hussain. And now he could be giving his wicket away. He's in the air, and the bowler misses it, but the fielder comes along, And that is Reddy. That takes a good cut. Well, the bowler wasn't ready for this, but Reddy comes across shape. That's a really good cut. And listen, you need to have your shades on a day like this in Barcelona. And well, so if Reddy does, and he takes, that's a good catch.
And you know what's even probably better than the catch, because the catch is fairly simple for Reddy in the end, it's communication. You know, the bowler's turning around, he has to stop in his tracks, but Reddy sees he's got the angle on it. He makes it really clear to Gagandeep Singh that he's going to come in and take the catch. So that was made very clear, and then Snehith could just concentrate on the task at hand, which was to take it. So yeah, that's 3 wickets down the first half, as Abid is going to have to go for 17 and 45 for 3. Men in blue in a good position here. It's only a start though. Have a look at the expected score though. It's gone down to 119. Having said that, some good hitters still to come. Here's one of them, Karandeep Singh. Batted well earlier, likes to take a chance early. This is what he likes to do. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I probably would have the fielder back there just because of how he plays. But, I mean, maybe you're happy with him playing that shot. Maybe you can grab a 4th wicket. Instead, it's not 4th wicket, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, look at the way he plays it. That front foot of his doesn't move. It stays planted. He goes right across, look, plants it, and then just hoiks it over.
It just plays everything on length.
Yeah,
so, yeah
he's the sort of bowler you got to get him, deceive him with the pace. A slower delivery maybe, and he plays and misses it. But yeah, you got to have a fielder there for him.
Yeah, but you can't feed it. You're going to feed it, you're going to get eaten. And that's exactly what happens there. Gagandeep gives him the length to work with. Quattro quedadas más. So back-to-back 4s to Karandeep. Gets him going, and the 50 comes up for Catalunya Red in this 5th over.
Yeah, some nice hitting. Karandeep, I was impressed with the way he played in the last match. Made 26 of just 11 deliveries, but that's his shot. That's his go-to shot.
Fun bowling here, full in at the stumps. He's kind of premeditating that paddle every time. Let's see if he can do it if it's at his shoelaces.
Yeah.
You know, you're giving him that length to work with, and it's not a particularly bouncy pitch, this one. So, anyway, Gagandeep, we'll see what he goes to. Does go full up. Oh, it's probably a little bit too full.
Yeah.
I think it's just okay, but yeah, I suppose he does kind of change into more of a straight bat shot this time. But even that, you know, with full toss, it's a better outcome, isn't it? As long as it's not no ball, which I don't think it is. He's fine. But, yeah, interesting player, Karandeep. Everyone's got their own style. I suppose that's what makes cricket such an interesting game to watch. Last ball of the over. And this one is kind of in the slot. So, yeah, Ansar gets his first Maximo, and it takes us to the end of the 5th over. Something for everybody in that first 5 overs. It's 60 for 3 after 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, in the cube on a very sunny Wednesday morning. My last day here for a little while. I've got about a week and a half off. I know that Georgia will be back, and you'll be on with her tomorrow and through the next 10 days or so. But I love your outfit today, and I said this at breakfast. Look up Carl Sagan. Okay, Carl Sagan was a very famous kind of scientist. He was kind of the, what's that guy's name? The Neil deGrasse Tyson of his day. All right, so Carl, am I commentating with Carl Sagan? Of course, everyone knows who I am today.
Rubber the green here.
I'm Kermit the Frog.
Got a bit of luck.
That actually got me thinking Group G, because Group G with the Irish team, CIYMS, finishes on St. Patrick's Day. So I might dust this one off.
That could be interesting.
That's finals day, Group G as well. So anyway, good morning to you, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. Make sure you get into the chat and say hello to us and get a bit interactive. Here's Sahil Masand, who comes in to the lineup. Handy player to come in, blast the first one outside the off stump, and you can see Karan this time not able to play his favourite shot. Through to the keeper.
He's a good addition, isn't he? He's a great all-rounder. He's got 131 runs already in this series, so he's right up there as one of the top run scorers. So he's a good player, and he starts with a dot ball.
Notice that Duncan's in there. He said he's lurking while working, but he said it's all right because he's the boss. Not bowled.
Oh,
There's a little edge on here or not?
I think there is. I'm pretty convinced. And now, well, they've framed this away. Oh, there could be a run out here. What are they doing? Well, this ball hasn't stopped. Well, it's live. It's a live ball. This one is a live wire. Oh, yeah. Definitely the edge for me.
You think so? I mean, it's a little one, but yeah, I mean, the batter's head turns around. I feel it probably was, but then I don't know if we've got time for all this, but it's good. Naresh realises what's going on, and then we saw a bit of ping pong, didn't we? It went, it came back. In the end, it'll just be a very exciting dot. Now, what's worse is the next ball disappears. That's into Nawaz territory. Maximo. And Nawaz, well,
he's got
again, he
back.
supervises the collection of the ball. He's not a huge fan of of getting it himself, but he does make sure it gets done.
It's a nice hit. What I will say here, currently, and I remember I said a few times, he doesn't really move his feet. He stays there and he whips the ball across. Well, he's shown there that he can, on 2 occasions now, come forward and hit down the ground as well. So that's a good sign.
I knew that was going to go badly. As soon as I saw it come out of the hand of Masand, it's too short, just worked around the corner. And, yeah, again, bowl's putting a lot of effort, but just the pitch isn't giving him anything back, is it? It's almost like a black hole that you just bowl. It's just going to sit up nicely. So, especially to a player like Karandeep, he loves that kind of length, as we've documented in the last 5 minutes, and he's moved to 19 off just 7.
Yeah, he's a good hitter of the ball, good clean striker. So you've got to think about it when you're bowling to him. And I'd still go by it. I'd like to see is a good slower delivery, full and slow. That's one way to do it. He's been outside there a couple of times.
Masand is quicker than average, so he does get maybe a little bit out there, but also the line is adjusted. You see, he's always shaping to play that, and so whenever he plays another shot, he's actually changing his mind of what he would like to do, current team. So trying to force that one away off the back foot, and there's no one back on the offside. Anyway, I still think I haven't seen a Yorker executed against him just yet. Last ball of the over. And this one is hit pretty solidly, but down to long on, and Ishan will do the fielding. We'll see Ishan with the ball. He's quite an interesting bowler to watch with some of his spin. Anyway, right now it's the end of 6. It's 71 for 3. Let's say hello to everyone in the chat. Dave B, always good to see you in there. Andy Labuske, where are you watching from, Andy? I hope I'm saying that right. He says, yeah, the Kermit is a strong choice. And Damien from Melbourne saying, he needs my suit for his Riddler costume. Well, I've got some better Riddler ones. The purple one's probably better for that. Andy saying, he's not saying I'm a Muppet, but I do look like Kermit. Yeah, exactly. So, and maybe I look like a Bond villain. and Julian saying, we've been expecting you, Mr. Maximo. Well, funny you say that, because we actually have a new little character in the commentary box here.
Yeah, we do.
Don't we? Speaking of the James Bond theme, first we're going to have a look at Manish Manwani bowling over number 7. And he gets hit in the air. Should be caught. And it is. So Ishan Patel's caught well. That one couldn't miss him. And so that's going to be the end of Karandeep for 20. And the score 71 for 4. Once again, Men in Blue holding their catches in this innings.
Yeah, Ishan Patel, he's the man to have there straight down the ground. Doesn't quite get it out the middle. Good catch. Hey, what we were saying about Manwani, when the bowler's bowling well, keep him on. He comes back on here to bowl. The very first ball he bowls in his second over, he picks up a wicket. 1 for 4 so far. Well bowled, and again, well held to get a key wicket there as Karandeep Singh goes to 20.
So this is Amir Bhatti coming out at number 6. Very, very capable. Manwani, the successful bowler. Oh, could have another. Pops up. It just doesn't quite carry. Well, that gets Bhatti off the duck, so we're probably safe to show this now. Speaking of the James Bond theme, have a look at this. We've got Rico's new friend here, and he's told us that this is James Pond.
James Pond. That's the name, James Pond. We had a...
Doesn't look that intimidating, though. Wow, it's not a ball from Manwani, so he's having a good day, isn't he? I think sometimes your batting form translates into bowling form for all-rounders. He's looking very confident, feels like it's his day. And Sagar would be proud of the effort that he's putting into his shirt as well. It's the cutter again. Could be another one. It is. Ishan. He's a ball magnet at the moment. And it's going to be Ansar that's the next one to go. So the Reds are on the ropes at 72 for 5.
Well, Ishan, he's... I've been saying it, he's a great catcher of the ball, and this time round, he's so quick to pick it. There he is, he knows where the cameras are as well. He gets into position so quickly. This is hit pretty hard, it's pretty flat. He gets into a position, and look, the key thing is there, when he gets into that position, he holds that position. He's firm, he's solid, he's not moving. Takes the catch, good catch, another one goes.
He should be holding 3 fingers up each hand, because that's his 3rd catch. But one thing I'll say about Ishan, he's got good catching technique. We see all kinds of weird and wonderful and not so wonderful techniques, don't we, in European cricket? But his fingers are kind of all working together. He's making a nice catching surface and surface area. Mahmood, who's into the side, is going to start with 4. Just leans on this one up and over the top. So a confident start for him. Expected score, it's gone down to 116 now, but in a player like this, Mahmood, starting well, and it also gets the fielding captain thinking, doesn't he? Because he's looking offside to that offside delivery.
Yeah, comes into the side for this one. Didn't play the first match. It's a nice start, boundary. Manwani, though, ball to go in his spell, 2 for 9. Can he pick up another?
Nice ball then for Manish. In the air, another one that drops so close to the fielder. But Manwani, brilliant spell. He separated his overs, but both of them were good in their own right. He finishes 2 for 10, and it's walking 6, 77 for 5 after 7. Of course, we've talked about the fact that there's 19 days to go until the ECL. Why don't we have a look at some of the teams that we'll see? All right, come on. Rico, you choose this. You choose.
I think Group D is going to be interesting. We've got obviously the reigning champions. We also have 2 teams from France, Paris University Club as well. And then you've got Empire and Byron and Ljubljana. How about Empire? What do you know about Empire?
Empire, obviously the Finns are a side that actually got a bit of ECN history. As we see a big swing and a miss to start the over. So, I mean, we actually covered the Finnish Premier League as our first tournament after the lockdown in 2020. And Empire, I think they won that one back then. Well, they won the ECS we did there later in the year. We did a T10 series. Yeah, but Empire have their work cut out for them in Group D. So it's not going anywhere too quickly. But just looking at their squad, just they've got some good players like John Skamans, the keeper and batter we've seen for Finland. Also, they've got Jordan O'Brien, who's got a guy with first grade cricket experience in Australia that has also recently qualified to play for the national team. In the air, well, guess who? Get there! Oh, he does, and he can't put it down. It would have been 4 for Ishan. I was saying they've been getting easier for him, but that one wasn't easy at all. It was a tough one, but a chance nonetheless.
It's a tremendous effort, and many a player wouldn't have got anywhere near this. He's diving forward, the hardest ones to take, and I think he just can't get it into the palm of his hands. Great effort.
Snehith Reddy, the bowler here. Good length, gets it full. Hey, so just looking there, this is actually a really fun squad they've got. Because all the Australians are going to love them because they've got Nathan Collins, who's captained Finland a lot. You know, and Peter Gallagher with his crazy leg spin. He's a real character, Gallagher. So he's in there as well. Who else? They got Amjad Share the Wild Thing on their squad. Man, it's a pretty good squad. Finland end up making it to the top 3 in their group at the ECC. All right, Naresh right back to the wall. Can't get there. Maximo Bhatti gets his first. I know that in the chat, Men in Blue was saying they thought maybe Bhatti would open. Well, he opens his Maximo account with a shot over the offside.
Yeah, well, 2 batters out there at the moment have shown that they are capable of finding and going past the boundary rope. So that's a good sign, but they need something to happen because that expected score around 112 at the moment. Oh, that's a beauty. Beautiful delivery. Yeah, entices the batter to come out. And it's slightly slower as well. Rolls the fingers on it and gets it right. Great ball.
Mahesh Tambe. A lot of national team players in that Empire CC squad. 84 for 8 here. 84 for 5, I should say, after 8. And 110 expected at the moment. So Men in Blue doing a good job. Even missing a couple of key players. I mean, obviously they're missing the bowling and the batting of Balu.
Yeah.
Someone like an Omar Ali as well who can bowl, bat and keep. So... you need to have that squad mentality, I think, when you've got 18 games in a European Cricket Series. Yeah, Raz Mohammed, this is a good squad. I mean, they're almost looking at the Finnish national side here. So, Empire back on ECN after a bit of a break. Because I don't think we've managed to do an ECS there in Finland since 2020. So, there's a nice ground in Finland as well, the Kerava cricket ground. And, yeah, the good thing is there you can play till late in the summer months because you can have a night series there without any lights.
While you got that up, what's the score then for Pakake Badalona? Because we are in Spain. They, of course, are the Spanish champions that we play. Is that up there? Because there were some rumours that were floating around when I was in Cyprus about an addition going into their squad.
I can confirm them.
Okay,
I can confirm some rumours there because
who have they
I know what you're going to say. I actually already called this, but they're 2 wild cards: a DDC, Daniel Dorkaya, and Sebastian Bratt.
Okay, that was what I was hearing.
Spanish and the Dutch skippers,
Yeah. Of course, 2 guys that, of course, played together.
At Hermes.
Yeah.
In the Netherlands. But let me look at their squad here that they've listed. They've listed Abid Mahboob, who's playing this series. Ali Ahmed, He's here. Asad Rabani, Asad Abbas, Hassan Ali, Jafar Raza, the young left armour in the squad. This is a squad of 14. And then some of the kind of tried and true big names: Muhammad Atif, Muhammad Barbar, Muhammad Isan, Muhammad Mochim is in there. Sakib Ali, Sebastian Bratt as a wild card, and Sikandar Ali. So, you know, pretty experienced squad. I mean, it's a tough thing, Pakakare. Obviously, having to dig into their squad a bit more in this ECS because obviously a lot of players have to take leave from work for that ACL, and they're planning not to just play 3 days. They're planning to play the 3 and then obviously the championship week. Right now, it's a pretty good holding job being done. Bharti just the 1 shot in anger, and Mahmood started with a 4. He's been quietened since then. Naresh Kumar's come back in the 9th, and Catalunya Red looking a little bit light on. 8 balls remaining. Need something to happen here, the Reds. And we'll get the wide call. Naresh not happy.
Ooh, this is a close one, you know. This is what Naresh Kumar tries to do a lot of the times. Does he sneak this in? Nah, it's a good call. No. Over the line.
It's a good teapot by Naresh, but it's definitely a wide, straight over the line. But Reddy did a good job last over. Just went for that 1-6, but he had just a single apart from that in the whole over.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Oh, wow.
A little bit of chin music. Oh, now they're calling this a wide. I don't know about this. I don't think this is over the head, and it's still live. The ball is going back with the forward. Oh, it's all happening here. I tell you what, it's this time. It's got to be run out here. Oh, it's craziness. They're seeing red out there in the middle. Catalunya Red. It's, well, there's a red mist about this. Oh, it's all happened here.
Wow.
First of all, it's I
still don't see. I mean, it was almost going to knock his head off, so I didn't see it being over his head. Let's have a look. Oh, I don't know if
it's not over the head.
That doesn't feel like it. Anyway, what happens here? Tuwari throws, hits the stumps, but he's quite clever because Tuwari knows when the ball comes back, the bails are off, he has to knock the stumps over. And he makes no mistake about it. Look at this. He grabs it and then goes, poof. And, yeah, that's that. Run out. Yeah, let's have a look at this. The height. I still don't...
Nah, it's
no, yeah, maybe.
But he's leaning backwards. He's standing upright in his position.
It's a 50-50 call, I'll give you that. But I want to go back. Can we go back to Tuwari if we get another chance?
I think
just
we're ready to go.
Demolishing the stumps because he knows he has to knock them over.
That's one we got to see.
That was like Mike Tyson.
That was a delivery and a half from Kuma.
Wow. Felt like about 7 people touched that before it was run out. What was happening with the running anyway? Yeah.
This is going to be just a 1 match. Shout to catch it, but Reddy's quite happy just to stop the boundary here, not commit himself.
What happened to the running? How many even run? They get 1, and then they think about, they get 2, then Bharti's keen, and he just gets no eye contact and just a quick stop sign from Mahmood. And that's what happened. This will be 4 though, so they've got to try and make hay while the sun's shining. Well, have a look at that. Rinku, pressing for a spot in the 11 with some Panther light. Well, was that really Rinku down there? Anyway, that'll be the end of the over. It's 97 for 6. I was saying that in the battle of ball versus Rinku, the ball has a big advantage if you're going to go back to the stats. But that time, Rinku looking very sprightly over there. That's what sitting down for 9 overs will do for you. 2 for 10, Manwani's been brilliant. But really all the bowlers have played their part. Wickets for Reddy, Gagandeep Singh and Naresh Kumar. And Masan's over went for 11. And they're not going to go back to him. They're going to go to the Shampoo Swami Atul Kesar in the 10th over. So a bit of spin.
Kesar checks his field. The thing with him is pitch it up. When he pitches short, they get after him. Float it up. You got your field set. Don't be afraid to give it a bit of height. That's what I say. The batter who is going to be facing is going to be Sharul Chauhan. Who's just got out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a state that.
Do you reckon he's just keeping him honest there? All right, that's going to be an ill-directed delivery. Rinku's back again. Well, someone has put it on a Rinku mask on the bench. He's taken that to his right.
Good shot.
Yeah. Kesar, probably one of the few balls that he's kind of let stray onto the leg stump. Yeah, there's been a few crazy things going on. Walks at it and he gets 6. Maximo! Yeah, and that's almost taken out Tyrone. I don't think he was watching 100%. And, Tyrone, he doesn't attempt too many catches. He's too busy trying to trying to steady the ship over there. Kesar just gives a little bit too much length, and Otara didn't see much of that, looking straight into the sun.
Interesting that, I mean, you got Ishan Patel in the side. Has he bowled yet?
No, not today.
I know he's not bowled today, but has he bowled for them?
I think he bowled a little bit.
Because he's normally, I mean, he can go for runs, but he's always takes wickets. But
Too valuable at long on.
Kesaris this. Well, what a good over this could turn out to be for Catalunya Red at the moment. There's 2 boundaries, and now that will be a minimum. That's 15 of just 2 balls.
Yeah, things have gone a little bit awry for Kesar. I'm not sure he's actually going to be in Spain for the entirety of this tournament, so he's just trying to get an over in here, but more lowlights than highlights so far.
No highlights and no here, by the way.
No, it's one of the more magnificent hairdos that we've seen, and we've seen a few. I'm going to think, name your favourite hairdos in European cricket. That's a random question for later. I'll give you one straight away. This is up and out of here as well. So that's going to bounce onto the forbidden cube, Maximo, as this one's gone magical. And we're only halfway through. In fact, Naresh Kumar might lose his record. 40 off his over. Right now, this is on 42 pace.
Well, I tell you what, we could have a supersonic finish here. It was a strange choice to go with Kesar. When you afterwards have a look at that bowling scorecard, there was a lot of options available. I don't think Kesar was the one I would have gone for. And they used him, don't forget, to bowl the last over in the last match as well. And that didn't go very well either. This one is going from bad to worse. It's another wide. Oh dear, Kesar, he's got the lurgies here.
I got a question from Chris, and I think it's about where the pitch is positioned. Uh-oh, that one is flying as well, and that's out of the ground. This time, Tyrone. Oh, he tries to take it one hand. Who's there? Was that Nawaz? Ends up picking it up. Well, Maximo time. This is turning out to be an horrendous last over. Just going back to Chris's question. I'm here. Yeah, I just think he let it hit the ground there, Tyrone. We'll give him benefit of the doubt. The pitch hasn't been moved during this tournament. I think before the tournament it might have been in a slightly different position. That's why there's other markings, but it definitely hasn't moved since we've been here. Uh-oh, this will go supersonic now. There's 29, there's 30, and there's 32 off this over with a ball to go. So, yeah, you talk about your last over horror show. Keesa's in the middle of it right now, and it's Chowan, 27 off 6. What a contribution this is.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that this ball, if it's not a wide, it could be going to the boundary as well. 32 of the over. They'll get to the 130. There you go.
Well,
thank you very much.
38 off the over. That one disappears, abracadabra. And 135 turns out to be almost an average score. So I'd say, if you say average is 139, we know that 140 is the average batting first. They almost get there, and if this does turn out to be a thriller, we'll look back at that over, and the Men in Blue fans won't be too happy about it because, yeah, that went 4-6, 5 wide, 6 wide, 6, 4, 6. It's not a tennis score. It was the 10th over from the Shampoo Swami. As we look at the highlights, it was a different story first up. Manwani put the screws on early as Men in Blue created chances, took their catches more importantly, and had Catalunya Red off the ropes before they threw a few punches back towards the end.
Yeah, catching was good, you have to say. That was a good one. That was taken there earlier from Gagadik. And then, of course, it was the Ishan show who took 3 very good catches. But, yeah, I was giving the thumbs up as well. And that was a good shot there as well on the swivel. So, Abid Hussain, after getting a duck in the first match, he was keen to show what he could do. Play some nice shots, got to 17. And then, well, it was Ishan time. That was a really good catch first up, as he got the wicket there for Ijaz Ahmed for just 12. Here's another one. And this one, a great catch as well. I didn't think anybody was going to get there. Nobody was ready, apart from Reddy himself. But he was ready because he had the shades on. And Rickett was ready as well. He did a lot of work out there in that part of the ground, running backwards and forwards. I think he did more work than he did when he was actually playing the first match. But the thing was, and when you have a look at the bowling figures, there's some really good figures here. I think Reddy bowled very well, just went for about 21. Another catch from Ishan, by the way. So did the captain, Naresh Kumar. Manish Mamwani was sensational. Well, that was his second at that time. But I think that last over, don't, Catalunya Red, don't count them out here. You'd expect the Men in Blue, despite that horrendous last over, still to get these. But if they don't, that last over is going to be the matter of winning or losing for me, without doubt. I mean, this was spicy. And what a bit of action this was. It wasn't one. They said we'll have two. And one of the batters was keen. That was Barty to get 3. Well, Barty, well, he wanted to have a party, but it was no party because he's going to have to go. Or maybe he has a party later if Captain Red can be victorious in this one. The action just kept coming thick and fast. And then, well, Chauhan got out there and, well, he took the bowler right at the end there, Kesar, apart. And Kesar and he didn't help himself by bowling that down the leg side. Well, that was a minimo. The over would go for 38. So a supersonic finish from the Catalonia Red. Well, they were all the way through this innings. They started off with an expected score around about 129. It went lower, lower, and lower. And then all of a sudden, they ended up with a score which was never on the cards, 135. And I think that hurts Men in Blue. I just had a look at the body language. I mean, up until that last over, they were up and about, they were smiling. I think the captain thought, yeah, I'll give it to Kesar, even if it goes for 15 or so. We're all right. We're doing pretty good. But when they walked off after it went for 38, they were a little bit dejected. Chauhan, 33 of just 7 deliveries there at the end. And apart from that, you can see there was a 20 there from Karandeep Singh. He was brilliantly caught by Ishan Patel. Other than that, no real bats really got going. So they definitely needed that over from Atul Kesar. It was a strange choice though, wasn't it? Because then we got Kesar in the last match. When he bowled the last over, he went for, I think, 18 of that one as well. I get the feeling, I know it's a horrible thing to say, I think that Naresh Kumar, the captain, was thinking about giving an opportunity to Kesar, give him a bowl. So he feels he played a part in the match. That could come back and bite them, it really could. So we're going to see another run chase here, 136 required this time for the Men in Blue. That's coming up in about 10 minutes' time. You're watching the European Cricket Network. We are in Spain. You're watching the European Cricket Series in Spain, Barcelona. I'm Rico Fool. Alongside me is Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back to talk you through the reply from Men in Blue in 10 minutes' time. Join us back there.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Baseball Ground here in Barcelona. And, well, a ground that is well known for the cricket now. We've been coming here for several years. 94 is the number that we have to keep in mind here. That's the bonus point equation. So if this score is reached in 7 overs by the batting side, well, they will take away all the points. And if they're able to do that, they can see them really elevate themselves at the top of the standing so far in the group. Whereas Catalonia Red, well, they want to restrict them to not just getting to that 135, but if they can restrict them to below 94 in the 10 overs, then they have a chance of picking up all the points. But the main thing I think Catalonia Red want to be doing here is at least get the win. So he's going to be the captain. Imran Sandal is not messing around. He's going to open with the ball, coming around the wicket. And it's going to be a wicket straight away. It will be. It is going to be Naresh Kumar, the captain. He's going to go for a royal duck. A royal duck with a little bit of royalty. Time for some royalty in Barcelona. Well, we saw the Prince yesterday, but now it's time to see some more royal. Gets a snick on this. I mean, he's lucky in a way here because the umpire has to give the decision. The batter doesn't work, but look where he is. He ends up right in front of the umpire. Now, the umpire hears it, sees the catch taken, so gives it. But he would be well right not to give it if he didn't want it because he couldn't see it. Anyway, there's the royal duck. And a little bit of royalty here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. Naresh Kumar puts himself to the top of the order and gets a royal duck. It's a golden for him. This is the way it goes. And this is why I say, people, if you're an opening bat, then open Naresh Kumar. We didn't see him bat in the last game. He wants to have a bat here. The captain-to-captain battle. And it is Imran Sandal that gets his man. Well, he's up and about already, isn't he? There's a new batter comes out, and it is Sanif Reddy who comes to face the next delivery, the second ball of the innings. Imran Sandal this time, he comes over the wicket to bowl to the left-hander who hits it well, straight to the fielder, no run. Hold on to it. Look at Imran Sandal. Have we got this on camera from the bowler? Oh, no, Imran Sandal, now he's hurt himself. He bowls well. He says to the fielder, don't throw it in. Don't throw it in. In the end, they do throw it in, and he hurts his hand. Oh, we haven't got it. Oh, yeah, that's a pity. Anyway, it looks like he's okay. And now he bowls a short one, and he gets a swivel on this. Good. That's Sanif Reddy. Oh, he goes. I think this is going to have to check whether this does go all the way or not. Let's have a look. I get the feeling it probably does. Let's see. And no, just short. So 4 runs, first boundary. Imran Sandal just drops a little, not that short, I have to say, but just a tad short. And it gets put away. Well, what a start. And once again, just keep that last over in the back of your mind. It's high. Oh, it's through the fingers of the fielder. What an opportunity that was. And not the best of deliveries, but he hits it flat, not able to get underneath it. Watch this again, hits it flat, but through the fingers of the fielder. That's an opportunity. That one could come back and haunt them. Reddy dropped on 4. And now change to the field here. They're both men that allowed back go on the leg side. And oh, it's not the fielders. Yeah, I can see what the batter's thinking here. As Imran's coming into bowl, the fielder's still coming into the, I think he makes it into the ring, so no issues off the umpire. The umpire's calling a no ball because he's inside, but he's still moving around a fair bit, and the batter's not ready, so that would be called a dead delivery. Dead ball. They're ready, not ready. Yeah, come on everybody, get in there. Dot ball. Nicely taken there by Abid Hussain. And now, just trying to keep his guys cool and calm and focused. And This one is far down leg side. Once again, good take from the keeper. I like the movement behind the stumps from Abid Hussain. He's not just going with it with his arms. He's getting that little shuffle across, isn't he? Sideward movement. Get into the right area. Hey, while I'm on here, you know, I always like to mention some of the dates that we have, and this could be another, could it? He does fish as it does ready. He does have a fish. Look at this, he's sort of dangling, and he's very close to getting there. It's a good take low down. So what an exciting start. There's 9 for 1. The end of the first, well bowled by Imran. Yeah, so today, a very important day, I think, International Girls and Women's in Sports Day. It's a day which is all about breaking the gender and stereotypes built around the sports industry. So, yeah, a very big, important day. And I'm proud that we on the European Cricket Network take that very seriously. And, of course, especially with the ECCW and ECIs, of course, don't forget here in Barcelona, we will see some women's international cricket as well. And, yeah, going bigger and better all the time. Of course, the European Cricket Championships, where the Women's Championship will be later on in the year again. We started that with the first event last year, just 5 teams, and looking to double that this time round. It's a big day for women in sport, as Johan, who was, well, the master blaster, he took Kesar apart, didn't he? And that last over, he comes on the bowl. 33 of just 7 deliveries. So is he the man who's got the Midas touch here for Catalonia Red? Okay, Johan Kaligutla face his first delivery. And it's a good delivery, well pitched up. It gets well played though. Kaligutla had to play that straight, and he does. And strike over now to Reddy. Shahrul Chauhan. Reddy, the left-hander. Let's see if he can get it right straight away. Once come round the wicket. Reddy's he's been lucky, remember, was dropped on 4. Oh, well, nobody's catching this. This is out of here. Adios, Pelota. Well, this one is going downtown Barcelona. And if you are downtown Barcelona later on this afternoon, people, if you do see some of our Grizzlies, can we have them back, please? That'll go all the way down the hill. Yeah, we're at the Montjuic area of Barcelona. Montjuic means it was Jewish hill, Jewish settlement it was. We're about some 178 metres above sea level here, so when those balls go down, they go down a long way. That's well bowled. He just holds back the shot ready here. I think he looks to want to play aggressively and attack it, but decides at the last moment that he needs to respect it and pushes it out for a single. Kaligutla gets back on strike. Worked away onto the onside, so keeping this interesting. I mean, that rate is around about 14 at the moment, and I think if you're any more than that per over required, things start to get a little bit uncomfortable. So right at the moment, Catalonia Red looking to get another good tie over in here. Chipped up in the air, just wide of the outstretched hand of the fielder. Shub should have no problem with this one, and he lets the ball just hit him on the foot. He can't go attacking this, otherwise he might have got into trouble with the fielders trying to get there. So 4 runs, they needed that boundary really to stop the ball going, to stop the score, I should say, going too far ahead, the rate that we're talking about. So last ball of the over, 13 from it so far from Chauhan. It's not been a bad over though. And, well, that's, see, just trying to sneak this one in. One thing I've noticed here about the keeper here, Abid Hussain, he's very much like a sort of typical all-day game sort of keeper. So every time he gets the ball, he's always passing it to the fielder near to him. And I just get the feeling, if I'm out there as a batter, if you're alert enough, you could often, as soon as the ball goes to him, sort of say, come on, we'll take one, because I think he's going to pass it on rather than be watching what's happening with the action. Oh, this one is going to be an interesting call from the umpire. He gives it. Now, this is one, my first impression straight away is I'm going to say out. I'd like to see it again. So if I'm standing the umpire, I'm saying out. But when you look at it, it's sort of leg stumpish. But I think it hits him fully. Goes back, and where's the line of this? Does it? Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to go back and say, when I go back and look at it, remember what I said? I would be giving this out. But I think when I go back and look at this now, I'll be going to the bat, and I think I got it slightly wrong. I think this pitch is outside the, yeah, it does. Remember, folks, now, the umpires don't get a chance to see this, and I just said it on air live. If I'm umpiring and I see that, I'm saying, yeah, I think you're going to go, because I thought the ball was pitching on and hitting leg stick. But when you look at it again, it's just pitching outside the line of leg stick. So one of the laws of the game, normally not out. Umpires don't have the beauty of being able to see the replay, so it's going to be a little bit unlucky. There's going to be another wicket, so Reddy is going to go 23 for 2 at the end of 2. Manish Manwani, the man who was the not-out batter and the hero of the last win, 53 of 18, now comes in to join Kaligatla, who slices this completely wrong, gets the pull shot wrong. Yeah, so Reddy, went for 19 of 9 LBW. We feel that he was probably a little bit unlucky there, but a tight call. And I think a lot of people would agree when you're looking that first time, you probably think, yeah, I think he's out. With this one, it should be out as well. He's dropped. He has no idea with this. Here's the fielder. Oh, yaar, topi paiya, apniya handcuff tupdiyan vi paiya, a ball to this pave. Doesn't see it. He runs all around it, puts it down. He still can't find it. And then he's saying to himself, how did I miss that? The fact is that you did. That's a big opportunity. Now, Kaligatla, a little bit like Reddy on 4. Kaligatla now gets dropped on 2. Mamwani now facing his first delivery. They know that this one is key. And you don't bowl there to a man who's just scored a half century. He's a left-hander. He loves it there. It's short. It's down the leg side. Thank you very much. Boom. Shaka lagya. Well, not the best of deliveries this from Imran Sandal. Fair play to Imran though. I like the fact that he's come on to bowl his third over. But he's bowling badly to the lefty. It's another bad delivery. It's going to be 4 more runs. Manish Manwani is probably saying, yeah, thank you very much. You can keep these coming just where they are. I think it was Chauhan, by the way, that did put the catch down as well. So the hero could be the villain. Dropping Kaligatla. Kaligatla's yet to make his mark, though, in this match. He hasn't really hit a boundary as such. So at the moment, it's not too an expensive drop. The man they want is the man batting at the moment. And now he gets a no-y. Wow. Well, Imran Sandal says, well, if you're going to hit me for 2 boundaries, I'm going to knock you down. The problem is, he does it with an illegal delivery. Oh, yeah, well, this is right at the head of Manish Manwani. And Manwani, probably, you see here, he says, oh, my God, this is lasered into me. He checks that he's still got the lid on. Oh, well, that's a nasty one. So, free hit now coming up. And Imran Sandal gets a little bit of a warning there from the umpire, quite rightly so. All right, the license to go the full Monty for Manwani. And he gets a slow, juicy one. It's going to be 4. I thought for a moment it was going to be another one. I reckon Manwani thought it was another one coming to his head as well, because I think he's flinched here. He starts to shake and he said, hang on a minute. There you go. There's a little shake. Then he says, nah, I can have this one. It's a slower delivery. And I think that one is okay because he is down. I think if he's upright in his crease, that's probably going to be lower than the waist. 4 runs, puts it away. Better delivery, but still goes to the boundary, so not the best of overs this. And that's magical. It's a magical one, 20 off it. All happening here at the moment. So here's Manish Mawani going to hold the key again to another victory. 20 coming off that, a magical over. 43 for 2. Let's have a look how the power plays compare. You can see that, like in the first match, Men in Blue, I think in this point in the first contest, they were some 20 runs ahead. You can see here, still they're ahead by some 10 runs or so, so they need things to happen. And looks like they're going, are they going back to Chauhan? Looks like they are. Chauhan, of course, the man who was guilty of putting Kaligutla down, and now he gets a chance maybe to pick up his wicket. So no changing from Imran. He's sticking with the 2 openers to bowl themselves out. Got other options, of course. So Wazirat Ali in the side as well. Could be pretty key. Okay, Kaligutla hasn't really got going yet. And, well, this one is a fielder out there, can't stop it. It's one of those where you just got to say, this is going to hit me, it's going to hurt me, but I've got to save the boundary. And I think he sort of sidesteps this and says, no, that's too spicy for me. I don't like it. It's 4 runs. It's been absolutely walloped, by the way. It's a good, powerful shot. Gets 4 runs to the first boundary to Kaligutla. And I think the bowler immediately looks at the captain saying, can I change him, please? Captain says no. The chopper's still flying around, by the way. Edge gone. Yep, and that's a good comeback for Chauhan. Chauhan gets his man. Well, after dropping him, he dropped him on 2, remember, and it was a straightforward chance. He gets it outside the off. It's a good comeback. No mistakes from the wicketkeeper Hussain. And Chauhan has his man. Kaligutla will go. Swings hard. And sometimes we say that fortune favours the brave, but not for Kaligutla, as he gets edge onto this. Straight to the keeper, no mistakes. Chauhan, well, maybe he is. Man who's got the golden touch, so that will be the end. Kaligutla, it's disappointing from him, just 7 of 6 deliveries. Now it's time to see Gagandeep. Now this guy didn't hang around last time, did he? Smashed 26 of 11. And he's not hanging around this time either. That one is going to sail all the way over. Balle, 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 ginna sona, que guay, que genial, que grande eso golpe. And that's his first. And he says, thank you very much. 6 runs. Well, that's a hit hard. Sails over. A good start. So the 50 on the board here. 53 for 3. Chauhan again. And okay, there's nobody back there. It's a clever delivery. He doesn't go full and straight. A little bit slower outside the up, but unfortunately hasn't got the field that he needs for this. There it goes into the vacant 3rd man area. 1 bounce, 4 runs. You've got to feel a little bit for the bowler, Chauhan. Gagandeep. Well, 6 and 4 all together now. Hungry for more. Another man who's hungry for more action here on the last day for him for a few days while he goes on vacation. Joins me in the cube. It, of course, is Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, nice to be back. Men in Blue up to the races here. Both teams getting their depth tested in this game. So it's kind of a battle of the middle orders. Yeah, Naresh probably said, okay, I'll go up to the top of the order. Not giving anyone else a go. He got greeted with a Royal Derek, didn't he? That's the luck factor. Yeah. I mean, you miss that. That's fine. Cricket's one of the only games we seem to get penalised for getting closer to the ball. If he doesn't edge that, who knows? Might be still there and cracking it around. As it is, they're marginally ahead. Men in Blue. Charwin is having a pretty good game. This one takes off. There's been a couple of them that have taken off. Naresh Kumar himself got one to really take off that it ended up being actually a crazy run out. But anyway, that'll be the end of the 4th over. It's 57 for 3. Why don't we say hello to a few people in the chat, including Dave B. Of course, great to have your thoughts. And the LBW, I think bit of a harsh one on Reddy, but I think you nailed it at the time. You only get one look at it as the umpire. Yeah. You know, even you said
I put my hand
live
up, yeah.
on. You said, yeah, you know, I would have been happy to give that. So you can only give what you see, and you know, humans are humans, and it wasn't a real shocker. It's just one that I think when you look at the replay, it's pretty clear that it pitched outside leg stump. Anyway, that's cricket, I suppose. And that might not be cricket for much longer with technology going the rate it is.
Yeah, it's so hard though, isn't it? Because to see something like that first up, I mean, the WA umpire, he's looking at so many things.
Yeah.
And the one thing he's thinking, yeah, I think it's full. The batter, you see the batter clearly going right back into his stumps. I think it's full. Hit him on the back foot. Yeah, it's got to be gone. But of course, it was the line. It was just outside the off. Well,
oh, look who's lurking. Shub with a clipboard type fielding. He's fine on the bounce. That'll be 4 runs. Manwani, he's been pretty confident on the offside today. Shub just basically staring down the fielder, Chowan, who was coming toward him at a rate of knots. Shub would have been pretty good as a matador in the old days. Just kind of with the red rag. Torro.
yeah, sure. Anyway, the bowler after that boundary. And
Tell you what, if I was the fielder there, Shub's going flying. I'm going straight at him. Anyway, Ansar, not impressed with the result. Going for 4 first ball, and now he's going to get hit into the gap, and this is going to be 4. They've had a few of these kind of awkward length balls in front of the fielders, haven't they? The Catalonian Red outfielders. This one, I mean, he should be able to make it kind of sideways wise, but it's that meter in front. It's so difficult to predict what it's going to do.
Yeah, and Manish Manwani just backing himself, isn't he? He's just saying, no, I'm gonna be assertive. I'm gonna back myself to get every ball away. If you're going to bowl there to him, whether he hits it out the middle or not, it's going to be runs. And he's had about 3 deliveries, hasn't he, which have been short down the leg side, which, well, is left-hander's paradise, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. It's just a bit of a gimme ball, isn't it, to Manwani? But Manwani's kind of forced Akil to bowl a bit straighter to him because he has been so good on the offside. So he's just giving the bowler something to think about. Hey, Dave B's got a question for me. I'll get to it in a second. Yeah, probably a bit of a loose shot this time from Manwani. Didn't have to run at it. I don't know if this is a wide, I think it's a good call. Maybe we'll see it on the replay. But Manwani, he charges and he also goes a bit leg side. So I think that when it passes the line, it's okay. Good umpiring there. Bad bowling though. That's going to be 4 as well. Bit all over the shop, isn't the answer at the moment? Man in blue, just keeping ahead of that rate. 4 carreras más. Dave had a question. Where am I off to tonight? Well, I'm not going anywhere tonight. I think tomorrow I'm going to head off. And I did promise my family I'd try and visit them a little bit more often because I used to kind of go back and forth pre-ECN days. And so I'll be going back. And I know that when I get back to Australia for about a week or so, I'll be telling everyone about ECL coming up. Which, fingers crossed, will be on Fox Sports down there. All right, goes for this, and it's flying back, and out of here. Maximo. Manwani having some kind of a day, isn't he, Rico? He's really stepped up for the men in blue, and he sends that one into the deep blue sky.
Yeah, it's another magical over. Goes for 22. So Akil Ansar just couldn't get his line right. So 79 now, and 3 wickets down.
Looking cool in your Dr. Full jacket there. And that's our social media details. If you want to get in touch, that's probably the best way to do it, even though I can't guarantee we'll get back to you straight away. The best way to get in touch and get an immediate answer is to jump in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. But there's been some great highlights on European cricket on our social media. I know that in Australia, Stuart Clark even dropped us a mention after the ODI between Australia and West Indies finished pretty early. I think West Indies got rolled for 86 and I think Australia won with about 7 overs to spare. And he said something like, and this is just a direct quote, he said, if I wanted to watch any dodgy cricket, I would have just turned on the European League. And, yeah, I mean, any publicity is good publicity. Thank you, Stuart. Thoughts? Well, look, that's the thing. I suppose the best way to translate that is that, European cricket's an amateur sport. So he thought it was a bit of an amateur performance from the West Indies. We're not far off. This is in the air and it is caught just. And there were shades of Isham Patel in the first innings about that catch because Karandeep had to stretch and get up on his tiptoes. But he is going to rob men in blue of a Maximo. It'll be the end of Gangandeep, who is going to depart for 10, 79 for 4.
Karandeep sends back Karandeep. And, well, the two Sings in action. Well, one's going to be happy. That's going deep. One's going to be unhappy. He's going deep. Now, he's a good hitter of the ball, so he's going to have to go. There's still work to be done here. And it looks like maybe that's the... No, it's not the Ishan that's going on. That's
Masand?
Yeah, it looks like Sahil Masand. Now,
Sahil Masand.
another good batter. We know that he didn't play in the first match, but he's got 131 runs to his name already in this series. So he's a good guy to come in at this time. But remember, they've still got batting to come.
That's the thing. Their depth is getting tested, and you'd imagine they'd be up to this test. But anything can happen. Geez, that 38-run last over's looking costly potentially, but I mean, they still should do this. Good slow ball here from Mahmood. Just rolls the fingers on this one. Mahmood was into the side for this match. Didn't play the first one. Came up with some handy runs of his own in the first half. Masand just didn't quite get the timing on that. This will be a wide, and I don't think there's any edge on that, despite the histrionics of Ibn Hussain.
Liking this though from Mahmood. He's got good variations. There's slower delivery first up to Masand, who missed and played, totally missed it, and then the quicker one fires it in quicker. So, yeah, liking this from Mahmood. Something different.
He's not afraid to slow it right down. Masand, third time lucky. He will cut a 4. So, nice one for him to get going. It's good shot selection. Again, he kind of wants to come forward, but he just kind of checks himself, rocks back onto the back foot, and gets just enough to get 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, so he has to go and play on the back foot, because one thing this wicket will do for the slow bowlers, give them a bit of assistance with bounce. So coming forward, you sometimes don't get to the beef of the ball, so rock back and play the cut, and it plays that well.
Yeah, and this pitch is slow enough to give you that chance to make the adjustment. It's pretty well bowled by Mahmood. Again, you're seeing the keeper back a bit.
Yeah.
Just, I think I'd be tempted to run at him, to be honest, especially with no mid-wicket. You can always drag it that way, but Mahmood's pretty wily. Big number 0 on his back. And that's what he does. He goes forward and he gets enough. Maximo as Masand. Yeah, he just knows he can come forward with immunity here. And he does turn it into a drivable length and puts it up and out of the park. Good shot.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. I think you could feel that he was waiting for this delivery. I think that one was in his zone. He gets it well. So 11 of the over, ball to go.
Well, is that like the spinner's version of a bouncer?
Did he appeal there? I think he actually turned round to the umpire.
How's
and
that?
Polite appeal, not out. Not out.
Wouldn't be wasting a review on it, put it that way. 90 for 4 after 6. What's the equation here? 46 off 24, so 11.5 and over. Men in blue are ahead, but Catalonia Red, you feel like they're just one really good over with the ball away from kind of bringing it back into parity. So if they can pull out an over here that maybe is, 6 or less, just really get on top, probably get the wicket of Manwani in there as well.
Yeah.
So this is certainly not a foregone conclusion at the moment. The scorecard here, Hisham Patel and Badaka, recognised batters still to come. Yeah, Tiwari's not the worst either with the bat. But pretty good on the extras in this inning so far, just 3 wides and a no ball. Anytime I think you're less than 1 and over in those extra deliveries, I think you're doing okay. Manwani won't reach this one. We called a wide as Zain Aslam is having a pretty good series with the ball. Comes back in over number 7.
Good to see that Manwani this time he's not chasing at this one. He just leaves it going. I mean, he probably feels that he's the key again. Remember, it scored a half century first time round, 53 of 18, pair the match performance, and looking to repeat that again here. But yeah, he's got to be the big wicket that you want to take here at the moment.
Definitely. And he's given a few kind of dodgy shots in there as well, hasn't he, Manwani? But a lot have been in the middle. It kind of whips this one, manipulates it with his wrists and gets a single. Well, bowled by Aslam. Again, that's the length, which I think when bowlers have got it right, we just have seen more normal scoring rates, not the crazy stuff that we see here in Barcelona.
Yeah, now he's got to adjust the line to the right-hander as Masand gets ready to face the next one. Very busy captain. Imran always moving players around.
All right, low full toss, and it's going to disappear. Maximo. So Massan showing that power with the bottom hand. And this isn't a very easy ball to put away, the low full toss, but he gets plenty of it. And I suppose that is the risk of when you do go full. It's got its own risks, doesn't it? Because full toss sometimes does disappear as well.
Good, clean striker of the ball, and like the way that the bat comes all the way back round and ends up going right over around the shoulder, which means he hits it all the way through.
Yeah, run hard here. Well, one of them might. That'll be a single. And Man in Blue up to 99. So, yeah, needing that kind of 10 or 11 and over, just that 1, 6 and over takes the pressure off. It means you can kind of just knock up the rest. You don't have to really go looking for the big shot. It just kind of came naturally to Massan, and now Manwani will get the strike back. Yeah, so protecting that, yeah, let's say 10 or 11 and over. Aslam's gone for 9 now in the first half of this over. Manwani cracks it. Great shot. Maximo. This time the length is dropped back slightly, and Manwani, 47, was on track for back-to-back 50s on the 10th morning of this tournament.
Yeah, that is a really good shot. I mean, it's a sort of, it reminds you of, when you're out there, you're just doing some hitting practice, and you say, right, okay, just keep him there, just going to keep hitting through these. That was one of those. He's certainly showing that he's in good form.
Warming up for baseball. There's a lot of that. People just lob you the ball, and you just take a step and whack it. It's a lot of fun.
You're not using your hand warmers, surely, Vinny?
No, just recharging them.
Okay, that's all right. I was going to say. What, are you going back to some cold climate?
No, I had them in the morning. They're pretty handy in the morning. Let's warm my pockets. They're good though, the electronic hand warmers.
They are good. I have to say, they came
most thoughtful present ever.
They came into their own already this year.
Welcome. But Corey took them, and then he never came to Barcelona. He just pocketed them last year. He had something come up, unfortunately. Last ball of the over coming up. Aslam's gone for 16 in this over. Men in Blue have got it down below 10s now. That's a pretty good shot as well. That's into the gap, and it's over. Anyway, it's Maximo. Seis carreras más. Men in Blue, despite going for 38 in the last over, they look on track here. 7 overs in, 112 for 4. Hey, really looking forward to this afternoon session. We've got a bit of the old champs versus challengers, if you like, because we've got Royal Barcelona, who are undefeated in the tournament, the only team that are still undefeated, taking on Pakai Care, who have played the same amount of games, but only won half of them. And Royal Barcelona have been sent in by Pakai Care in match 39. So Pakai Care, they will be at ECL 24. They're the All-Spain T10 champions from last year. But Royal Barcelona are playing some great cricket right now. And look at their top 6 and 7. And Shahid Nazir listed at 9. I can't see him batting down there. They look pretty stacked. Yeah. So I don't know what the supercomputer's thinking, but I think Royals might even go favourites there, even with Pakai having like an Isan in there to open the batting, but he hasn't had a lot of help, to be honest, in there. That afternoon session will start in around about 35 minutes, and let's see if the Royals can stay undefeated.
Yeah, I was having a look at Pakai Barcelona and the batting, and one thing I noticed was not surprisingly, Mohamed Ishan is the top scorer. More on that after this delivery from Mahmood, who comes back and, well, he's going to be pumped out of the ground. Balle, balle, balle. Shaba, shaba. Everybody stand and applaud. He does it again. Half century in the match number 1 today in day 10. And in match number 2 as well, it's Manish Manwani who brings up another half century. Well batted. 54 this time off 15 deliveries. Yeah,
incredible morning's work, man. He's basically racked up 100 plus, 107 now without being dismissed. He gets tied up this time. Won't be LBW, but down to about a run of ball now. It's a fantastic effort.
Incredible.
I think, look, even he hasn't been perfect this morning, but I think that when he stayed still and just trusted his eye and trusted his power, he's had success, and there's that little bit of luck as well. This time he's going to drill it. Doesn't really time it down to long on, but he will get 1. So, sitting pretty at the moment. Have a look at this at the end. Oh,
well.
I was going to say, why would you take off your glove when there's no chance you're going to throw it? But obviously Abid Hussain knew something we didn't, because he spots Manwani coming and like, right. And then he basically dares him to throw it, maybe trying to go to throw for an overthrow.
Masand getting ready to face his field change. Yeah, more Pakake battle on it. Ishan, 260 runs. The next highest, Mohammed Atif on 98.
Well, that's going to be out of here. And that's got some legs. That could be out of everything. Almost. Maximo. And I think the height here isn't really an issue because he does charge. Might be worth a look, but this is baseball style, isn't it? Mahmood, who we know doesn't mind kind of tossing it up a bit. He gets it wrong that time and gave Masand a good look. Well, just 11 to win now. Wants to go again and does. Well, he does have genuine power, doesn't he? So Masand, he's dotting the I's and crossing the T's at the moment for Men in Blue. And Men in Blue giving the Reds the blues this morning. Looks like they're going to sweep the series 2-0.
Yeah, and well, that one's another one that ends up on the top of the nets. A good hit, good strike.
Hey, just quickly, this is a bit of a losing streak now. The Reds got absolutely poleaxed by Pac Barcelona on the weekend. Didn't take a point out of their 2 games. And although they'll get a point here, they're not going to get the win, as this will keep the game alive. But just 4 to win now. And it would be fitting if Manwani could finish it off.
Yeah, it's the end of the over, so it's going to be the non-strikers to start off with. So Mahmood, that over, not quite going to plan. There's another one that goes magical. That's been the issue. 3 magical overs in this inning so far. So 132 it is now for 4. They're almost there. And it looks like that disastrous last over from Kesai is not going to hurt them.
Yeah. Well, Kessa was hoping for a few highlights, I think. So I know he can't stay for the whole tournament. Well, he's on the end of some highlights. Put it that way. Masand can finish it off. 4 required. He won't finish it off here. And, they won't take on a bit of a risky run. So I should say this is my last day in the box for a little while, though I know that you and Georgie, you've got a couple of days off next week, so I should be covering those from the studio. I'll be setting up the studio. So I'll still be able to keep in touch, which is a cool little feature that we've added recently, just to give us a bit more flexibility in how we do things. So yeah, I'll be tuning in. Don't you worry about that.
It's a sort of mobile studio, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a mobile studio. It's like a pop-up studio. It's nice. Corey's been popping in occasionally as well. Well, it'll be game, set, Manish as he puts this one out of the ground. Maximo for Manwani, and what a day for him. He's actually going to finish with 114 runs without being dismissed, and actually he's only faced 35 balls in the morning as well. So that's a cracking pace.
Yeah.
Breakout morning with a bat for Manish. He also bowls well, and Men in Blue, they're going to do this with an over and a half to spare. And Red seeing red after that. This is what's coming up in around about half an hour's time. Royal Barcelona versus Pac Icare Barcelona. Pac Icare electing to chase, and that's because they won the toss. But they're going to have to sort out this Royal batting lineup, which has just continued to plunder runs in this series. Let's go back and look at this. It was the worst possible start, wasn't it? But I often say if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one, because Naresh got out the way, and that brought Snehith Reddy out. He played some nice shots. Kalagatla also was able to hit a boundary before he was dismissed. But then, yeah, it was Manwani time once again. His 60-odd making a big, big difference. And even though it looked like they might kind of come back to rue that decision, which I think pitches marginally outside the leg stump, it just meant that Men in Blue would get Manwani there. And look, they end up not really having to worry about the fact that the 10th over of the first innings went for 38. They do it fairly comfortably anyway.
Yeah, they do. And nice to know that the man you see on the screen there playing an array of beautiful shots around the ground. Manish Manwani, the youngster, 21 years old. He didn't let me down. I said it before the start of the day. I think he could be the key. He could be the key player in the 2 matches we're going to see here today. And he exactly was 2 half centuries. That takes some doing. It's not often that we see a batter that scores well in the first and the second match that they play. So he does well. He, well, you know, he's a talented player. I think he bowled. The other thing is he bowled well today as well.
Yeah, he really did. He moved the ball around. He zipped it around. Okay, had a couple of gifts. He unwrapped that one without too many problems at all. But yeah, that's a really good example. Just set himself deep in the crease. You know, picked his moments to come forward and attack. That was a really good catch, which made things a little bit interesting. Karandeep Singh had a pretty good morning as well, but Masan came to the crease, and again, the batters just kept on coming, didn't they? And in the end, well, they do it in the ninth. That all happens on the ninth. It was all over in the ninth. There's a couple of these last ones were pretty large indeed. You can see Nwanani just made good decisions about when to go forward and when to go back, and he normally did one or the other. So Masan put a few out of the ground towards the end, and Manish, he swung himself into the 60s and he swings Men in Blue to the win. So, yeah, just looking at this, obviously Reds, because they make a game of it in both of these, they'll take away 2 individual points, so they take 2 points out of the 8. But Men in Blue, it was their morning, wasn't it? And Manish was the man to finish it off, and it was nice that he got to do that.
Yeah, he did, and he was well supported. And look, also Sahil Masan just shows just how key he is in the side. Remember, he didn't play in the first match, didn't miss him too much, but he plays in this one. And well, when things were a little bit sticky, he goes out there and he scores good runs as well. I didn't even need the likes of Ishant Patel to go out this time. So they're another team that when you think of the other players to come into the side, Balu to come into it,
definitely.
and Omar Ali,
Sure.
they're another team that are really going to be serious contenders this time around.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think it's like changing of the guard, actually. If you look at the amount of players which are developing in this region, you wouldn't expect anything less. In the end, Men in Blue, 139 off 8.3, defeat Catalonia Red 135. So it's back to the drawing board for Red, who have now lost their last few matches, but they've still got time to recover. We'll be back here in around about 25 minutes to take you into the afternoon session and get the popcorn out, because this should be a good one. Royal Barcelona versus Pac Care when we return here to the Montjuic Olympic Stadium for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through day 10 here in Barcelona and we go into the afternoon session. Well, this is kind of a little bit of the champs versus the challengers, if you ask me, because we have the all-Spanish T10 champions and ECL 24 qualifiers, Pakai Care Badalona here. But it's been the Royals that have been setting the pace so far. They're undefeated in 6 games. So Royal Barcelona versus Pakai Care Badalona here. Starting with match number 39, Tyrone is over there. He's got the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Pakai Care to call.
Head.
Wee. That's a head.
And ball force.
Mohamed Isan of Pakai Care has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. Now Pakai Care, historically that's what they like to do. I mean, occasionally they'll switch things up, but it means that they're going to have to deal with the Royal Barcelona batting lineup. And they just look long, they look strong. They got a top 6, which is firing. And yeah, kind of man for man, I suppose you look at Royal Barcelona in this tournament and you say, you know, they're probably a stronger team on paper. Having said that, Pakai Care are a very proud organisation and they certainly have some match winners in their side. And of course, the main man we normally talk about with the bat in this tournament, Mohamed Isan, because he's closing in on 4,000 runs. In fact, he could potentially do it this afternoon. I think he needs 161 runs to do it. So he's going to have to bat well, but he's a good batter and certainly worth watching out for. Let's get ready then for the first ball. Rico Full is standing by. This should be a really good one. With the Royals taking on Pakai Care. Pakai Care have sent the Royals in first. Let's see what happens as we get ready for the afternoon session.
So here we go. This is going to be a real contest. Pakai Care Badalona with a 3-3 record coming into this against the undefeated Royal Barcelona. And I have to say, Royal Barcelona, as we saw yesterday, certainly looking the business. Remember, they were in devastating form, weren't they? Against the Catalonia Dragons, chased 140 for a victory, and then they put 172 on the board and won by 27 runs. And when you just have a look at some of those players that they've got, that has to be said, yesterday Sergio Kaiser really didn't perform with the bat. He'll be looking to come good this time round. And that is what the win predictor is saying. So it's given the Pakai Care Badalona a 40% chance. Remember, they are without some of their key players, and you saw that very briefly in the team sheet there. And one thing to remember about Pakai Care Badalona is they're just not scoring runs with the bat. I think this is a big day for somebody like Mohamed Mushim to perform, and maybe even the likes of Abid Mahbub to show what he can do with the bat. Atif Mohamed, I mean, it's a guy that you more normally associate with as the key bowler. He's been sort of the main batter. He's the second highest run scorer for them at 98, but Ishan is on 260. There's a huge difference of 162 runs between the top batter and number 2. That's where they're going wrong. Well, they have put Royal Barcelona into bat first, which is a bit of a risky move, I think, because they can really pile on the runs. They go out there with no fear. Shafat Ali Saeed to face the first, and it's Mohamed Atif with the ball. And this is a miscue, could be a wicket straight up, it will be. Well, we've seen one Royal Duck already, and now we're going to see another. It's a Royal Duck. We'll bring out the royalty one more time. No mistakes with the catching. It's an easy one for Abid Mahbub, and Atif Mohamed gets a wicket straight away, and Shafat Ali Saeed will go for a golden. It'll be a Royal Duck. And well, the thing is about this, as Mr. Maxo normally says, at least he didn't waste any deliveries. Don't forget, in the last match that we saw the Royal Duck as well, when it was the captain, Naresh Kumar, who got a Royal Duck. But it didn't matter because his team still went on to win. But like I say, they got plenty of batting, and that's a good wicket to get first up. So Ali Saeed will go. So Pakai Care Badalona, I think they're keen, aren't they, to show what they're all about. They may not have had the best of starts here, but they want to remind everybody just why they are the team representing Spain in the European Cricket League starting on the 26th of February. Atif in again. Not a good delivery down the leg side. Ishan does hit the stumps, but the batter well in the crease. That's the why that's been signalled. Not the best of first deliveries to the new batter, who is Sergio Kaiser. So he is the top run scorer at the moment for Royal Barcelona. And, been batting well, but wasn't able to get going yesterday. Yesterday was all about Hamza Hashim, their captain, who got 2 player of the match performances with scores of 62 and 42. Okay, high up in the air is another opportunity. Oh no, they're leaving it to each other. Oh, it's a calamity. Absolute calamity from the 2 fielders. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, Mohammed Musim was coming in, and then he has a quick look at Umar Mughal and says, all right, you have it. So he stops. They both look at each other, and by the time Musim then tries to take the catch, it's too late. Oh, it should have been another. Should have been another. You have a look at this. That's a huge moment. So Gil gets dropped on 0. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, that one could certainly cost him. So Gil, well, I was just saying, he hasn't really been clicking. He needed some luck. And he's got a big bulk of luck there. But dropped on 0. Oh, real errors in the field. So here now, he's offering the chances. He hasn't got enough of this. Oh, his fingertips. It could have been an absolute blinder from the fielder. I think it's probably Mushim again who's involved in the action. Well, it's a false shot, really, from Nazir. He doesn't try to hit this. He just sort of strokes it. And it is, you know, it's Mushim. Who, I mean, this would have been an outstanding catch. All happening here at the moment. Royal Barcelona, a real shaky start. So both Sajil and Nazir being dropped. Well, this could have been completely different this over. It could have been, it could and probably should have been a hat-trick. Now, here we go. Will they punish them or not? And, oh, wow. Corner wide, so nothing on it. It was a sort of half-hearted appeal from Atif. He thought there might have been something on it. Not that far away from it, actually, to be fair. A wide ball called. Looks like that Morshim, after those 2 opportunities, has been dismissed from duties on that side of the field. Okay, high in the air. Another one that should be taken, and this one has been grabbed. So Gil Kaiser, he gets dropped on 0 by Morshim, but Atif does get the wicket. It's the 2nd wicket in the over. What a crazy over this is, and on another day, you could say that Atif could have picked up 4 wickets already. He gets another, so, well, Sajir's poor form continues. He'll go for just 1. This time the catch has been taken, so Atif is on the money, and Pakakir Badalona, they know there's a strong batting lineup to come, but as long as they keep picking up the wickets, they know they've got great opportunities. So 2 for 4 from Atif. Still got a ball to go. Well, still got 2 to go, actually, because there's a couple of wides in that over as well. So 2 wickets, 2 wides, 2 singles. New batter comes in. He takes guard. Oh, it's happening quick and fast here. It's almost like Royal Barcelona know that they're playing Pakakir Badalona, and they just feel they have to be, well, they feel nervous. You know, a team that haven't lost yet, they're just nervous. They feel they're like a little bit daunted here. Anyway, Hamza Hashim. He's gone, pulled him! Choc de fate que lanza eso es una bomba y rompio de madera. Oh, sensational stuff from Mahmood here. Oh, well, Mohamed Atif just knocks him over. How about this for a first ball? So, player of the match, 2 games yesterday. Hamza Hashim, the captain, scored 60s, scored a 40. He goes first ball is going to be a golden duck. There he goes, perfect delivery. So Goldie is going to walk off Hashim. What an over. 4 on the board, 3 wickets down. Trust me, folks, well, you've been watching. It quite easily could have been 5 wickets down. There were a couple of chances as well. So Atif on a hat-trick. Just strays a little bit down leg side. No run though. And what an over that is. It's a remarkable start here. So Mohamed Atif, well, turning on the style. I said that he's known for his bowling, not so much his batting. Well, he's been batting well, but he's starting with an absolute cracking over. 4 on the board, but Royal Barcelona are 3 wickets down. Quite incredible. Vinny Sandu joins me back. He's probably in a little bit of shock himself.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I was chowing down on my lunch. There was some crazy stuff going on there. I mean, no less than 5 chances for wickets in that over.
Yeah.
With those two drop catches. Yeah, 19 days until the ECL, of course we're counting down. We're into the teens, Rico. Into the teens now. By the time I come back, we'll be under a week to go. So we're looking forward to that. And you can join us for that adventure. The biggest ever ECL. It's grown from 8 countries involved and 8 clubs back in 2019 to 35 clubs from 33 countries in the 4th edition. All right, so here we go. And remember, Gal, he was involved in that kind of mix-up with Mochim. I do think it was probably his catch was slightly on his side of the field, but I mean, both players thought the exact same thing, didn't they? They kind of looked at each other, took their eyes off the ball, and Mochim was the one, he gets penalised for being the one that goes for it in the end, but they were both similarly indecisive, put it that way. Nazir, though, pretty good player to come out, could easily turn this game around. But yeah, Teef, and look at that one that got the bowl dismissal, that blows up the stumps. Just look at the length of that.
Yeah.
Full straight. Okay, and we know that Atif is blessed with a bit more pace than maybe some of the other bowlers in the tournament, but I think it's a really good example about where you want to be first up to a new batter.
Yeah, it was right on the money, and you can see that Hamza Hashim, his legs and his footwork was nowhere, just blew him away. But there's plenty of batting to come, remember. Hussain Mujtaba's out there with Nazir.
But what about the approach from the Royals? Like, just going for it, as you'd imagine. And that's the kind of the fortitude you need, I suppose, in the power play to take on good bowlers. But, yeah, it was just a chaos first over, really, with those skied balls.
It was chaos indeed. It didn't really know what was going on. But great bowling from Mohamed Atif. And now Mughal is hoping to keep the pressure on. So Hussain to face his first. Remember, Nazir was dropped as well. It's a nice looking shot, and it's all about confidence, and that's what that will bring. So Hussain gets off the mark with a lovely shot, beautifully stroked. It's going to be 4 runs. And don't forget, you still got the likes of Taqi Mazar to come out and bat. So they are loaded with batters, but I mean, 3 of them are back in the shed already. Good shot.
Yeah, nice shot. Just found the gap again. In the power play, you tend to think of going over the top, but it also means that if you punch a gap across along the ground, then normally you can get some 4s that way too.
Wide delivery, just going for a bit of pace here, Mughal, and just losing his radar a little bit. Hey, they've got some good young players as well, Pakake Badalona. I'm excited to see Jafar Raza in the side. Last time I was here in December, I like the bowling of that young man, so he's in the side here again. He's got a bit of pace. But I really do believe, look, the situation like this, maybe something like a bid Mahmood just to come on, take the pace off.
Yeah.
Because the batters are going to go for it. But they're a little bit, shell-shocked at the moment. Ooh, good comeback on the bowler.
Have a look at this one. This is a good example of a ball that just hits the seam, I think, and goes away. Just have a look at the way he hits the pitch and just gives a bit of right to left. A little bit. And that's why he plays down the wrong line. Good bowling. Too good.
Really well bowled, and you can see what bowler when he walks back says, did you see that? It did a bit of that. Well bowled.
Gets in your mind a bit as a batter as well. But yeah, for me, I'd be bringing a Teef on. Good example. We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
Get him while he's hot. He's so hot right now. Last ball this second over, though.
Played out, but to the fielder. No run there. So that will be the end of the over. So well bowled. So right at the moment, Pakake Badalona with a 3-3 record. Probably coming into this contest as the underdogs with Royal Barcelona, who were undefeated. We saw them brilliant yesterday. There's still a work to do here. They know they need to pick up at least another 2 wickets here before they know they've got a lot of the danger batters out the way. But it's a great start. 10 for 3 at the end of 2. And it looks like they are going straight back to Mohamed Atif.
Well, speaking of Mohamed Atif, guess who got hat-trick number 3? It was Mohamed Atif. In fact, it's the only hat-trick we've had in this series so far, and it came in the very first match. And this is a hat-trick ball right here.
Oh, that's been absolutely clobbered. Well, that's one way to deal with a hat-trick ball. It's absolutely smashed. Was that a hat-trick ball? I don't think that was
It was a hat-trick ball, yeah, because it was the wickets off the last two balls of the first over. Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah.
There was one more ball in that over, yeah. Very good.
Just clipped it off the pads.
So it was fake. We're just showing
It was a
that
dot
then
ball,
for your
though.
interest then. For your interest. Yeah, I was going to say, it wasn't the greatest hat-trick ball, was it? That would have been going full at Nazir. But this is the, we've seen some batting lineups tested today, haven't we? The depth tested. And this is another one of those tests. Paco Care have kind of failed that test, to be honest, when they've lost early wickets in this series. 3-3 record. 16 for 3. Nazir faces up.
It's not a good delivery from Mohamed Atif. He's just straying on the leg side, and that's been picked up beautifully. Nazir, remember the first ball that he faced, it was a very cagey little push, half-hearted push down to the ground, and Moshib, difficult because it was going over his head, got his hands to it, wasn't able to take it, so he was dropped on 0 as well. And now, looking to capitalise. We know he's a quality bat. If he can get in here and get a partnership going with Mujtaba Hussain, they can get to a big score still. It's more on the leg side, and this has been intelligently whipped away as well. And this is the issue sometimes Mohamed Atif has. I think he doesn't use that advantage. We've seen him hit the stumps, so he can do that. But what we haven't seen him doing is going right across the batter. As what he's got to do, he's got to use that advantage being a left-armer. But getting it into the pads of a batter with the strength of Nazir is always going to get you into trouble.
Yeah, you're right there. Small margins for error. You can see Corey Ruckers, the Spanish national team coach, in the chat right now. And he's certainly keeping an eye on these two teams.
Hello, Corey. Hope you're well. Better. That's where you need to be. So getting that ball to be angled across. And it gets respected also by somebody like Nazir, who probably now believes that he's going to go and to score a lot of runs here to help his team to get to. I think they'd be looking. They know you got the danger of Ishan, who, you know, is a man who's hunting down 4,000 runs, Vinny. If he gets 161, is it here today? So he'll have that on his mind.
He'll be thinking about it, no doubt about that.
So, yeah, so based on that, I think, again, you've got to at least get to a par score here.
122 is the expected score at the moment.
Then into the ground. Could have gone anywhere, really, from Hussain, but
We
better areas.
We often talk about the leading run scorer because we had that kind of race to 3,000 late last year. Isan almost 4,000 now, but Atif, I believe he's the leading wicket taker on the network. And
yeah, he bowls very, very well. And
he's still young as well.
Very
Super
young. Remember the first time we saw him? You know, first time we saw him.
Something about him, though, wasn't there?
He had some talent. He's sliced away, fielded us well. Watch it well. What are the batters doing here? They're getting into. Did they collide here? Well, I think Nazir might have just clocked a bit of his partner here. Let's have a look at the two batters here. I mean, the fielder does well. He sees the bounce well off the field and stops again to the boundary. Let's have a look at the batters. So the ball's been hit here. They're running.
Yeah.
What happens here? Oh, wow.
Well, Nazir does well. But, you know, the thing is, more bowlers bowl the other side of the wicket than the side of Atif's bowling, so you kind of get used to running down that side. But that was one time he had to stay on the other side. Anyway, let's have a look at the table. Both these teams 6 matches, but 20 points for Royals, 10 for Paco Care. Kind of tells you all you need to know. But yeah, 2 good wins for Paco Care, 2 demolition jobs. They could get up to 18 and be nipping on the heels of those top teams. So haven't really shown the kind of form so far, but they're a class team and they're a winning team over the years here on ECN. Abid Mahboob is going to come on in over number 4, into the power play as well. So 5 outfielders allowed from this point forward.
Yeah, I like this move. It's it's something different. Just slow it down. You've got 3 wickets down already. You know you've got the pace bowler. Just try something different. Floats it up, but that's not where you want to be. Good take there from Ishan behind the stumps. Wouldn't have had too much time to see that, but he picks it well. Oh, well, what does this come off? Is there any glove on this? Let's see what the umpire signals.
Nothing. We've had to guess, but I'm only guessing from here.
Oh, well, I think they are going to make it, but let's see what the signal is here from the umpire. It does give it as buys that Shane Knightley. I thought they might have got a bit of something here when it went through.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, back, what do you call it? Thigh. Back hip, almost, but
yeah,
the hustle. Getting there in the end.
Good running. They backed themselves
it's harsh
to
on
make
his
it.
son then. Oof. He just got that bat over the line, didn't he?
Flights it up and challenges the batter, who plays a nice looking shot down the ground all along the deck, and it gets nicely fielded by Jeff Araza. It's the young man that I was talking about. He bowls with a bit of pace, he does. And, certainly like the look of him when I saw him last time. But of course, Araza, when all the sort of big names came back into the side, he found himself left out. But he bowled very well for the side before those guys come in down the leg side. And once again, running into trouble. And a hard throw from Ishan. Almost breaks the fingers of a bit Mahboob.
Yeah, Jaffa hasn't always been getting overs. I think you've got to keep bowling him. He has a good knack of getting good players out.
Hit down the ground, should be watched well, and no mistakes from Mohamed Atif. So just a single. So how many wickets is Atif on?
Atif, I think last I checked he was 126. So there'll be more than that after this.
Gandhi ball, oh dear, this is going to be a minimal, not a good delivery from Mahboob, and this time round, Mohamed Ishan couldn't do anything about it, so that will help. So the recovery from these two is starting to happen. Remember, came together with this 3 wickets down on 4 runs.
Soulboard's going completely wrong there for Mahboob. It had been quite a tight over to that point, and then, it's disappointing that he loses 5 runs there down the leg side. And it did look like it was going to be quite a cheap over. And now it looks like that might be a pipe dream.
Oh, wow. I think this is a missed opportunity. I think Ishan has gone for the stumps, but missed them. I reckon his foot is out.
Well, yeah, he does kind of air swing.
Let's have a look.
He would have been out, but he just couldn't quite reach. And his son is annoyed with himself there.
This gets played out. I'm not sure what somebody shouted there, but doesn't put the batter off. He gets a single. It's going to be the end of the over. It goes for 9, which, when you consider 5 of them were 5 wides, it's not a bad over.
Yeah, wasteful in a way. But in a way, another way, it's a decent over from Mahboob. It'll be the end of the 4th. The score, 39 for 3.
39 for 3. So, well, that looks pretty decent, doesn't it? You think, oh, aren't they going well? Look at the acceleration. Well, if I told you it's because only 4 came off the first over, that's why it looks pretty impressive.
Look at the little triple scoop ice cream as well on that first over. Cherry ice cream. Certainly not the start that the Roars had planned on, but like I said, they've got some good batters. They're still there. Khalil Ahmed is going to get over number 5.
And he's going to get walloped out of the ground first up. It's too short. It's a Gandhi ball. It's a hittable. And, well, Mahboob gets plastered out of the ground by Hussain, who hits his first Maximo.
Warm-up ball really just kind of rocks in short of a length. Just stays deep in the crease and helps it on its way over the leg side for 6. Nice shot by Mujtaba Hussain. He's quite a classy stroke maker. Also good through the offside, through the cover region. Now he steps across and he's going to get 4 more here. It's just going to slice away from the fielder. So Khalil's just too short first couple of balls and he pays the price.
Yeah, you said it. He's good on the offside, and we saw this from him yesterday. Didn't go on to score a big score. Got himself into the 20s quite often, and I was very impressed with his shot selection on the offside. He was cutting, hitting through the covers. He plays very well. He's a strong unit, isn't he? And now he whips this one away on the leg side. Fielder going across. Oh, he tries to stop it with his feet, and that's going to be 4 more. Not the best bit of fielding. Ali Ahmed's out there. You've got to have your best boundary fielders out there. And this one should not have gone to the boundary. So the recovery keeps on coming. And going a little bit quiet out there, haven't they, Paco?
Yeah, I mean, they had that roaring start. Yeah, but you're right. team of the caliber of Pakakau. Look, I know he's in the dirt and all these things, but yeah, he's a young guy. Got to get your hands down to ground level there.
50 comes up with that boundary as well. Short, and well, it's hits the bottom of the bat, takes a single. I think he would have been looking to latch onto that one, Hussein, but I don't mind this. I think both batters come together at a difficult time. The recovery continues, and as the voices from Barcelona, you're starting to hear now, as Barcelona just going a little bit quiet. This is where the captain, Ishan, really has to rally them round.
Couple to come then, the fifth. It's going to go magical if they're not careful.
Good delivery, well bowled, that's better. Yorker length delivery, and as we say so many times, Vinny, when it's there, you can't do too much with it.
Like, it's not as easy as just, well, it is in your head, bowling 6 of those and over, because, you know, people are human, they make mistakes, they make mis-executions, but at least to be trying to do it, and it's a much better length from Khalil Ahmed, and he dug out for a single.
See if he can do it again to prevent himself from going magical. No, because it's short, it's Gundy, it's into Shub territory. Shub's probably eating some lunch, otherwise I think he would have gone after that. Anyway, it's not the way you wanted to end the over. It will go for 22.
Nah.
And at the halfway point, it's 61 for 3.
Started Gundy, finished Gundy, really. Got it right somewhere in the middle, so, I mean, Khalil will probably watch that over back, and he'll probably realise what worked and what didn't. Yeah, frustrating to watch. Vinny Sander here, though, Mr. Maximo, in the cube on a very sunny Wednesday. Can you believe we're in the first week of February? This is absolutely insane weather that we're getting at the moment in Barcelona.
Yeah, well, the weather in Barcelona and Spain in general has just been quite crazy. I mean, all around Spain, I think everybody's saying it's probably been one of the warmest Januaries and the warmest start to February that we've had for decades. Temperatures at the moment, some parts 24 degrees, quite amazing. And well, this is up in the air. Atif is sensing it, but he can't get there.
Good effort. He might give up 2 here, but I mean, he tries to turn into a catch, so I kind of don't mind that. But yeah, good effort from Atif to at least get there. Hey, we haven't done this in a while, so I think it's time we do it. 2024, we're back together. We want the lurkers. If you are watching and you're not in the chat, we want this.
Yeah,
come at us, 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 because it's my last day with Rico before the ECL. So if you are watching and you don't normally get in the chat, but you can send us a message, just do it once today. Yeah. Say hello and let us know where you're watching from. And we'd love to say a personal hello to you. Let's get back to the action here. And it's going to be a single to Nazir. Takes him to 24. So yeah, I want to know who's lurking out there. Some people are lurking while working. Some people, a lot of people love, you know what I hear? People like to do their housework and they just like to listen to it. Distracts them from the fact that it's fairly menial labour.
I tell you what, if we're making people feeling happy doing their housework while they're listening to us, that's amazing.
We're making the world a better place. No doubt.
It's good length here from Mughal, bowling his second, and he bowled a very good tidy over as well, straight after Mohamed Atif first up. So held him back, but this is, I think, Mohamed Ishan feeling the need to break this partnership, so he's gone back to Mughal rather than try somebody else. He wants to break this partnership. He wants to get back on top. He wants to start to hear his boys pick himself up. At the moment, the heads have gone down a little.
Yeah, just lost the momentum. They peaked in that first over. But have a look at the expected score, up to 129. I think that could even grow, I think, if this partnership keeps growing.
His place as well, and this is going to clear the fielder who's out there. Jumping Jack Flash can't do anything about this. It's 6 more, 70 on the board.
Yeah, well struck. But again, the line was slightly wrong from Imam Magal. It disappears over the leg side. Maximo time. Royals are just going to keep on swinging. So last time I went back to Australia to visit my family, it was over the Christmas New Year break. A few of the viewers said when I came back, I sounded extra Australian. I got my accent back. Not that I've lost it completely. Couple to come in the 6th here.
It's nicely played. It's a better delivery. Fielders should and will keep it to just the one, a good throw. Yeah, but have you noticed that? I mean, you're learning some Spanish now, and you're doing brilliant at it. I heard you speaking a little bit earlier to, of course, to Shane, who's out there at the moment, Shane Knightley, the umpire. But have you noticed that when you're in Spain, you start to, even when you're speaking English, you start to roll the R's and things as well. Yeah.
Or the S's. A lot of the S's come THs.
So wherever you are, you do pick up a little bit of it.
It's very European.
And, well, this is very Barcelona because it's 6.
That's Sanar's territory. Where is he? I think he might be having another siesta. He's been having them out of the chair now. But again, length to work with, and it's Adios Pelota, and Uma Magal's over goes magical. 22 come off that. 6 overs in. It's walking sticks, 77 for 3. Nazir heating up. Nazir, the first player to ever score a century here in the ECS cricket in Barcelona back in 2020.
Yeah, a bit of discussion I'm seeing there between Mohamed Atif, and he's talking to Abid Mahbub. I think they're probably discussing, like, who do we go for here? Who's the bowler? What do we try? And it looks like they're going, sticking with a bit of pace, so they're not going to Mahbub straight away. So a chance to see Ali Ahmed with the ball.
I put out the call for lurkers, and Paul Horn has answered. He says he's having a great day because he's off work in Ipswich in the UK. Let's have a look at Ahmed first.
Going down the leg side, and it could be a run out though.
Ooh, it's like a guilty run.
And they'll get a leg by in the end, but I reckon when we look at this again, he was struggling to get back for me.
I think he would have been run out. I think it's just slipping past the leg stump. But again, the length. I hate to sound like a broken record, but I know I am. But just seemed to be angling for me. I don't know if we've got time for it. Maybe we do. At the very end, you see here, bang, yeah, he would have been gone. Definitely would have been gone.
A bit high. Now, this one's a catching opportunity. We'll have to have a look at it. It's been called on the field of play. No ball has been called, so it won't be out. I'd like to see it again. I wonder if it was dipping. Goes for the Yorker again. I mean, he's bowling with some pace, so he shouldn't be there.
Look,
it was on
it's
the
one
way
of those,
down.
like, letter of the law. It may have just been a touch under, but spirit of the rule. The umpires, they say it's around the waist. Nazir certainly does his best to milk the call. Maybe a bit fortunate, but I mean, when it comes down to it, the spirit of that playing condition is he shouldn't be bowling high full tosses above.
I agree with that.
At the batter's body. So depends what your philosophy is on that one. Oh, he's hit this several times. You see this?
Did you hear a double sound? Down the ground.
He wraps the bat around this. This is like a multi-hit. Definitely. He definitely hits this twice, but not like on purpose.
So
no, that one didn't show it too well. But if you really slow that down.
There was a double thud.
Yeah, that
firmly. I'll tell you what, there's no double thud about that. That is just hit clean and hard. And Nazir, well, he's making the most of the opportunities he's had. He was dropped on 0, and then he was out to the no ball on 30. So he's looking to really get Royal Barcelona sort of out of trouble here. Good, solid hit. That's right in his hitting arc.
Yeah, one solid hit on that one.
I think he sneaks this one in. That's a good delivery.
Tell you what, he's lucky it was white chalk, not blue chalk that basically explodes everywhere. Just comes in last moment.
Oh,
I think
that's good.
That's one. Maybe there's like 1% of the ball on the line.
This is typical. That's typical John McEnroe, isn't it? Didn't you see the chalk fly?
Yeah. You cannot be serious because this one's out of the ground as well. Maximo as Nazir moves into the 40s, and this was always the concern for Pakai Care. They kind of landed a few early blows, but they didn't quite sink the beast, did they, this Royal Barcelona batting lineup? And Nazir stepping up.
Yeah, it's look how quickly he gets himself into position. And, well, when you say you throw everything at it, he threw everything at that and the kitchen sink. Okay, this is a catching opportunity, and it's beautifully held. What a really good catch that is for Jafar Raza. We haven't got a chance to see him with the ball yet. But it's another full toss, but this time it's not as high as the one before where Nazir was caught but given not out on 30. But he won't get past 41. It's a good catch from the young man.
Yeah, that one's about top of the pad high, but yeah, Jafar Raza, he was kind of thrust into that position after Mochim spilt a couple early. They weren't necessarily particularly easy, but he ends up in the X formation out there and takes a very good catch to his non-preferred side. I'm a bit surprised that he hasn't had a bowl on this one yet. Anyway, 91 for 4 off 7. Go on, close your eyes, Rico, and pin the tail in the donkey style.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going somewhere here.
Oh, Pakai Care Badalona. Well, that's not a bad team to highlight. He wasn't peaking.
I wasn't.
But we did talk
promise.
about them before.
Yeah.
Why don't I talk about who's just under them then? Donnerstadt, who are one of the lost teams because they qualified before but have never actually been able to play. And they're going to have a pretty good team. And I noticed a couple of their wild cards as well. I think they've got the wild thing in. He played for Vienna CC last year in Austria. Back care, of course. Won it back in 2022.
Just dipping for the fielder. So
It seems a good decision maker. He likes the idea of going for a catch, but he realises it's not going to carry, and then he backs off and makes sure it's a more comfortable bounce. So he's having a good day so far. Yeah, but Donnerstadt, they're going to be a real obstacle for Pack care if they want to qualify.
well bowled. Quicker delivery.
Length. And also, that's the one he tried before and got wrong and went down the leg side for 5. But that's brilliant. But listen to some of these names in the Donnerstadt side. Pack care fans will be curious.
Well, I don't think you can hit a ball harder than this. I'm a little bit surprised that Murid Ali has come in here. But I think Royal Barcelona just changed things up a bit. So Taki's been held back.
Yeah.
And Murid says, don't worry about it. I'm going to Murid this delivery. And he does.
They like Murad's batting. He's a bowler that bats a bit. He's got a high waist. So for that reason, he won't get a no ball there. But he does whack it for 6.
Okay, this should be caught. And it will be caught. So nicely done. So, well, Mahboob, he does get smashed out of the ground. It was a Gundy ball before that. But this time, he gets the ball to pitch. And Murid, I think he's there just to do one thing. That's to swing hard and try and get as many quick runs as he can. With the score on 99, he'll be the 5th wicket for. He'll go for the 1-6 he hit off 3 balls.
Yeah, nicely done. And, well, 6 and out. Not a bad trade-off, I suppose, at this stage of the game. But it will bring Taki, the man you were just talking about, to the crease. Yes, so Donnerstadt, just looking at their side, they've got some pretty interesting players. One player, which I certainly think a lot of our viewers will know, is Razmal Shigawal, former Austrian captain. Does still play for the national team. So he's going to be probably one of the biggest fish as far as that goes. But you've got Sahel Zadran to open the bowling. You've got Javid Zadran, the wild thing, as well.
Hit around the onside. It'll just be a single.
Basir Khan, who we've seen playing a lot for Austria as well.
Good player.
Iqbal Hussain. Idibasha Dida is another one who has bowled really well in tandem with Sadran for Austria. I'm going to throw one at you, though. Mohammed Sadiq. He's a really interesting one. I'll tell you about him in a sec. You'll remember him when I mention what he does. He is a player who almost at any cost jumps across and hits everything leg side. Mohammed Sadiq in Austria. Remember we've seen him in Vienna? As 100 for 5, by the way, after 8. And he used to wear the 007 shirt as well. The James Bond shirt. And no matter where it is, he'll just jump across. But he's so good at it.
Yeah.
He's so good at it. And I didn't have the best series last time we were there, but he was one of the players of the series before that. Only player we haven't seen from Donnerstadt before is Hakim Perusi, who's the only new player there. Kadagur Utmanzai as well. I mean,
that's good players. Utmanzai, he's a unit, isn't he?
I care to get past that team. It's going to be a bit of a challenge, and I know they'll get some of their big players back. But like I said, Donnerstadt, they did win the Austrian Championship before. I think it might have been 2020, but we didn't have an ECL in 2020 or 2021 because of the pandemic.
What about the Independents? What are they up against there?
Yeah, Indies are a good example as well. A team that have a bit of experience on ECN now, as well as having some good cricket pedigree.
Full. That's good. It's keeping the ball nice and full. And what you've noticed here, viewers, is every time that ball is full, it's not going to the boundaries. It's ticky-tacky, it's single. So after a great start, they let things slip a little bit, didn't they, Pakake Banalona? But they're sort of back on top here, trying to restrict them to that 120 sort of score.
So I'll talk you through Indies in a second, which are the Guernsey qualifier.
Strong, powerful, and that is what Taki is all about. We saw him in immense form yesterday when he smashed the ball to all parts of the ground. That was Taki at his best, wasn't it, when he scored 66 or 21, and this is what he was doing. He likes it out there in the middle.
Yeah,
Boom.
he sure does. Yeah, he's just leaned on that. Has unnatural power, doesn't he, Taki?
Slower delivery. That's clever bowling from. I've liked what I've seen from Ali Ahmed here. He's trying different things, and it's not always working, but at least he's trying, he's thinking. So after being smashed for a big 6, he takes the pace off. It's just a single.
Here's the Indies side, or some that I'll pick out that we have seen before. So Will and CJ Peatfield. Remember Will Peatfield, I think, took a hat-trick in last year's tournament. It was either, it might have been actually for the national team. I think it was in the ECL. We decide against the run here. But you've got some very classy players in there out of the national setup as well, like Tom Nightingale, Ollie Nightingale. So you've got them. You've got Nathan Letitia. You've got Kieran Lagale, the fast bowler. And a fair few other players we've seen before, like Zach Damerel, Jake Russo as well. I think when they were at their best with the ball in the field last year, I just think they were the pick of Group A. But in the end, they lost, eliminated a Hornchurch.
Latif chasing it and gets there, keeps it to a single. So, yeah, not too many. We saw that big hit from Taki for 6, but since then, I mean, Hussain particularly hasn't been able to get a boundary away. And it's the end of the over. So 9 overs completed, 110 on the board. Once again, you can see Pakake Badalona wanting to keep this around about the 120 mark. And it looks like, unless this is a real special over here, Royal Barcelona will be, well, below par score here. Par, we reckon, is about 135 to 140. So a good job here to contain by Pakake Badalona.
Yeah, I'm happy where they are in the game at the moment. If you offered Pakake this, probably 120s, you'd imagine. They'd certainly take it. Here's Khalil to finish off. He's just been too short for most of this spell. When he's got it right, he's been all right. But his first over went for 22. He does get the last.
I'm just surprised they haven't gone for Jafar Raza here.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, yeah, you've got to ask certain questions about when you've got these other options. And you can make an argument. Maybe Khalil gives him a chance to, you know, have a good over and walk off feeling a bit more confident. But what's Jaffa there to do? Oh, maybe catch. Or not. He's too short to get that on the bounce.
There's good anticipation there, though, from Mohamed Latif, who sort of senses this one may trouble the youngster.
Well, Latif probably used to be that size, so yeah, he knows. That's probably going to climb over you, but it's all right. It's got you backed up. Took a very good catch earlier, though, Jaffa Raza, didn't he? All right, Taki on strike.
Oh, well, I think he almost pulls his shoulder out of his socket. So, yeah, the boundaries are just not coming here for Royal Barcelona. Now, remember one thing I said about Royal Barcelona yesterday, and we actually sort of saw that a little bit when they had that clash against the Dragons. They're a team that do concede runs. The Dragons scored 141 and 145 against them. So they're really going to have to bowl tight here.
Yeah, I mean, they're winning games on the back of their batting more than their bowling. I think that's pretty clear. But, yeah, Khalil Ahmed. So far, so good in this last over. Can he dodge Cyclone Tucky again? Hey, just go straight through him into the eye of the storm, if you will.
Spoils the wide, not for the first time. Tucky, he gets nutmegged here. And, well, Tucky at the moment.
I got a question. Where does the term nutmeg come from? It's a spice. Do I want to know? That's a follow-up question. There's something to Google in the break. Tucky, look at him. He's just leg side of the ball, baseball style here.
Yeah, takes himself away from the ball though. Now there should be a run out, and they don't quite get it.
How's this from Tucky? He's got Hussain at the other end on 40, but such is the confidence of Tucky coming out at 7. He says, nah, give me another go. It's like your mate you want to tap on the shoulder and say, look, maybe it's time to go home. He says, no. This is my end. You go back to your end and let me have another go. Bit of a gamble. Top ball, though.
Well, struggling. Okay, well, this one is going to be a great effort. Great effort from Raza on the boundary. He gets hands to it. I get the feeling that it was probably going to take him over the rope anyway.
Maybe.
At 6 runs.
Yeah, well, Tucky gets a bit of luck here. I mean, Jaff actually took 2 steps in when he didn't need to and probably shouldn't have. And he does get back and get hands on the ball. And he was at least just trying to pull this back in. But he wasn't quite able to. Again, Next year, he'll be able to catch that one. Anyway, 118, and this ball is the last one.
They've got to try and run two here, put pressure on the... They just stay to one. So it's going to be a 120 chase exactly. It's going to finish 119 for 5. And I tell you what, if you put this to Pakake Banalona before the start of this innings, you would have taken it any day. So huge opportunity here for Pakake Banalona to be the first team to inflict defeat to Royal Barcelona. Royal Barcelona, I mean, they had a terrible start, didn't they? I mean, it could have been worse. The first over, only 4 came off it and they lost 3 wickets. It could have been worse. It could have been 5 wickets in that over because there was 2 drop catches in there as well. Mohamed Atif was just sensational. And in fact, the first 2 overs only went for 10 runs. Then there was a bit of a fight back there. It was well led by some good batting by Shahid Nazir, who made 41. I think there was good hitting there from Hussain as well. But Hussain, towards the end of the innings, he just went quiet. He finished on 40 of 26. And not the best of strike rates. And good work from Pakake Banalona. They went quiet a little bit when that partnership was in play between Nazir and Hussain. But once they got the wicket of Nazir, who was caught brilliantly by Raza, and then, of course, they were managed to contain. So this one is, well, there for the taking for Pakake Banalona. Atif bowled very, very well. And a couple of times he strayed on the next side. Now this one is one that was up in the air, running as Mushim gets hands to it. Wasn't quite able to take it. That was Nazir being dropped on 0. And of course, as I said, he went on to score a handful of runs. This is high up in the air. It's another false shot. A good catch taken that time by Ahmed. And that was the Shajil who would have to depart. And then, well, Jagdev Fateh style as, well, Atif just cleans up the batter. What a beautiful delivery that was. And Hamza Hashim, who was the hero for Royal Barcelona yesterday in both their matches, both their victories against the Dragons. Well, this time he would play no part with the bat, and he went for a golden duck. And this is where the fight back came. You saw some nice shots being played to all parts of the ground. Nazir, well, the only trouble Nazir had before he got out was running into his own partner when Hussain nearly knocks him out. This one, not the best bit of fielding from the fielder on the boundary there. And that was Ali Ahmed. Though, I have to say, Ali Ahmed, when he came on to bowl, he did make amends. And this over didn't go as bad as it could have when Ali Ahmed was, when Khalid, beg your pardon, was given the opportunity to bowl this last over. And, well, some really hard hitting, though, you have to say, but not often enough, which... well, after seeing the first 2 matches here today, the big hitters were rampant and they're hitting balls out of the ground at regular intervals, but not so far here today. That was a nice catch taken. But Boob, I think he bowled well. I think teams that have the options of the slower bowlers need to use them. And after being hit for a huge 6, he would come back and take the wicket of Murad Ali, who was sort of sent out there really, I think, as a bit of a pinch hitter to try and get a couple of big boundaries in straight away. I'm not sure if that was probably the best of ideas. I think he could have just gone for tacky to go out there straight away. But once again, he doesn't chew up too many deliveries, just a 3. Good effort there at the end on the boundary there from the young man who's Jafar Raza, gets hands to it but couldn't stop the ball going to the boundary. But in the end, I suppose when you look at the way things go here and you look at that scorecard, if it wasn't for Hussain sticking around there, they would have really struggled. But it's the strike rate that was the issue. I mean, Shahid Nazir, 41 of 19 after a cagey start, but Hussain got into the 30s, and then after that he really did struggle to hit boundaries. And even something like Taqi Mazar couldn't get going either. Finishes not out, but wasted a few deliveries. On the bowling front, 3 wickets. Mohamed Atif really well bowled. A couple of times he strayed down the leg side. That's something he does need to work on, but when he gets those Yorkers going, he was very difficult to play. I like the bowling, like I said before, of Hamid Mahboob. Just offers something different, makes the batters think a little bit what they want to do. And then Ali Ahmed, though he had a bit of a mare out there on the boundary, when he came on the bowl, I think he bowled very well indeed. So I think, as I've already said, I think Pakake Banalona will be very, very happy the way that they bowled and fielded. Question now is is can somebody like Ishan with the bat give them the start what they need, and somebody's got to stick around with him. I think this could be a big day for somebody like Mohammed Mushim. I really think he could be key. They didn't use him once again with the ball, and I don't mind that because they have a number of other options. Look, they didn't use him, didn't use Jafar Raza either. But I think with the bat, he could be the man that provides the support to somebody like Mohammed Ishan to go on and win this match. Remember, 3-3 at the moment from them. They'd love to be the first team to inflict defeat on Royal Barcelona. Will it happen? Will it not? Well, stick around to find out. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time for the innings of Pakake Barcelona. Join us then. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Yeah, big thank you to, of course, our partners, to Paramatch, Local Lifestyles, and also HCL Software, and others to mention as well. Of course, our ball partner, Grizzly Bear Sports, and also to Bissaway Travel. It's a number to remember there, 83. You'll find that also at the bottom of your screen, bottom left, where the target is. So 83 becomes the bonus point equation. And you know what? I think if they get going here, I think 120, get this chase in 7 overs. It is possible. We've seen teams go at more than that rate. And if Pakakea Badalona can do that, they will take all the points away from this. That will really shake up Royal Barcelona. But I think they'll be more than happy to knock the 120 off and get the victory here. Whereas, well, I think Royal Barcelona, if they're to take all the points here, they've got to try and restrict Pakakea Badalona to less than that 83. Here we go. Ready first. The first ball, and Shafat Ali Saeed, who didn't have the best of starts of this match. The very first ball off it was his wicket. He fell for a Royal Duck, Golden Duck. Umpires are ready to be given the go-ahead. That is Sohail Malik. At the bowler's end, Shane Lightley is the square leg umpire. Oh, that's a good seed to start off with from Saeed. As Ishan half-heartedly playing at this. This is the wicket that they want. Ishan looking to be the first batter on the European Cricket Network to reach the 4,000 run milestone. Needs 161 to get there. So he's leapfrogged the Hamza Salim, who we haven't seen yet in this series. Goes in the air and, well, nobody in that vacant long off position, so 4 runs. All of a sudden, you can see the bowler having a little look at the skipper, Hashim, and saying, maybe I should have 2 men straight. At the moment they've got, well, they do now move, sort of following the ball a little bit here now, so long on goes into place. And they've got a guy out on the offside, which is an odd fielding position on the boundary to Ishan. Thinks about the single. No run there as Hamza Hashim, the captain, comes in. Yeah, Ishan does like to play. I mean, he can play shots to all part of the ground, but mainly he does like to target the long on and mid-wicket area. So it's quite strange they've got a sweeper out on the offside to him. Ali Saeed once again. And not a good delivery. It's angling onto the pads of Ishan. You can't bowl there to this guy. He's so powerful. And from the moment that ball leaves the hand of Saeed, you know it's going to be trouble. And Ishan just does what he does best as he whips this away. Lovely shot. Not the best of deliveries though. So 2 boundaries in the over. Tries to sneak this one in, but doesn't, so overcompensates and doesn't get the ball to come back in either. Does Ali Saeed, so another one on the board, so yeah, just can't get it to shape back. Gone with Abid Mahboob as the non-striker. And, well, it's more runs, and this one will go all the way. Bully, bully, bully. Yes, it's another poor delivery. Short, angling down the leg side, and Ishan just gets the swivel on this and helps it on the way. He says, yep, thank you very much. And, well, not the start that they wanted here. You're only defending 119. Pakakea Badalona 15 on the board already. And now it's a full toss down the ground. This gets smashed. And that's going to be 6 more. Bolle, manos. Arriba, arbitro. Que va que genial. Eso es un over magical. Magical over. 21 come from it. So, okay, Badalona. The ideal start. Not the ideal start from Royal Barcelona. And captain now goes to Murid Ali. Why Murid Ali doesn't open the bowling, only you folks can tell me. He's got to be one of the pick of the bowlers in this series so far. He's quick, he's fast, he gets the ball in the right areas, he's getting the Yorkers going. Got 7 wickets to his name already. So Ali Saeed just makes this a harder situation for Barcelona. Anyway, here comes Murid Ali. Starts with a quick fiery delivery, but it gets played very nicely by Abid Mahboob. Now remember Abid, when he was playing in the earlier round of matches for Pakakir Badalona in December, he was their captain. So before the likes of Mohamed Baba came into the side and took over the reins. And he led the team really well. So he's handed over the captaincy to Ishan. But when he was required with bat or with ball, he did put in performances. So he's somebody that could certainly stand tall for Pakakir Badalona while some of the big guns are absent. Murid, not the worst of deliveries. It was well played. And similar areas and similar result. Back-to-back boundaries. It just goes to show, and we've said this so many times, you don't have to crunch the ball to the boundary. Sometimes you can just use the pace of the bowler against you. And this time, Murid is putting plenty into it, but look at the way the ball, it's just not really responding. This track, it's not really made for quick, fast bowlers. Not if you're bowling short on it. And Abid has enough time just to adjust, stroke it through the gap. 4 more runs. Vinny Sandhu joins me after a spot of lunch. Vinny, welcome back.
Yeah, it was good. Also, Dave's answered the call as always. Asked, where does the term nutmeg come from? Why do we use that? You say you got megged, you get nutmegged. Yeah. Interesting answer that he came up with as well. He's Murad. Well, full and just defended by Mahboob, who, by the way, I don't mind at the top of the order. Bring a bit of experience to the table, and I've tried a few different partners for Isan, kind of holding the seat warm for Baba, who you think might come into the series at some point. Yeah, but he says that it's to do, it originated in the 19th century in Victorian era England, and it was to do that nutmeg was a very valuable commodity, and sometimes some unscrupulous merchants would throw in some like wooden fake nutmeg into the shipments.
Yeah.
So the unsuspecting party would have been nutmegged, or they've been fooled, right? Or made to look foolish. Or bold. Really good areas from Murad there. And Mahboob not able to catch up with it. So yeah, that's come into the slang, and I suppose nutmegged is more of a football term than a cricket term. Well, now you can apply it to other sports. And suppose in football, you've been made to look a bit foolish for your opponent, and been able to play the ball through your legs and kind of go onto it. So, okay. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Davepedia, it was called, actually, by Damien. He's watching from Melbourne. Must be late in Melbourne. I think it's 1 a.m, Damien. Does your family know where you are? No, we love it that you can watch all hours of the day, depending where you're watching from. Well, there's a look-away pass. What's a look-away pass? It was a look-away reception, which I don't know if that's going to catch on.
Yeah, not sure what this is about.
Look at this at the end.
What Hamza is doing
Here.
here.
You have the ball, and then he says, well, what are you talking about? Luckily, you heard it eventually. Mujtaba Hussain.
Good comeback this from Murid Ali after the first 2 balls went to the boundary. He's got a couple of dot balls in here now. So can he finish well? 8 from it so far, 29 without loss. And a short delivery to finish off. So, yeah, that's a good response from Murid. And that's why for me, I mean, he's my opening bowler. You give him the new ball any day.
He kind of worked over Mahboob there, didn't he? Mahboob had a bit more of a defensive mindset. He knows that Pakakir have gotten into trouble when they've lost wickets. early. So he doesn't want to be a statistic. He says, look, I'm happy just to let Isan face up to the next ball. I'm going to let that one go by. So it's 29 without loss after 2. It's funny what you said. I thought it might be on. About 17 and over would be required throughout this innings to get the bonus point, Paco Care. And that 170 pace is a pace we've seen achieved quite a bit during this series, especially with someone like an Isan. By the way, we're on Isan watch. Race to 4,000. Currently, he's on 3,859. So he needs 141 more runs. Be a big afternoon if he could do it, but basically it's like averaging 80 per innings in the afternoon session. So could do it if he really got going. Nazir is going to get the ball in over number 3, last over the power play, and I think Isan wants to make the most of it. Fairly straight line in place.
And that's a lovely time shot. Doesn't try and hit it too hard, and hits it over the top of the infielders. 4 runs.
Makes it look easy, doesn't he? And such a hard guy to set a field to as well. Got deep third down there. They've got, like I said, a fairly straight long on, almost a straight fielder, to be honest. It's like I can't remember what called that, not the Southern Cross, but like the Lone Star. Because you don't have the whole constellation, you just got the one straight fielder and nobody else around. That's the Lone Star formation.
It was interesting. Go back to that after this delivery from Hashim. It's not Hashim, is it, this bowling? Definitely not Hashim, as that one gets clipped away.
It's Hashim, I think.
Is it Hashim?
It is. Okay. And you can't fool us. This is clipped away nicely. It'll be 4 more. So, yeah, Isan, obviously, he's a tough one to remove from the equation. If you can, maybe got a shot in this game. But right now, he's making it look pretty easy. We've also, I think, seen teams very occasionally at the ECC, especially doing what we call the Northern Cross formation, which is basically the reverse. You have a bat stop and then you had fine leg and deep third. Here's the Lone Star coming into it right there. But I think that was when we saw a few teams which had bowlers that had a bit of pace, banging it in and saying, okay, we're not having any success because these batters are too good at driving us out of the ground. So these edges that fly, we want to put fielders in position where we might be able to defend those boundaries. And they were catching positions, weren't they? Like
the good ones to have when you got batters that like the scoop.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. It's a good tactic to counter the scoop.
Slight hesitation on the single, but they get there.
Always a run there if you went straight away. This is where I think that with Mahbub, that's where I would have had one fielder just a little bit closer, preventing this single. Because ideally, you're trying to stop Isan getting back on strike too easily. So you've already got a ring of like 4 fielders on the offside. Maybe bring one in a little bit and try and cut off that one. Because now Isan has 2 balls to play with in the power play.
And well, that's a Gundy delivery, isn't it? Down the leg side and gets smashed away. And as soon as he bowls that, he sort of has a sheepish look around at some of the other guys like Hussain and Taki, who's sort of looking at him and saying, what are you bowling here? You can't be bowling these sort of deliveries to someone like Ishan. It's not a good delivery. It's almost like there's not a plan there. That gets whipped away. Yeah, what I was going to say there, I mean, they've always had somebody on the offside boundary and he got brought in. And then Ishan, well, he went in that area. That's how clever Ishan can be. And now he's just toying around with the field. And this is another short one. He gets over the fielder. And it will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. So just not getting it right here at the moment. And the captain not bowling to his field. He puts a man back at mid-wicket as he brings the fielder that was on the boundary and the offside across. But it doesn't work. It doesn't bowl well. It's a great start here for Pakake Badalana. They make the most of the power play. 47 without loss after 3.
Well, if you could jump in the DeLorean and set the time coordinates to 2 minutes ago, you'll know that I said you got to try and stop that single to prevent Isan getting back on strike. And then, okay, the balls weren't particularly testing that he received, but still, it's 2 boundaries to finish the power play. 47 without loss. And now we'll head into the middle overs. Hashim's over goes for 18. Nazir to bowl here in the 4th. So yeah, still maybe looking at that 4 overs to get, what's that, 73? So that's about 3 a ball. Certainly capable of doing that, these 2. Had a question about what's the target in the brackets. So 120 is the target for the game. 84 is the target for the batting team to ensure they at least keep their point, because both teams essentially get given a point just for playing, and you get another 2 for winning the game. So normally it's 3 for winning, 1 for losing. But if you get thrashed, then you lose your point. It goes to your opposition. So in that case, all 4 points would go to the winning team. So Pakakare can get all 4 points by chasing the target 120 in 7 overs. And theoretically, Royal Barcelona could do it by restricting Pakakare less than that 84. Which is looking pretty unlikely at the moment. That Mahboob gets out the way. Back to Mohamed Ihsan, who now is on 3,876. He's 124 away from the 4,000. But we've seen some hundreds in some pretty low chases. I think was it Yasser Ali last year that scored 100 in, I think the target was about 111 or 112.
Yeah,
something like that. It was crazy, wasn't it?
Nazir, can he get the breakthrough? This is the wicket that they want. And, wow, so close to finding the edge of the bat here. This only misses by a fraction. Not a good shot, this, from Ihsan. He should be playing this out on the off.
Yeah, he probably knows that. Just he got away with it in the end, didn't he? Lucky to survive.
Okay, high up in the air. Can anybody get there? And no, they can't. It bounces over the fielder that comes running in. He's now pointing at the sun and saying he didn't have time to get there. I don't think this is quite a chance. He's come running in. I think the ball is bouncing more or less at his feet.
I think he does a good job to get that close, to be honest. He did get the jump on it. He ran in as quick as he could. Ihsan gets a bit lucky again. Just a couple of concentration errors, perhaps. Ihsan, in former years, before he was the player he is now, he used to kind of look a bit too much for that leg side.
Yeah.
Now he plays the ball and merits a lot better. 50 partnership comes up in the 4th over. Mahboob hasn't really been able to execute the way he would have liked so far. Yeah, but now Ihsan, I think, he can still do that leg side hoik, but he's normally a bit more selective when he does it, or if he's going to make a big move to do it, he makes a big move to do it. He jumps across a long way and commits to the stroke. I think a bit like that stroke there. Yeah, just not in a great position to play it. That's when it goes wrong.
Yeah, that's what a bit Mahboob's role is, I think, here. I think he just lost his head a little bit. That last ball, he's there to stay there. And he's there to stay there to ensure this partnership keeps going. And that Ihsan can keep ticking along and knock off these runs and get the victory. A ball to go, this one from Nazir. He's bowled very well, just 4 have come from it.
Thanks to Asif for the question about the brackets, by the way.
And, well, that's a good shot. And this is what you're talking about, Vinny. I mean, Ihsan, he gets there, doesn't he? It's all the footwork, quick footwork, gets to the pitch of it, smashes it big. 10 come off the over, and they're looking good here. 57 without loss after 4.
Yeah, they are. So he charges, but still kind of keeps his shape. So have a look here. Yeah, it's just a commanding kind of shot going with the angle. Put that one well over the fence. Maximo time. Ihsan to 44. Just 14 balls faced as well. And things spiralling out of control. Remember, Royal Barcelona haven't lost a game yet in this series, but they're staring down the barrel here to get that bonus point. Pakakare, they need 21 and over to do that. So, again, I'm not going to count them out because this is a team that scored 94 in a 3-over period in the power play last year. And that was an absolutely insane 3 overs. In fact, it was the highest scoring 3-over period ever, not even just a power play. Yeah. So you take any 3 overs in a row in isolation at 94, it was crazy. But anyway, this could be a chance because it's up in the air. 2 fielders converge and it gets taken. So Mahboob didn't really ever get going in that innings, though he is part of a partnership which is worth 57. There's some discussions about the Royals about whose catch that was. Regardless, he gets taken. That's the most important thing. 57 for 1.
So Hussain comes on. He takes the wicket. It's a good catch in the end, I suppose. I thought for a moment that both fielders were just going to leave this to each other. But look, the conversation starts. He wasn't happy, was he?
I mean, the thing is, if you went full Odd Couple style, remember that sitcom? And you drew a line up the middle of the field, It's pretty clear whose side of the line that's on.
Yeah.
So I think that you don't have too much of a case. I think, who is that? That's Suleiman Aschar just coming to the side, and then certainly voiced a strong opinion about whose catch he thought it was, but Ali Hassan, I think, rightly takes the catch.
Yeah.
And Mahboob goes for 11. Mohamed Atif comes in. He's been in good batting form, you know.
Yeah, we saw him score his first 50 on the European Cricket Network. And, oh, well, he could have sliced his onto his stump straight away, couldn't he?
Without wanting to jinx him, maybe Atif's the answer to open, because he's batted at 3 and he took on Faisal Shah, for example, the other day and handled himself really well against the new ball and the pace. So I actually think, okay, I don't mind the idea of Mahboob going up there, but with Mahboob not really clicking, I think maybe just go straight to Atif.
It's well bowled.
And it also would be a good experience for him to do that. I mean, he's got a lot of responsibility on him, opening the bowling and fielding in a key position. But I think at this level, I just don't think it'd be a bad thing for him to gain that experience.
Hits this hard, and the fielder, is he in with a shot here? Yeah, he is. That is such a good catch for a number of reasons. A, he's not prepared, i.e. no cap, no shades. He's looking into the sun. The ball is moving around. You can see that it's moving because he's moving around. But what he does do, he uses his right hand to keep the sun out of his eyes. Then he gets himself in a position. He takes a catch. That opens his game up, because that is the end of Ishan, who'll go for 44.
Yeah, and just got lucky a couple of times in the last over, but he's fresh out of luck this time. That is such a good catch out there. Murad Ali, who's a fantastic player to watch in this series. And Corey's got his eye on Murad, and Murad had to have his eyes on that ball because he's staring straight into the sun. And Ihsan, he gets 44 close up to that 4,000, but he's gonna have to go now. It's 58 for 2, and this game takes on a bit of a different feel. And here's the thing, Pakakare, they've been prone to the odd collapse in this series. Ali Ahmed comes out at number 4.
Oh, well, I tell you what, Ali Ahmed is saying, don't worry, people. No collapse happening here as he smashes this one out of here. Oh, what a big hit that is for the first ball. And Hussein's over up until then was 2 for 1. And now it's 2 for 7.
One of the Royals players almost has a little bit of a surprise in his back pocket here, because the ball bounced off the fence.
Well, hit hard, and it's going to be another boundary. So Ali Ahmed, who bowled very well as well, don't forget. And now he comes out, he's hit 6 and 4. I tell you what, he looks like he's hungry for more.
Yeah, well, one door closes, another opens. Ken Nawaz kept both eyes on that. Both eyes open at the moment, which is good as well. It's the end of the 5th over. Pakakare, they're 68 for 2 after 5. Let's have a look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network, of course. We've got the European Cricket Series here, but then the ECL, we've been talking about that a lot. But let's talk Portugal. That's going to be a 3-week series, and it will include the first ever Western Shield, which will be British and Irish Knights versus Team Europe. France for the first ever ECS there. There'll also be an international series. Then Brescia, we're back there after a little bit of a break. Estonia, back there for the first time since 2020. And Greece, first time since 2021. So, yeah, quite a few in a row there. And I'm really looking forward to, because we've either never been there like France, or it's been years since we've been there like Estonia and Greece. And I know you'll be with me for a fair few of those as well, Rico. I bet you're looking forward to a big year on the circuit.
It's going to be tremendous. It really is. You're going to see some exciting stuff. Good pickup, one-handedly done by the captain. So Nazir does come back on the ball. Not a bad over last time round, so just trying to put the squeeze on here. I think this is where now, I think Pakakare battle on the batters that come out here. Batters will go out there with no fear and say, right, if we're going to win this match, we're going to win it by throwing the bat at the ball and trying to get these runs. We don't want to get into a rut. We don't want to get cagey here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any danger of that, to be honest, in the way that these guys like to play. I suppose the flip side of that coin is, the only way you can imagine them losing this is a cascading of wickets. So you can understand they want to be a bit more careful, but sometimes that can be a bit counterproductive as well. You start looking for ways to get out, whereas if you just sit there, look at it and hit it, like you're batting first, for example, you probably definitely most likely make this 120. As it is, this is a thick edge that's going to go down to the boundary. So Ali Ahmed, probably the least convincing of his 3 boundaries, but still he's come out and he's started scoring freely. 73 now for Pakakare.
Very unlucky this for Shahid Nazir. gets the ball in the right areas, and the batter gets extremely lucky, gets the bottom inside edge of the bat, and the ball goes to the boundary, 4 runs. So Nazir, though, I think he has to stick with it. Let's keep the same line. Oh, he does. This one will be 1 bounce. Handled very well by the fielder. Gets a good, strong throw in as well. Good work there by Abdul Wadood.
He's an interesting player as well, Wadood, isn't he? Guy who bats with his hands the other way around on the bat. Does a good job here, makes him work for the one. I like this.
Took a really good catch yesterday. A lot of people will remember that on the HCL Player of the Day. It was a great catch. Ball going over his head, running backwards, and manages to take it. Incredible catch. Nazir wants the wicket, wants another breakthrough. Atif hits it hard, and he's going to clobber this for 6. The scorers once again, well, they're ducking and diving. I tell you who isn't. Nawaz. Well, Nawaz is the coolest cucumber that there could be. He doesn't flinch as this one gets belted out of the park.
Yeah, like a statue there, Nawaz, but yeah, ends up being whacked away. Nazir, nice ball for his spell, unless it's a wide, which it is. So where are we at here? I mean, it's not impossible. What do they need? They need 40 off, well, 39 now off 7. So you better start hitting 6s quickly if they're going to do it. Otherwise, they're happy just to pick up a win here. Wins have been hard to come by for Pakakare in this series. Royal Barcelona, looks like they might be heading for their first defeat, the way things are looking. Latif retains the strike at the end of 6 overs. It's 82 for 2.
Yeah, in a very strong position here. Nice to see Mohamed Atif finds the middle of his bat as well as he smashes a big boundary here. Ali Ahmed, seen him already hit 3 boundaries. These two, you see, they're just taking the time to talk to each other in the middle. They're having a look at the scoreboard. They know what the equation is here. 38 to win in 24 deliveries. I think if you are Pakakare Banlana, you'll take that. Royal Barcelona, they know if they go down here, they're okay, they may get a point, but I think they lose the opportunity to, well, not just keep their 100% record intact, but go to the top of the standings. They've been looking for a big finish and a big comeback here. Well, still, they're capable of coming back here, maybe, as this one is down the leg side, no run. Maybe because Atif is already on the ground and he can't get himself up again to take the single, which Ahmed wanted to take, but go back to Hussain, who took the wickets in over number 5. Okay, well, this one is in the slot and it is hammered out of here. Mohamed Atif, I have to say, you know, if you had to say, Vinny, the most improved batter that we've seen in, say, the last year, he's got to be right up there, because this guy, I mean, known for his bowling, and I know sometimes we've seen him going at Cardamom when they've been in all sorts of trouble. He scored a few runs, got out, but I mean, he's turned into a genuine batter now.
He's worked hard on it as well. Sees the value in upskilling himself, and I suppose he's always had this batting talent. It's just, I suppose, because he's, if you want to call him a prodigy, he's been a bit of a prodigy with his bowling. We're able to challenge the older guys a bit earlier in his career. But now, I mean, look at that. He's hitting the ball very, very well. And this one doesn't get too high off the ground, but it will be a single. What's the thing about Latif? He's got a very clear head. So, I mean, do you remember the game? It was actually when Spain lost to Portugal, but Atif was in there at the end with Adam Alger. And he just, you know, knew what he had to do, came in at number 11, blocked down a couple, just read the game situation. Atif's probably batted every spot between 3 and 11. Don't know about him opening before, but right now, Ali Ahmed, he continues his good start. Pakakare closing in. This is a bit more like the Pakakare we've come to know at the moment. Up in the 90s, but not looking too nervous as they close in on this 120 to win.
Yeah, well, remember, they didn't start as the favourites to win this, and it's no surprise, really, up against a team that were undefeated before this contest, and they themselves, Pakakare Banlana, had a lot of issues, especially with the batting, but they've come out here strong. I must admit, I was the first to say I was a little bit surprised when they won the toss and put Royal Barcelona in. I thought it was an opportunity for Royal Barcelona to bat them out of the game, but it was not to be. And it's that first over, wasn't it, from Mohamed Atif that really set the standard.
Yeah, I mean, you'd probably have to put him down for player of the match, regardless of how many he scores here. With that 3-wicket over. Could have been 5 wickets if the catches were held.
It's very true. Don't forget he had Nazir dropped on 0 and also Sajil. So he could have had
crazy over,
he could
really.
have had 5 wickets.
I mean, I almost spat my lunch out, but it was too delicious. Thanks to everyone here at the ground.
Asking the question, I mean, this certainly was some sort of noise here, but I'm not 100% convinced
I had my
it was.
suspicions, if I'm honest. I had my suspicions. I don't know if we'll see this again in the replay, but there's a little noise, but umpire's not sure if it's an edge or if it's maybe something else. Got a feeling there's a little scratch on that. And the umpire, and again, he maybe didn't hear it. He's human. If anything, it's a feather. Maybe it's nothing, but it is the end of the 7th over. It's 95 for 2. Let's have a look at what's coming up then. Last game of the day. It's our last game together, actually, until the ECL, Rico. So let's make the most of it. Royals versus Paco Care again. Paco Care once again winning the toss and electing to bowl, and that match starting in around about 35 minutes. So as far as Paco Care wanting to bowl first, historically, that's what they like to do. They like to chase. Okay, it's not a thing that they really care much one way or the other. Fahad Butt, by the way, comes in for Paco Care in that one. But one notable exception is then they did want to bat in the final here last year against the Jaguar, and in the end, the Jaguar ended up pulling off the chase with 3 balls to spare. If you want to go back to the ECL final win against Tunbridge Wells back in 2022, they bowled first in that game and held the English club to a fairly moderate total and seemed to have the, what's the word? Yeah, held the nerves back to chase it down. Seemed pretty unbothered by the chasing pressure. There was a good question before saying in the chat, saying, does the toss even matter? Because conditions don't really change. I think it's more of a mindset. Do you want a target to aim for, or do you just want to bat freely? Different teams have different opinions on that. Murad coming back last roll of the dice, but it's not going too well. This is just clipped away by Atif. Maximo brings the 100 up for Paco Care. Now, what we will say is because this game has now gone into an 8th over, it means Royal Barcelona will walk away with a point at least, but they're also going to walk away with their first L of the series.
Yeah, really good shot once again from Atif Mahmood. You see, that's what I mean. It looks like a batter. It's not slogging. He's not trying to hit that as hard as he can. He just delightfully times it, uses the pace, and a little bit of wayward line there from Murad Ali against him. Murad going for the Yorker. But yeah, this is a big over. If they can knock Atif's wicket over here and keep it nice and tidy, it means that we have a nervy couple of overs to finish with.
Maybe 1%. It's better than none. Here's Murad.
It's going to be a wide. Yeah.
And that little clip shot last ball before that.
Yeah.
Again, with Murad, if I'm facing him, I'm thinking, I don't have to swing very hard. He's already put the pace on the ball. So if Murad gets it slightly wrong, you can just time it and the ball will fly. And that's what Atif did the ball before. So Murad, he's kind of all arms and legs, isn't he, when he's running in at you? So he's one of my players to watch. And I know a lot of people have been commenting that he looks like he's the kind of guy that can challenge very good players. And I agree with that. Let's see what he can do here to Mohamed Atif. Battle of the fast bowlers.
Shot. There's 4 more runs. Beautifully played. It's and what I like about Atif is he's not preempting what he's going to do. Well, it's Dan Oro's, the ECM photographer. That's a nice. Yeah, that's going to be one for the collection. But yeah, if you look here, he hasn't made up his mind what he's going to do with the ball until it's bowled. So he's not moving early. He's not saying, I'm going to slog this down the leg side or I'm going to come down it down. He waits for the ball. He knows on this surface you've got time, and then he executes it and plays the correct shot. Really good cricketing mind he's got, and I think you've touched on that already. And now it's in the slot and he goes down the ground. This is great hitting. Yeah, Vinny, I think there's no doubt about it. This time round we are looking at the player of this match as that one gets put away. They're almost there.
Sounds like golf. Okay, let's follow that ball. Where's it going? Oh, that's just like my golf. I just think you're going to be okay, and then it's like, when it goes back into the water. When you think you're okay,
I'm safe.
and then
I'm safe. Or he drops in the bunker.
Got a friendly bounce, and then there it goes. I wonder where it ends up.
In the water.
We're back to live. And
couple needed, right?
Yeah, I need 8.
8 needed?
Yeah, 8 required. Atif 32 off 11. It's batted wonderfully well.
Oh, well.
I like this, though.
I like Marie to say, come on, then. Let me see what you can do with this. Come on, then. Show me what you got. Well, I tell you something. He does well to get a bouncer in this pitch.
I was going to say, he's one of the few bowlers with the pace to actually test a batter upstairs, Murad. But I also like that mindset of, a little bit of a throwback. Fast bowler.
Yeah.
Fast bowler mindset. Saying, all right, play it off your face then.
Will Latif have this final say here?
He can't bowl on the bounce. I suppose he can.
Yeah, he can. It wasn't signalled over the shoulder.
Yeah, but I was going to say, no ball. No ball's no ball. Moral victory if you can knock him on his backside.
Well, there's the answer from Latif, and he'll probably have a word or two to say to Murad Ali as he smashes this one out of the ground. I think he definitely does say something to him. He says, gonna bowl me another one of those? I wonder if I alert that conversation still continues. Where does this end up? Well, have a look. Is that it there? I think it is, you know.
Here we go.
I think this is bounced onto the roof. I tell you what, you were talking about one of your big shots going onto the roof. He says, you see where that's gone? It's on the roof, buddy. Go get it. Go fetch it.
Yeah.
Well, look at this. You knew he wanted this. How he hits this hard. Let's follow this ball for a moment. It's right on the roof.
That's a roofer.
Give him a case of beer.
It's like we're back in Switzerland, actually, where we had some roofers there. Okay, well, Nawaz, let's see what his approach is. So, I mean, obviously that's a situation we need to find the ball. I bet Nawaz is onto it. Do you think this is the first time that he's going to take the initiative?
All right, two required for victory. And they'll do it with just that shot. So there you go. That's the end of the match. Ali Ahmed, he's not out 23. And Mohamed Atif, after taking 3 wickets, will be the main contributor as well. 38 of 13 he makes. Well batted indeed. It's a victory.
Oh, there we go, Rico. There's Nawaz.
He's thinking
Meanwhile,
about it.
His mates on the roof.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he planned it. Oh, there we go.
I love it.
What a finish. Hey, let's show Atif, though. We better show him because he's your player of the match here, hands down,
hasn't he?
in match 39. He takes 3 for 22, and then he goes out and puts on a show, 38 of 13. Ali Ahmed batted pretty well at the end as well. But Pakai Care, they hand Royals their first loss of their campaign. They end up doing it in style. Hey, but when you look at it, it was all about that first over, I think.
Yeah.
The wickets that Atif takes and the runs that he restricts as well. Didn't quite take every chance that was offered either, Pakai Care. But they're back in the winner's circle. But it'll probably mean little unless they can do the job in match 40 as well. And that's what's coming up in exactly half an hour's time. We'll have the first ball of that one. Royal Barcelona, well, they'll get another crack at Atif. He's likely to open the bowling. Maybe Shafat Ali Saeed gets another chance with the bat. Remember, he went for a Royal in match 39. Let's have a look at the chase. And once again, plenty to talk about here as the ECL 24 team, Pakai Care, rack up this win in match number 39. And they end up doing it with heaps of time to spare. Let's have a look, Rico. And they didn't really get the opening partnership broken up, did they? A bid was sent up there pretty much to watch because Isan, he was putting on a show. His 44, though, doesn't go on with it to a really big score. At least put Pakai Care well ahead and make sure there were no jitters in this chase.
Yeah, well, what you did see there is the top 2 batters in this series for Pakai Care battling on it. They performed when they had to. One is no surprise. That is Mohamed Ishan, who scored a classy 44 of 16 before he was well caught by Murad Ali on the boundary. The other, well, is a surprise, and he continues to surprise us, is Mohamed Atif, who batted beautifully well for that 33 that he scored. And he got some good support there from Ali Ahmed, who also bowled very well.
Yeah, he did, actually. Yeah, some of the young guns firing for Pakai Care. You know, still have a few players to come back. That was Abid Mahboob, who ended up running a ball, ended up being caught off a top edge, which sparked a different kind of conversation. Isan, it was funny, probably wasn't his best innings, didn't seem 100% in control of some of the shots, maybe some slightly lax decision making in the end. He went, and we're at that stage, Royals felt like they could be the start of something more, but Ali Ahmed came out and he batted very, very well from the get-go.
Ali Ahmed, when he came out, I think his response was fine. I said at that moment, what the batters coming in out there didn't want to do was give the opportunity for Royal Barcelona to get back in their rhythm, and they didn't. Ali Ahmed came out there, played the perfect role, and full credit to Mohamed Atif as well. He could have just thought, you know what, while you're going, I'll stroke it around. He wasn't thinking that. He was thinking about trying to get the ball on the roof over there, and eventually he would do. This was one that we all thought maybe there was a little snick. You can see Ali Ahmed saying, what are you on about? I didn't touch it. It was nowhere near it.
Umpire didn't pick up the edge, if there was one, and then shot the eyes to his colleague, saying, what do you think? And he just kind of shrugged his shoulders. This was the one that was going to be a roofer, and then it was a question of who was going to get it. Really, it wasn't too much of a question, was it? Because while the game had ended, we saw that Nawaz just keeping an eye on things down there. And in the end, Paco Care, they do it fairly comfortably with 11 balls to spare.
Yeah, I just thought there, Vinny, as we have a look at that scorecard. So again, Ishan, Atif, and also well done to Ali Ahmed. I just think the start of that match, Royal Barcelona just seemed a little bit intimidated by the opponents they were playing. And I think Paco Care Barcelona, because who they are, because we know so much about them, you know, previous champions here, they're a powerful side. I think Royal Barcelona, some of their opening batters just didn't play their natural game. They were intimidated, and as a result of that, they didn't score the amount of runs they needed. I don't think 119 was ever going to cut it, and it proved to be.
Yeah, you said it. Anyway, that's a nice aerial view of the ground, and you can go and make yourself a cup of tea and maybe think up some random questions, maybe some food chat as well, because we'll be back in 25 minutes with the last game of match 10. Rico and I, it's our last match commentating together until the ECL, so we're going to enjoy that one as well. Match 40 is on the way, and Paco Care want to make it 2 out of 2. Royals, they want to make sure that their losing streak stops at 1. And we'll see you shortly right here in Barcelona for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, welcome back. Time for the last match of day 10. And these two teams, certainly an interesting duo to tangle on this Wednesday afternoon. Royal Barcelona taking on Pakai Care Badalona again. Match 40 is on the way. Well, they say life begins at 40. This tournament certainly has had some ups and downs so far, and I just feel we're just getting started. But right now, let's see what happens at the toss at the other end. The two teams are with Tyrone Peters.
Royal Barcelona to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Whoa, whoa. It's a oh, it's a tails.
Yes. So we go for bowling?
They go for bowling.
Pakai Care winning the toss again, and they want to field again, so they're sticking to their guns. And look, we know that they certainly haven't had the tournament that they would have liked so far, but still, you know, they're building, and not only towards the conclusion of this tournament, but also the Champions League of Cricket, the ECL, where they'll be representing Spain, the whole nation of Spain, next month. For Royal Barcelona, though, we saw them lose those early wickets. How good was Mohamed Atif for Pakai Care? He is the all-time leading wicket taker on the European Cricket Network, and you can see why. 3 wickets in the first over. Could have been 5 because a couple of catches went down as well. That would have been absolutely insane. But I think for some of the Royals batters, they'll appreciate another opportunity to go out there and probably take on Atif first up. Those that failed, I'm sure, will want to make a few runs. Let's get ready for the last game of the day. It's actually my last game at the ground for a little while. Rico Fool standing by to take you to the first ball. Pakai Care, they want to chase again. Let's see how they go. And let's get ready for the start of match 40.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandy. Remember, get your random questions in. It is the last match of day 10 here today. And, of course, the last one for Vinny for a while. He will, of course, be back here for the last week. But we won't meet. That's the last time that I'm with him as well. So I know a lot of people probably want to wish him well on a thoroughly well-deserved vacation as Vinny goes back home. But, yeah, any questions about what Vinny's planning to do? Where's he going to be going? His favourite places to go to? Well, why don't you think about those and fire them in the chat when you come back as we have a look at this match here. I'm expecting, my thought on this, I'm expecting Royal Barcelona to bounce back. I think this one has got the sharing the spoils written all over it, so maybe it'll be a 1-1 in this battle between Royal Barcelona and Pakai Care Badalona. But one thing that Royal Barcelona need to do is weather the early storm that's about to come their way. And I'm guessing, once again, that will come from Mohamed Atif. And, well, there's the star of the show at the moment. Well, behind-the-scenes work being done there. Diana Oros, and that's just Roberto, the groundsman here of this Montjuic Olympic ground. And Roberto, he's on the... There he is. Give us a smile. Look at that smile, Roberto. Yes, es una estrella, sí. Un amigo de mío. And a lovely guy, Roberto. Well, look out for that. That's... something that we'll have on our social media coming up soon. But no, can I just say that Roberto, he's an absolute star, and I think everybody on the European Cricket Network would say this. Coming here to Barcelona, if there's one thing that we enjoy, that's his company. I mean, he is so passionate about what he does here. As we see the first delivery, it's nicely played away, 4 runs. Well, it's a very different start already, and yeah, it's the same old start though for Shup. He'll say he had a clipboard in one hand. If he took that cleanly, I thought, well, things are about to change. But no, Shup still not 100% with his fielding, but that's a nice shot. So a better start to Ali Saeed. Remember last time round, he was out the very first ball. Not this time. That's a nicely timed shot through the covers. Maybe a little bit more relaxed this time round. So yeah, just talking about Roberto, so passionate about what he does. He really is a sensational chap, and there's nothing that is too much trouble for him. If you need something, he finds a way to do it. So Roberto, looking forward to seeing that interview and maybe a little footage of what Roberto gets up to around the ground. This time, I think Mohamed Atif just gets a hand on this to take the pace off it. And welcome back to everybody on the chat. Hello to Martin Foster. Nice to have you with us. Hello, Dave. Julian Dawson. It's nicely played. Think about the single, decide not to. I think the single, if both batters go straight away, they sort of look at each other, decide not to. Hello, Damien Fraser as well. So get your random questions in. Hello, dear Maria. And also, if there's anybody that's lurking, somebody that's not normally on the chat, why don't you get on there? You know, sign up. Give us a thumbs up. Tell your friends, tell your family. We are a family. We are a European cricket community growing bigger and stronger all the time. I tell you who's could be getting stronger all the time, the longer he's out there, is Shafat Ali Saeed, who now follows up the boundary, the 4 he hit earlier in this over with the big 6. So a different start as Royal Barcelona this time round. I think the talk they would have had in their camp would be, look, we know who we're playing. Get that out of our mind. Let's just go out there and play a normal game, because that's what's made us successful so far. I don't think it's a bad thing for them also to lose that last match. More on that in a moment. It's good delivery, good comeback from Mohamed Atif. Yeah, the reason why that, we've seen a number of times a team that has an outstanding record in the group stages or when they're playing in the standings, and when it comes to elimination matches, that's where it goes wrong. So if you got that out of your system, if that's their blip, well, it's happened, and it's not going to hurt them. Not in this stages. They will qualify. I don't think they're going to finish in the bottom 2, so they've just got to learn from that. And if they can get a good win here against Pakake Badalona, that will serve them well. This one's been hit well. There is a fielder out there. It gets down well, makes a good stop, and maybe we'll see a little bit more of Jafar Raza with the ball. We didn't see him bowl in the last match, and I know he's a promising young talent. First over is complete, 11 without loss, so much better already. And speaking of communications, well, I would love all the communications, all the messages that myself and I know Vinny Sandhu get from all of our loyal viewers around the world. Keep them coming. We thoroughly enjoy them, and I want to say a big thank you to all the lovely messages that I've received about the start of our 2024 season. I know it all started for me in Cyprus. I know Vinny was in Gibraltar, but lovely messages from you all. Thank you. Thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network as well. And keep them coming, and we always use this platform to on air to say a big thank yous to everybody. We can't reply to everyone in person, but thank you very much, and keep it going, keep it happening, and well, let's try and get 400,000 subscribers to our YouTube channel as well. That'll be something this year. Now, well, the moment that I've been waiting for, because I always like to see the young juniors do well, it will be Jafar Raza, who's getting ready to bowl here. So Raza, he's a left armer as well. Starts a little bit short, and this one gets clubbed straight back over his head. That's a big 6, big hit. So Ali Saeed is certainly looking to make a difference in this one. Really nice shot. Over it goes. Shakalagia. And well, just doing a little bit of stretching there. Atif just has a little chat with the young bowler. Say that he's young, born in 2006. This is too full, and this is going to be 6 more. So it's shaka time. And, well, Royal Barcelona look like they're starting to do what we know they can. Now, this one may even be one that the third umpire, Shane Lightley, will have a look at. He has a good look. I think they're waiting for the call from the third umpire. I think it's okay. I think it's just dipping. But, yeah, you just got to calm down a little bit here, Araza. See if you can get a good one in here. Slower delivery, good comeback. Oh, it just strays down the leg side, though. I'm liking that. Shake the head from Saeed. He thought he should have had this away. So 18 years of age is Jafar Raza. He's one of the promising under-19s that they have here in Catalonia. Well, here we go. That's one way to get the balls off the net. And there's another wide. He does go fishing for it, and I think it's the correct call from the umpire. Well, Nawaz is saying, can I borrow your walkie-talkie, Shub, because I need to give some further instructions to my staff on how to get these balls down. Shub is having a bit of a laugh about it, as is Paolo. And Marzi in there as well, the ECN crew. And well, there we go. You need all the equipment. That's going to be, oh no, that's gone horribly wrong. It's going to be, well, hang on, this has been called a dead ball. Now, I'm just having a look why this is a dead ball. What's happened here? What have I missed? What have I missed here? Now let's have a look at this. So here's the delivery, and yeah, it doesn't play a shot. Okay, so I thought it went all the way through without touching anything. Dead ball call. That's a correct call. Didn't play the shot. That's a little bit lazy, really, from Ali Saeed. I mean, if he at least made it look like he was attempting a shot, it still would have been the same result. So gets let off the hook a little bit, Raza there. Come on, Jaffa. Oh, he goes for trying to get the Yorker in. That's what he's trying to do, but he just can't get it right. This time, strays down the leg side once again. Difficult for the young man. When he gets it right, and he just relax a little bit. That's the key here. I like the way that Mohamed Atif, of course, he knows all about this. He's been there. Mohamed Atif was Raza a few years ago, and he knew how he got over sort of the lurgies, and that's what he's trying to do here now for Raza, just giving him support. It's been nicely played. So this one is getting this to swing away from the left-hander, but once again, this little bit of width on offer, and all he needs to do here, a bit like what Vinny was saying in the last innings when Murid Ali was bowling, when the pace is there, you don't have to try and hit the ball too hard. You just got to make good contact and good timing. The bat will do the rest. So this over, it's gone for 1930 on the board already. So completely different. This, remember, the last match after 2 overs, it was 10 for 4. Same area, 4 more, so it will go magical with a ball still to go. And this, I think, is what a lot of people were expecting to see from Royal Barcelona in the last contest. Once again, Atif having a chat with the young bowler. So Raza, unfortunately, just wasn't able to execute the right line. He's trying hard, maybe trying too hard to get the Yorker in, but the harder he tries, the wider or fuller he goes, and the easier it is for the batter to get away. And now you can see Mohamed Atif trying to set the field here. Looks like, though Ishan is listed as a captain, it seems to be Mohamed Atif and Abid Mahbub that seem to be doing a lot of the work on the field. Well, this time is definitely a 0-0, and I'm going to stick with it because that is going to be a minimum. So now this has gone for 28. There's still a ball to go. Ishan is down and out. Come on, Ishan. Somebody pump him up. Come on. Come on, all together. Fugamaro. Tori Fugamaro. Uchunga. Fugamaro. Blowing back up. Yeah, he's up. He's good. I tell you who's not good here. Raza. Yeah. Horrible to see because you want to see a young bowler do well, and this is not gonna help him. The next time he goes and have a bowl, this will be in his mind. Let's see if he can just get one good one in here. Let's hope the young man doesn't go supersonic here. And he won't, so this time it gets defended. He finishes well, I suppose, but 28 do come off the over. It's a cracking start for Royal Barcelona. They are 39 without loss, looking to get some revenge after their first defeat. There you go. That tells you the story. So Pakage Badalona, they're on the up. Look, a win here for them would see them maybe pip Catalonia red. But Royal Barcelona, you see what they're trying to do. If they can get 3 points, they go 11 points at the top. But if they can pick up 4, they are above their opponents there. And that's what they're looking to do. And one thing I'll remind you is they've got some big matches up tomorrow. First up tomorrow on day 11. Royal Barcelona, that's right, the team you see out there up against Magic Badalona. We're going to have a cracking start tomorrow. We're going to have a cracking finish today as well. As for the last time with me for a while, for 19 days, of course, it's Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu joining me back.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Yeah, I think the issue with Jaffa there, sometimes they were swinging, sometimes they weren't. When he left it outside off, they were swinging. When he put it down leg side, it just went straight. A bit like my golf, actually. Anyway, Nazir faces up for the first time, and he's going to hit one miles first up. Well, that's a very confident shot. Atif went wicketless in the first over. There's more work for the ball retrievers, Rico. They've been busy. Well, some of them have been busy. Maximo to start the over.
Royal Barcelona have had a royal wake-up call, haven't they? They just weren't themselves in that last contest. Yet this is what you expect to see. So Nazir pumps his first one out of the ground. Atif, once again, I think just trying to get the Yorker going. So now Atif under pressure. Hard chance, but it gets past the outstretched hand of the fielder really quickly. That's going to land just in front of us. Well, we both said it at the same time, Vinny. That was absolutely crunchy.
That was belted. It's almost like pinball. It's come back off the protective fence. That's the Diana-proof fence. It's partly meant to keep the balls out, but I think meant to keep her in her zone as well. I think she's might have escaped actually at the moment. But anyway, 49 in 14 balls, not a bad start. 171 is the expected score, but they're actually on 210 pace at the moment. Yet to see a 200. This series, the way things are going, this might be one of them against Paco Kev. Scored a couple themselves. That's up and out of here. Maximo Nazir off to an ominous start.
Well, party time maybe for all Barcelona, because now, well, look at them go here. It's more like it. A lot of people saying, yeah, that's what we expected to see. That's another one. The 50 on the board already. You can see there, it's come up in no time as well. 15 deliveries.
80-20 now. Royal Barcelona, or Barcelona, depends. It's very regional pronunciation, but yeah, enjoying my last game with you for a little while. We only had 2 days together, but it's always easy to slip back into it, isn't it? Nazir has another go, and he's going to belt this one in the same direction. Maybe not quite as hard, but he will take this one. Magical. Atif back to earth pretty hard here in match 40 so far.
Yeah, well, Damien Fraser, he's probably gone. Well, I hope he's gone to bed now, because he was a supporter of Pakeke Badalona and said, I want to see them win and then I'll go to sleep. Well, I hope you have gone to sleep, Damien Fraser, because you don't want to be watching this. If you are, well, you're going to have nightmares. Atif under attack. Well, he's making a field change, so mid-wicket comes up because he has to put 2 men straight where the ball's being hit, so he doesn't want to stray on the leg side. I reckon he's going for this shot on the leg side. He's going for it. He's going to step across. There he goes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's going to give himself out. Yeah, he is. He wants to be funky, Vinny. He wants to get funky. He wants to do a little bit of showtime, but he goes wrong. And the nightmare, well, is not for our watcher, Damien Fraser. Is going to be for Nazir, who in the end here ends up giving his wicket away because he wants to be smart.
There's smart, and then there's smart Alec, I'll put it that way, because there's no reason to do this. You've taken 20 off the over. Oh, Nazir, yeah, he knows it as well. Tell you who loves it is Zain Ali. He takes the catch going to his right, but yeah, that's almost like kind of leading the Tour de France and then getting up on your handlebars to celebrate and crashing, because Teeth's a hard guy to take down. They had, and they give him a look in. So it's 59 for 1. Having said that, they've got plenty of hitters still to come. Here's one of them, Taki Ulmasar. Tends to bat higher in the second match. Maybe takes him a little bit of time to warm up, Taki.
Yeah, well, he wasn't Taki when we saw him out in the second match, as he said yesterday, when he scored a fine half century. For me, Taki's a sort of batter. I was saying this about Ishan Patel. He's the sort of batter, I think the more time he's out there, the better he gets. He gets a good one first up. This would have toppled many a batter. Good Yorker delivery. It's the end of the spell from Mohamed Atif. He does pick up a wicket. A little bit expensive, though. He goes for 31. 59 for 1 after 3.
Very good power play. Nazir, it's almost like a bit of a mercy wicket, isn't it? Because they were very destructive through those second and third overs. And just has the ability to take the wind out of the sails. Having said that, Royal Barcelona, they've passed most of the tests so far as their batting lineup and the depth of it. In fact, they've got 7, 8 guys that can all hit 6s. And 59 in the power play is over 19 and over. So looks like they're going to go for a change of pace here with Abid Mahboob to bowl over number 4.
Cosmic Nana in the chat. She's saying hello to everybody. Hello as well. I know that Kroom is there as well, and you're joined by Martin Foster. Of course, Dave has been lurking all day as well. Dave, how many eggs in the hole have you had now, buddy?
He's had a few. Do what chickens shudder when they see Dave turning up. That's where most of them are going. Hey, can I give you a random fact? I know Georgie loves a bit of a fun fact. I was shocked. This shocked me. Been in Europe for a while now.
Not a lot shocks you.
I found this to be a little bit outrageous, but I will come to that in a second. Here's my boob. Floats one out, and I think it is a wide. I was just surprised it took so long to signal. I think this is straight over the tram line. Yeah, that's a wide. It's to do with eggs.
Ah, okay.
Hit leg side and adios as Shafat Ali Saeed has whacked that one out of the ground. Will stay with us, but not by much. Maximo as Shafat Ali Saeed moved to 37, a guy that made a royal duck earlier today.
Yeah, tell me, I want to know about eggs.
Over Christmas, I was in Europe and I went to the supermarket. I was in Prague.
Yeah.
Oh, watch this space. Don't think you can give this out. They didn't come in a dozen. It was 10.
Okay.
It came in a 10.
We've not seen that
The
before.
dozens, it's a dozen eggs. All right, more of the same, is it? You betcha. Maximo. Shafat goes large over the leg side, moves into the 40s. He likes his matchup against the leg spinner. Puts that one over the rope as well, gets just enough.
Yeah, if he doesn't go full and make him drive, this is what's going to happen.
Are you hearing what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is that everywhere? I mean, I rarely go to the grocery
Not everywhere,
shopping.
but I know in some parts of Spain. I mean,
10?
Yeah, you get 10.
But then they still come in 6 when you get like a half,
a
half dozen, because it's meant to be a half dozen. 10 eggs.
Did you feel you were being
How are you
shortchanged?
meant to make 4 3-egg omelets out of 10? I couldn't believe it. I had to write a letter. My check wasn't very good. Anyway, this is going to be leg side, and guess what? Asking for trouble is Mahboob, and handing out the trouble, Shafat Ali Saeed, who goes Maximo and moves to 49 in 16 balls.
Well, you're talking about a dozen. The last 2 shots, well, that's your dozen.
I want to hear what Dave B has to say about this.
How many?
Has got intended eggs to be consumed in 12s or half 12s.
Yeah,
I think it's in the Bible.
I reckon Dave must be buying them. You know the actual big packs you get, the 24s.
I mean, Dave should invest in a chicken farm. That's
Dave,
what he really should do.
Yeah, how many eggs? Dave, tell us, how many eggs a week?
Can you believe that they're selling eggs in 10s? But then if you've got that, just go 12. Like you're obviously cutting them in half for the 6s. So what's the story?
Oh, I think foot is up. I think foot is
Oh,
up.
this will be good.
He's walking. The foot was definitely up, you know.
That's magic if he's done this, because Shafat Ali Saeed is on 49, and there will be an extra run for the wide. But does he cross his feet over?
Let's have a look at this. Foot is up and
sensational wicket keeping. Sensational. That is brilliant work, and Shafat Ali Saeed is going to get stumped down the leg side. Just watch how quick he has to move, and he has to just throw the hands down. There's a little bit of luck involved with these as well, because he doesn't actually move the head. So he's kind of going blindly. And Shafat Ali Saeed, he's kind of alert to the threat, but he just couldn't help himself. Overbalances out of his crease. So a little bit of magic from Ihsan. Stumps the dangerous Shafat Ali Saeed for 49 at 79 for 2. But as a keeper, I love this. This was pure. Tell you what's different about this one is he kind of watches the ball one side of his body, but his hands go the other side.
Genius.
So it's just kind of, it's instinctive. It requires a little bit of luck because you're definitely losing the ball in the batter. But, I mean, he's got such good hands. Ihsan, well, a bit of special work with the gloves.
Yeah, that's special to see. Great highlight. Wicket keepers, they're worth their weight in gold. They really are. Remember he missed out one in the earlier one when he went for the same one, but he missed the bails. Didn't get the bails.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't make a mess of this one. That is outstanding work. And Mahboob, well, he just bought a wicket from nowhere,
well,
hasn't he?
Mahboob kind of wins the raffle, ends up with a wicket, but that's really Ihsan's wicket for me. As Kaiser comes out, he has 100 in the series, don't forget. Blocks out his first one, and Pakakev fighting back with that wicket of Shafat Ali Saeed at 79 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, they're getting wickets, aren't they? But it's the same as Atif Mohammed's last over. He got a wicket, but he went for 20. Mahboob gets a wicket, but he's gone for 20. The over before that, Raza, went for 28. So you can just see, so the last 3 overs, 68 runs scored.
Yeah, exactly. Flat lined out there, but it's a pretty high rate at the moment. About the 20 and over or so. Yeah, so, I mean, that stumping, that's probably the only bit of action that was going to detract me from the kind of rort, the egg rort that's going on with, I mean, I know we live in an age of rampant consumerism, but I think to go to the shop to buy a dozen eggs, you expect a dozen, not 10. All right, up and out of here in the slot from Ali Ahmed. He's having a pretty good day. That one's going to hit the forbidden cube and come back. Well, Shoob's on fire a little bit as well in the field, isn't he? Still hasn't taken any catches, though. Maximo Taki gets off the mark.
Yeah, give that a dozen. Forget the 6. I reckon that's another rule that should be. Some of these 6s are so big, you should be thinking about giving it more than 6. They're worth more than 6. Taki, can he do what he did yesterday in the second match? He pulls away because there's a little bit of banter coming from...
Yeah.
Looks like the man at third.
Maybe some aggressive sign language there because I didn't hear anything. But Taki, he's a great ambassador for cricket in the region, isn't he? Loves to go out there and contribute with the bat and ball, even sometimes with the gloves. Oh, he hits this really hard. This coming our way.
Come on,
and
Vinny.
once again, oh, this time I got to it with my froggy shoe. If I could have gone with my hands, I would have. But I'm strapped in here. If anything, I'm illustrating why foot fielding is not the way to go.
You're going to damage your crocodile shoes.
I think it's all right. They can take it. But Taki, he does smack the ball, doesn't he?
That was nice. All along the deck. Beautifully played.
Now where? For Ali Ahmed. That's not a bad idea, but he just misses his spot. He'll be called wide.
Got the Southern Cross field here in place now, Vinny, if you noticed.
Yeah. With a slight onside bias.
Yeah,
So you've got a slightly long-on-ish straight fielder. But you're right. You've got that three
There you go. We saw
three
it there, the
fielders
screen.
protecting that straight boundary. It's well bowled. Pretty full and straight. Well, I'm getting educated all the time. Martin Foster says that there they've got packs of 6, 10, 15, and sometimes trays of 36, which be from a farm. I think Dave has left the chat for the day, so he's afraid he'll never know
He's
unless I
got to
bring it up tomorrow.
He's got to buy some more eggs.
Well, I won't be, but you can bring it up. The other thing is, who's buying the medium-sized eggs?
Yeah.
Well, this is high-ish, come a 3. Yeah, it's been caught on the field. It's, yeah, I mean, I always feel like, I don't know if there's a price difference, but when the XL, have you noticed they've just started calling eggs XL or jumbo? You never hear of small, do you?
Nah.
You don't
see
hear small.
at all.
Or like little peanut-sized eggs or something. Free hit coming up. Taki to go wacky. Well, he goes edgy, and he might get 4 anyway. He will. So swing hard, and good things can happen. Could have got out of that ball anyway. So Ali Ahmed's over, getting a bit out of control.
Lucky wacky, that one. Yeah. What about, have you been to these places where you can get the eggs with the double yolks? How do they know?
I've heard of that.
How do
Wait,
they
like you
know?
can deliberately do that. I thought it's just luck.
Nah, deliberately do it.
Really?
You-
Double
yeah.
yolkers?
Double yolkers.
But there's some people that they're anti-yolk. You know, the people that they're health nuts.
I'm the opposite.
You want more yolk for your buck.
Yeah, I mean, when there's fried eggs available for breakfast, not everywhere does fried eggs. I'm not a fan of scrambled, I have to say. But
Depends how
when
much
fried
egg is in the
eggs
scrambled
available,
eggs these days.
I'll have a couple of fried eggs, but I'll have the yolk and not the white. And a lot of people say to me, but you got to have the white, that's the best bit. Nah, well, the most healthy bit, but I like the yolk.
Yolk won't kill you. Have a yolk sometime. Anyway, full toss, gets under it, and it's out of here. Maximo.
Look where he's standing.
I don't think Atif realised he'd stepped over. But anyway, I don't know if he'll feel better or worse about this, because he probably could have stayed inside and made a play on it. But he just loses his bearings. Not the first fielder to do that in the series. End of the over. And how about the pace here, Royal Barcelona? They are 104 for 2 after 5. Paco Care have handed out a couple of 200s in ECS history. Who knows? Maybe they could have one against them here, the way Royal Barcelona are going. Rico Full with me, of course. I'm Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. I will be here next week virtually for a couple of days, but I'll be back in week 4. But yeah, it's nice to spend a bit of time with you in the cube over the last couple of days. George will be back tomorrow, don't forget.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. Looking forward to spending some time with Georgia, but I'm wishing you a very good vacation. I think you deserve it.
It's a vacation. It's a working holiday.
Yeah, working holiday, but you go back and see the family a little bit. And I know when you're back, you always find a way to go places and put the cricket on, so I know you'll be watching.
Yeah, I normally try and find a few places that know about European cricket there and stick it on for me. What else am I going to do while I'm away? So, yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of work, to be honest, I've got a lot of work to do because the ECL's coming up and that requires a lot of kind of back-end stuff to make sure it all runs smoothly. So I will be working, but I just will be kind of able to visit my parents and take them out a little bit, you know. They don't get to see me too much anymore, so I never hear the end of it, especially because I've just had some long stretches over here. This is going to be knocked away for 1. But I'll tell you what I will be doing and it's haven't been back in Australia for a long time for this, but the Super Bowl is on Sunday evening in Europe and Sunday evening in America, and it's Monday morning in Australia. So I'm going to go. There's a place that shows it, and I go there. Booked a table 6 o'clock in the morning, and this is up and over the top. How far is it flying? 1 bounce 4. So Shazil Kaiser. I wouldn't say he's the forgotten man of this batting lineup, but let's not forget he did score 100 in week 1, but it's kind of popped down the order a few times since he's done that. But he's made a good start here. But I was going to say that some of my NFL following friends from a few years back, bit of a tradition. You go to the pub basically. The game starts I think 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And well, as we wait for this one, which is going to climb out of the ground, that could be an upper decker. Well, even Nawaz got up for that one just to turn the neck, but that's out of here. Maximo says carreras más. But I was going to say, we treated it as if it might be 7 a.m., but we treated it a bit like it's 7 p.m., if you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much you do want. It's a few fried eggs, though, when it gets to about half-time in the game.
So are you watching as just a neutral, or you have a favourite?
I'm a bit neutral. All right, up in the air. Well, this should carry. Can anyone take it? Oh, he can't. Jafar Raza out there was looking straight into the sun. That's one of those ones that I think maybe it's Heath, if he can reach it, it's probably his catch. Because number one, he's the straighter fielder, and also he's not facing the sun as much. So it just might have been an easier one if they had plenty of time to plan it. But you never do when you've got about 3 seconds with the ball in the air. We already saw Jaffa take a very good catch earlier on. So, yes, the San Francisco 49ers versus Kansas City Chiefs. All right, this is going to be eased up and out of here. Well, mind the equipment. Oh, Maximo, and that was so close to Rico's computer. I can't tell you. For some reason, I pulled you out the way, and I breached rule 1.
You said mind the equipment. How am I supposed to mind the equipment when you're pulling
That's
me
not
back?
good. Look at me.
What's this?
I was like, get out of there, Rico. It's not worth it. It's only equipment. End of the 6th over. And another big one. That one's gone 19, so almost magical. It's 123 for 2 after 6. Where's that hit?
On me folder.
Yeah. Remember the Kartima commentary box still has a dent in the door?
It does. Yeah.
That always reminds you. You can even see the seam. Wow. I thought that was actually going to miss by more, so I don't know why I was pulling you out the way. Anyway, I just don't want anything.
We survived.
I don't want anything to happen to you because then I might not be able to take my vacation.
I knew there was a motive behind it. Normally you're pushing me in the way. You're using me as the barrier. Anyway, hello to Shazith Yadav, who's joining us as well.
That one carried a lot further than I thought actually off the bat. Mughal gets the ball in over number 7. Where was I going with this? So San Francisco 49ers versus Kansas City Chiefs. 2 red teams. So I don't know. Maybe it's time you need to pick a team. Kansas City won it last time. I suppose they're favourites. So I don't know. It's tough. My team didn't go so well this year.
Who's
Green
your
Bay
team?
Packers.
Okay.
They had a good win in the first week of the finals, but then they kind of crashed out. They were winning the whole next game and then lost it. So, I don't know. I suppose maybe do you go for I'm a big fan of the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs. He's a real winner. But, maybe you go for the team that hasn't won it for a while. I don't think they've won it for about 30 years, San Francisco. And I've always wanted to go to San Francisco. So maybe I'll go for them. I do have a friend who's a 49ers supporter. So, okay, maybe I've made up.
In the part, I'm talking, 15 odd years ago, they used to be the team, didn't they, 49ers?
Yeah, they had some good players. Joe Montana, you've probably heard of him. Joe Montana, very famous. But anyway, I'm looking forward to that. It's a long game as well, NFL. It's only 60 minutes, but it goes for almost 4 hours. Anyway, this is hit up in the air, and this is going to disappear as well. Maximo! I lost that one in the sun, so I can empathise with some of the fielders. But this has been absolute carnage. And Taki, well, he knew straight away that you got that out of the screws.
Taki going big again. Who's in the tower? I hope he's wearing a helmet because there's a lot of action here at the moment. A lot of balls flying this way. And Shazid Yadav was asking me a question. How many kids do I have? 1 daughter, but I also my dogs and my kids as well.
Hold on a second. Nawaz he's over the other side of the fence now.
Oh, no.
Oh, What's going on there? It's a slower ball this time from Miguel.
I don't know, but Roberto's got a baseball bat in his hand. Could be trouble looming.
Oh. Tell you what, this is going to seem like a long tournament for Nawaz. I don't doubt that
Look
at
at
all.
this score. This is a 50 partnership in 19, and they've got 129 already on the board. This is going to be a big score. Expected score at the moment at 182.
But they're going even quicker than that. A 189 pace as it is. There's more coming up and out of here. Maximo. Oh, put it with the rest. Takil Mazar, 29 of 14. He's just standing and delivering, isn't he, here? It's offside, so he goes a little bit inside out, breaks the wrists a bit, slices that one over cover for 4. 135 for 2 after 7. Let's talk about what's coming up tomorrow. And I know that you'll be really excited to be with Georgie for the first time, La Jueza, the judge. You've got Magic versus Royals first up. That's going to be a cracking battle. Two teams that have been in form so far in the tournament. Even though the Royals had a bit of an off game last game, they seem to be back to their best here. Barcelona International against the Dragons, two teams that really need some points in the afternoon. So yeah, stay tuned. I'll be lurking. Don't you worry about that. I'll probably be having brunch tomorrow because I don't fly till the afternoon. It's
so why are you not here in the morning then?
Oh, yeah. Well, he's bowled him, and look at who's got it right. It is Jafar Raza who goes full and straight, and he knocks over the castle of Shahjul Kaiser for 25. Well bowled by the youngster. And maybe the fact that the ball's a bit older now, he's just kind of got it a bit more under control. So I think he's feeling a lot better after that. 135 for 4.
Yeah, I love it. Shout again. Come on, let's have the highlight for the young man. Full straight. Look, he had all the problems before earlier, but this is what I know he can do. He gets it on the money. It's the top wicket to get. The man we know has already got a century will go. He goes for 25. Great delivery. And look, I want to say, big hands up to the captain, who was brave enough to give the young man the ball back.
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, because if the idea is he doesn't bowl in the first game, you're going to bowl in the second, then I think you're kind of morally obligated to give him a second over. He needs 2 overs in an afternoon, minimum. I think maybe more. But they've got lots of options. I mean, we haven't even seen Mochin bowling too much, for example. Hey, I just talking the Super Bowl, one last point. I didn't mention this, which a lot of people think this is the most interesting headline.
What's that?
About the Super Bowl, even though I don't think it's really the point. Taylor Swift, her boyfriend plays for the Chiefs. Right?
Who's she?
Exactly. I know, you're a certain generation. But yeah, they're saying she's just gotten so famous.
Is it true you have university courses now on Taylor Swift?
I did not know that.
I'm sure I've heard that. Honestly,
me.
somebody clarify that for me. I think it's true, you know. I think it's actually true.
I cannot confirm or deny that.
Our chat knows everything. Our chat will come back on that.
But yeah, she's now going steady with one of the players from Kansas City. And so, yeah. Well, time to go walkabout, and then gets the top edge. This looks like it's falling safely. It is. If the umpire could catch it, he probably was in the best position. And a bit of a wild throw in, but they'll only get a single. Yeah, so all the Swifties out there. I'm a fan of Taylor Swift's music. She's got some good songs. I often say, you just need to shake it off like a Taylor Swift song. But, when people just get so famous, that'd be annoying. I mean, not that they'll ever really get the choice, but I don't think being famous would be that cool.
It's going to be running. They will run. That's Tacky. He'll do anything to get back on strike. Right?
Yeah.
He's just getting a little bit cocky for me. Just stand and did it. I mean, that last one when he's coming down the track, I think fair play to Raza, bangs it in. He was trying to intimidate the young bowler. Raza, so far, this is good from him. First over went for 28. So far, this one, just a couple.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. Yeah, losing a little bit of momentum here, Royals. Maybe not up to that, because this is just in the slot, and Taki goes bang. That's why he wanted to get down there. Maximo. Normal service resumes against the length. It's not quite the Yorker. The Yorker was the one that was able to knock over Kaiser. That one disappears back over the youngster's head.
Yeah, stay still, stand and deliver. Yeah, I was saying to Sujad, one daughter, Sonia, at university at the moment, spending some time in the UK. And then, my babies are my dogs. Got 2 lovely dogs. All of his head dogs. This is played out on the leg side, and that is just going to be a single.
End of the over. It's 145 for 3 after 8. So, yeah, go on, throw these round of questions in. I can see that Cosmic Nana is watching from Texas, so hopefully you're well. I saw that Ricky Ponting, actually, speaking of American cricket news, he's been appointed coach of the Washington Freedom. And they're probably the only team called the Freedom in the world, wouldn't they? You rarely hear the
Washington Freedom. Interesting name.
the St. Lucia lockups or anything like that, do you? Anyway, so yeah, that's an interesting pickup. Well, we've talked about America a little bit, haven't we? Especially we had Bernie Burchick playing in Gibraltar. He was the first ever American cricketer to play on ECN, we believe. But yeah, I mean, USA cricket's a tough one because they've got so many states, so many kind of organising bodies. For them to unite always causes a few dramas. Anyway, this is lifted up and this is out of the ground. Well, that's more work for the ball retrievers. They just sat down and Tucky goes big again. They go back to Mahboob in the 9th for something different. And, well, that isn't Nawaz. Surprise, surprise, but it will be knocked out of the ground for 6. 150 up as well now for Royal Barcelona.
You know what I think they should do? They should put a line of trampolines over there.
Oh, that's now that
every time the ball goes, at least it comes back.
Do you remember slam ball?
Yes.
What happened to slam ball? Quicker ball.
Better length.
Yeah. And he's got that right every time, but a couple today, that quicker ball. Yes, slam ball. I just assume it just got uninsurable after a while, but I loved the idea of slam ball. Look that up. Goes a quick one again this time, full straight, and kind of ties up Hashim. Yeah. Could we? I always think that we could have that in cricket. If we had like a 2-metre trampoline all around just the inside of the rope.
Yeah, just at a slight angle, not the ball's back in.
Or just random trampolines around the ground so that you can just, just run up and launch yourself. I suppose the issue would be the landing.
If you got too high, yeah.
Isan. This is a good example of when it doesn't really work with that technique where he leaves his eyes one side.
Oh!
Well,
I think he's...
Do you know what? I reckon
he stopped it. What's he doing?
This.
He stopped this. I went, ooh, because I thought he was going to break his foot. I think he stopped it. Doesn't he realise?
Unless he was on the rope.
Doesn't he realise? Look. He's fine here.
Oh, no, that's the rope.
Where's the rope?
What's that then? His foot's on the rope. Yeah, no, it is
I'm looking at the white line.
Yeah, we got done by the line. We're into the sun as well a little bit. All right, this is going to be in the gap, and now another foot fielding attempt. This one will be successful. I'll come back for a tight 2. Oh,
what a throw.
Just made it.
What a throw.
Yeah, he had to work for the 2 in the end, didn't he?
Great arm. Stumps get taken off, but no real appeal, I think. Ishan.
Yeah, made it.
Good. Look at that throw. That is an incredible throw. Who threw that, Vinny? What an arm. That's one of the best throws I've seen in a long time.
Right over the top.
That is incredible.
Is that
is it Ali Ahmed, maybe?
Yeah, I think it might have been. Anyway, this is lifted up, and this is going to be 6. So after 2 goes 6, and Tucky gets another 50. What a series. What a couple of months he's having in ECN cricket. And Royal Barcelona are all over the all-Spanish T10 champions in match 40 at the moment. It will be the end of 9. 166 for 3. Tucky brings up his 50 off just 21 balls.
Yeah, well batted. बहुत बताया टैगुल अमजान को अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी करी कल भी हाफ सेंचुरी की थी सेकंड मैच ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੈਟਲੂਨੀਆ ਡਰੈਗਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਮੈਚ. So he's in good form at the moment. And well, I was saying that maybe 180-ish. They're certainly on par for that. This is, well, he just follows the batter. Be a little bit disappointed here, Hamza Hashim. He hasn't quite produced the same sort of performance he was putting in yesterday. He sort of goes to give himself a bit of room. The bowler, Mushim, follows him. So it's the last over. But I suppose what he does do, it gives Tucky the strike back. So in a way, that's worked out well.
Yeah.
Tucky is probably not thinking about giving the strike back to
I would
Mushim.
go as far as say he's thinking about the opposite. He's thinking about how he can squeeze as much out of this as possible. Mochim does get a second over here. And
well, they do run, and this is going to
sad.
be tight.
Oh, I don't know if he's got the ball here, Isan.
Well, let's have a look at this again. So does he or not?
Did he ever have it? That won't really tell. The ball's gone. See, the ball's out of the gloves.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's going to be out.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't make it in the batter, but you see, I mean, it's a difficult throw to handle. It's low. He's diving forward, and it just spills out of his hand. This will be a good look of it.
Yeah,
there we go. So, yeah, ball pops out.
Good umpiring. I think they spotted that one straight away.
Great work from Spring Media as well.
They're very good, Spring Media.
Martins, Dennis.
They very rarely
Daniel.
fall asleep on the job. Very rarely.
Top team.
Oh, another Meg job. And then he's almost, I mean, he's almost stumped. But
Why is he? Oh,
Don't
why
do
is
that.
he going there? I
You
mean,
know,
it's crazy, isn't it?
Do we need to start painting like?
I mean, look where he ends
Do we
up
need
here.
to
Look where
build
he
a
goes.
fence on the tram line? I mean, that's missed the actual tram line on the leg side. Hashim burns the ball. I don't know if you give Pakakera a look in. You know, it's chaseable. We saw, what was it, 176 chase the other day? Oh, this time he doesn't get megged. So Mochim, you really can't blame him for trying again.
It's
Some
true,
will have to
actually.
re-bowl it.
He's probably thinking, well, all right, if you're going to keep spoiling these, I'll keep bowling them there. At least this time, Hamza, well, he tries his best to get something on it. He doesn't. Yeah, Martin Foster saying doesn't understand the foot fielding. Yeah, Martin, I have to agree with you. Look, one thing I will say on that is a lot of grounds that some of these guys play. Look, this ground here for the guys in Barcelona, well, this is like, you know, this is like them playing on the best ground ever because outfield is flat. It's, the outfield really flat, artificial. There's no bumps. There's no what we call tortugas. But a lot of the other grounds that these guys play on, there's no grass.
It's not
it's
a
rocks,
habit.
it's pebbly.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't go down. They wouldn't dive to try and stop balls. So it's not. You're right.
Yeah.
It's not in. It's not in the blood to do diving.
Diving's a skill. You know, diving's a skill you need to work on. And it helps if you learn from a young age how to do it without hurting yourself. And, you know, I used to love in my bedroom. That was the one. Throw balls, then catch it and fall on my bed. It wasn't always popular with mum and dad for that technique. But even, you know, if I was coaching kids, at the end, you know, we'd always have like a fun training session at the end.
Yeah.
We'd get the gym mats down or some inflatable mattresses, and I'd force them to dive. I'd say, no, you know, have some fun, throw yourself around, and once you kind of get used to it, then you know how to protect yourself even when the ground gets a bit harder. Last ball coming up, and it's hit backwards accidentally. And how far has it gone? It's gone for 4 runs. So 174. We did see a 170s chase, didn't we, earlier in the series? Could we see it happen again? It'll be 175. Well, the stage is set in a way for Mohamed Ihsan because we know that he is closing in on that 4,000 runs. He needs 117 to do it. So it'd be very Ihsan for him to do it here in the Wednesday afternoon sun in Barcelona. Well, we had some secret models, didn't we, at the start of this one? That's Roberto, one of the most humble guys, one of the hardest working guys you want to come across in European cricket. Well, Shub, once again, had the fumbles more often than not. But Shafat Ali Saeed making up for lost time after he missed out in the opening match in this doubleheader. He got his team off to a very fast start, and then his teammates were able to keep it up for most of the innings, even though he kicked that one away, and that was a weird dot. He hit plenty of very good shots that found the boundary or went over.
Yeah, he was remarkable hitting from him. Not the best of bowling. I mean, it was not a good one from Raza first up. He went for 28, but the young lad did come back well. Look, they needed something special, really, did Pakakera Badalona to break that opening partnership. First of all, it was not the best of shots, really, you got to say, from Shahid Nazir, who literally gives his wicket away when he was on 20. Zayn Ali taking the easy catch, but they were still going great guns because Taki came in and he was sensational. What was sensational was this. That is out of this world, and is that, come on everybody, think about it, is that one of the best stumpings that you've seen?
Yeah.
It was just lightning quick reflexes.
It needed a bit of skill and a bit of luck, and Ihsan got both there. So every keeper loves a leg side stumping. But, I mean, Royal Barcelona weren't really too fussed about it. They just kept slamming it all over the place. Yeah, well, there we go. We're seeing a bit of the technique there, which, to be honest, is not too different to what you're seeing out in the middle of the field at the moment with the cricket bat. That was Jaffa who tried to catch that one, was battling the sun and had a bit of company. That one almost sent Rico into some sort of depression because his computer worked so hard to turn on this morning and almost got knocked out. But how about Taki Al-Mazhar? I mean, never seems to put a foot wrong in this series, does he? Jaffa, it was nice to see the youngster come back and Castle Kaiser, but Pakakera pretty much playing catch-up for the get-go in this 10 overs. Yeah, it really was. So, as you said, well done for Raza. But there was some issues, wasn't it, with that one? Well, we got fooled by the line there, but that was 4. And the boundary just kept on coming. But yeah, Taki, well, this one, he didn't really know where it was going, but it still finds his way to the boundary. He finishes on a very healthy 56 of 24. So, Royal Barcelona, well, I expected them to bounce back well, and they certainly did. Sensational stuff. 174 for 3, but, and as Vinny touched on, it is not done and dusted because Pakakera Badalona, they seem to be a different beast here today. 49 from Saeed, and we saw 56 from Taki.
And Sergio Kaiser, nice to see him starting to score a few runs as well. And also, I think Hamza Hashim, the captain, will be pleased that this time round in both the matches, though he's not clicked, other batters have been able to get runs, valuable runs on the board. It didn't go well for Bin Boom. He went for 41. Great recovery from Jafar Raza after going for 28 of his first, and he picks up a wicket, the young bowler. And well, another guy who didn't have it all his own way was Mohamed Atif. His second over also went magical. That's the way it's looking as we head into the last innings of this day 10. And it could be another spectacular one. It could be another historic one, as HKK Barcelona, the team that will be representing Spain in the European Cricket League later on this month, they need 175 for victory. Join me, Rico Full, and for the last time for a while here in Barcelona, Mr. Maximo, when we return. Vamos, hasta pronto, en 10 minutos.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello everybody, and the umpires make their way out into the middle. Ijaz Hussain, and along with Imran Nadeem, and the players follow them out there. The batters are out there. I'm sure Mohammad Ishan will be hoping that he can really get in here and get to a big score. Well, they're going to need a decent score anyway to get anything out of this contest. Got to get to at least 121 if they're to get a point out of this. Of course, they will still be thinking about getting the win here. I mean, they're going to have to go some. They're going to need 175. That is the target. But if there's any team that can do it, especially with somebody like Ishan, who's in the lineup, and they're a team that can, but he has got to be super hot here. I'm a bit surprised, knowing that they need to be going at about 17, over 17 and over, 17.5 to be exact. A little bit surprised that they've still gone with Abid Mahboob as the opener with him. I thought maybe they could have gone with, well, you could have gone straight with Atif Mohammed, or maybe even like Ali Ahmed, who was able to hit the ball pretty well early on because they want a good start. Otherwise, if one batter doesn't click here, it just puts a lot of extra pressure on Ishan. But you can see already they need to be going at 3 to 4 boundaries per over. It's going to be Ali Saeed who's going to start again. Now, I'm surprised also about this. I mean, why do you start with Ali Saeed? You could prove me wrong here, but when you got Murad Ali there, surely you've got to give him the new ball. Now, this could be gone. It's a big appeal, huge appeal. Now, the only thing that could have saved him is where this pitch is. Does it pitch outside? No. Does it come back in? Is it going to go and hit the stump? It starts to come back in, and I think that's probably a pretty good call, because let's see if this catches any of the bat first. Oh, tough call. Umpire's got to be 100% sure, and I think if there's any doubt, you can't give it. So I don't mind that call at all. It's a good delivery, though. And now that's going to be 4 runs. Vinny Sandhu should field this one, and he does. And, well, Vinny was doing a little bit of practicing with Roberto early on. Nice shot. Goes for the similar ball again. And this time, just gets a little bit more room to work with. And there he is. Let's go with the frog in the action. Nice pick up and throw. There you go, Shub. That's the way to do it, Shubi. Anyway, okay, Ali Saeed. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Ali Saeed is a bad bowler, but I just think you've got to give the new ball to Murad. There's another good delivery, so full and straight. So 1 boundary of the 3 deliveries so far. Ishan, I wonder what's going through his mind. I mean, he knows he wants to lead his team to a victory here. What a victory it would be. B, he knows if he gets 100 plus runs, 117, I think Vinny was saying, he gets to the 4,000 mark, and to be the first player on the European Cricket Network to do so. That's another good delivery, good bowling. You know, and what this shows here, is it doesn't matter who the batter is. If you listen to myself and Vinny and bowl full and straight, i.e. there, no matter who you are, you're going to find it very difficult to get away. So Ali Saeed, despite my rants about why he's opening and not Murad Ali, so far has only gone for 4 deliveries. Ishan will probably anticipate this to be in the same area. He does, but there's nothing he can do about it because he's done by an absolute corker of a delivery. What a good over this is, and problem with this is, especially if you're Pakakir battle on it, the rate that was already pretty extreme is going to quickly rocket up to around about 18.5, 19. Ball to go. Ishan is under a lot of pressure here to find the boundary rope. He really is, but will he try at the expense of losing his wicket? Answer is yes. That is a crazy shot. It really is. I mean, he ends up on the floor like he's a model that is going to be having a picture painted of him. I mean, look, he shows all his stumps, and the bowler can't believe that he's missed him, because if this is on the pegs, Ishan is not hitting it. So that would have been a huge sacrifice, that shot. But what a great over. Ali Saeed, after being hit for 4 runs, he's then come back and finished with 4 dots on the spin. Only 4 off the first, 4 without loss, and that means that rate will go to 19. 58 matches since the golden ball. Well, Vinny Sandhu's last match for a while. Vinny would love to go on his holidays just for a little short break with
You
the
can bring me a
golden ball on
golden
his
ball.
belt.
Yeah, you can give me a golden ball.
Yeah,
one.
you'll take
I've
that,
got one.
yeah.
Share it around. I don't need to hog them. Remember the time I let Charlie have one when it was 405 matches in the streak?
Yeah.
I just went to the beach. I came out with this golden ball. It tends to be when I'm distracted, which doesn't happen very often in the ECN universe.
Yeah.
Went for a dip in a beach in Rome, came back, broken the streak. Back in 2022. Isan wasn't ready for a run there. Still putting his gloves on. This is a terrible start really for Pakai Care. Just when they were getting some momentum. But yeah, I got to say, I think when you're chasing 170s, you got to push your informed batters to the top. Not that Mahboob's not capable, because he is, but Atif just came off a very strong innings in the last game, and I just would have thought you want to have him out there straight away. Isan though, struggling to deal with Ali Shafat. Anyway, Murad's on now. And yeah, see, this has been the case, I think, for Mahboob today. But no credit to the Royals, and we talk a lot about their batting, and it is true, but they've got some very good bowlers in there, and particularly I think Murad Ali's a standout for me. The others just tend to kind of do enough. You know, they're not the quickest, but they're able to put the ball in some dangerous areas. But they have conceded a few runs, I think, outside Murad, if you actually look at their numbers.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this could be a... Well, I won't say it too early, but the 120, if they lose these two and they're not getting too many runs, even that might not be assured. This is hit down the ground. It just comes in and he knocks it into the gap. So Mahboob, third time lucky for him, he gets 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice shot. It's well timed. He doesn't try and hit it too hard. But I think if I'm the captain, you just saw a clip of Hamza Hashim there. I don't mind this. I'm saying to my bowlers, look, they've got to do it all here. They've got to create things. I want you to go full and straight. I mean, outside, even inside the power play, I can set a field to that. Full and straight. If they're driving you, I don't mind. I don't want to see them hitting the ball on the leg side because you're bowling short. So just keep it full and straight. So
yeah,
you've got plenty of runs to play with.
Credit to Mahboob, doesn't try to overhit that. I think Murad's thinking bouncer here. Doesn't like Mahboob just kind of passively knocking a ball down the ground. Let's see what he does. He pitches it up. That's well bowled. Really good bowling.
I think he doesn't
get petty like I thought he might.
Doesn't with pace. And the other thing is, and this is one thing that the batters will know, that he has a very quick, fiery short ball in his system as well.
So be in the back of your mind. Like if I was batting there, I'm thinking, this is coming at my nose.
Yeah.
So, you know, probably was a drivable length, but just seemed a little bit hesitant to get on the front stool there. Did a bit Mahboob. I've got another interesting stat for you, if you want to call it interesting. Wait for this ball from Murad. Nice shot, and just gets over the fielders. That's 4 more. Mahboob again. Probably smart. He's not trying to overswing here. Knows he's getting pace from Murad. And with nobody back on the offside, that one is 4. Pack, I can need plenty more of that. Hey, do you want the stat? This is the longest streak of matches we've had, in this tournament at least, where we haven't had a bonus point. So we've had 5 in a row. We had all 3 today and the last 2 yesterday between the Royals and the Dragons that have at least been close enough that both teams have taken points away from it. So about the early days for the numbers, but it's around about 1 match out of every 3 a team steals all the points.
Okay.
But it's early. We're only talking kind of just over 100 matches that we've had the system in place. I say only 100 matches. Remember, some players play for 20 years and only play 100 matches. But anyway, this is down the ground. He wants it. Last ball of the over, Mahboob. And Isan, he plays ball. Says, okay, you've hit a couple, you have a go. End of the second over, it's 13 without loss.
Yeah, it's an ideal start though. Look at that rate. It's climbing up. It's almost at the, well, what we say, the Barcelona point of no return, getting to around about 20. What that does show though with that bonus point means that teams are very closely knit. There's not a big gap between them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. You can see it's pretty congested up there. So, you know, an average, let's say if you had a completely average tournament, you get 2 points per match, right? So what you're looking at teams like Jaguar, 21 off 10, they played more matches, so they're just above par. But you look at a team like Pac Barcelona, they're 24 off 8, they're getting average 3 points per match. So if you had the absolute most average tournament ever, then you get 2 points per match. So that's a good way of kind of grading how teams are going as well, if you just want to have a bit of a shortcut, because of course in this tournament, they haven't always played the same amount of games. Anyway, they bring back Shafat, makes sense. And he's going to disappear to the boundary. So Mahboob, he's found a gear. And obviously they had a feeling about sticking with him at the top of the order. I did say I liked the move to have his experience at the top of the order. I just thought that situationally and based on what happened in the last game, knowing you're going to face probably the same bowlers, I thought maybe you'd go at Teef, who was just kind of a bit more fluent in his innings, but still he's doing his best to keep the boundaries flowing in the power play.
Yeah, I would have gone with you. I was as surprised as you are. But at the moment, he's outscoring Ishan, and he's played 3 very nice shots to the boundary.
Shafat likes to swing the ball back. He does, and now he's going to get the ball back. So maybe a slightly off-pace delivery from Shafat, and Mahboob tries to turn it to the leg side, just chips it straight back to the bowler, and so Pakakare lose a second wicket. It's 17, well, it's the first wicket, pardon me, 17 for 1.
Yeah, great quarter ball catch. Always difficult these for a pace bowler, and especially when you think that, because he's the way he's bowling, the angle he's falling through at, he's having to take this, if you like, on the wrong side. If it's coming to his on the left, it's the way he's going. He's having to change his direction. He takes a good catch. And at the moment, well, it's a fantastic spell. Just the 2 scoring shots off his spell so far. 2 boundaries, but he's picked up a wicket. So, well, that is the end of Mahboob. So Mohamed Atif does come in, and well, he's coming in knowing that he's got to go after the bowling straight away.
Let's not forget these two have gone one-on-one a few times this afternoon. Sometimes Atif's been bowling to Saeed, sometimes Saeed's been bowling to Atif. I like now. Well bowled and well kept out. That's a ball I think you just got to take your medicine and take one. Get Ihsan back on strike. And Ihsan faced the whole first over, couldn't do too much with it from Shafat Ali Saeed. Yeah, highest chasers, this will be right up there. This would be equal third with Roma Bangla Morning Sun. 175 the target, but they're a long way behind at the moment. Don't forget Jaguar. Well, that was just 2 days ago that they chased 176. Ended up doing it within 9. So quite incredible.
Interesting stuff. Big scores on the network lately.
Well bowled. Again, look at the length here. Some indecision. I'll have to eat a dot. He's done 4 off 7. Just cannot get himself going here.
Hasn't Shafat Ali Saeed turned it on in this match? I mean, first of all with the bat, 49 off 17. And he was only out to a remarkable bit of wicket keeping from Ishan. And now here with the ball, 1 for 9 with 2 balls to go in his spell. It's been quite incredible.
But yeah, again, I go back to the length of Shafat Ali Saeed. Look where he's bowling. Again, full. This time chipped away. Bit of a chase, but they're going to get 2 for sure now on the fumble. Just got to remember to blame the sun with those. But Ihsan, you know, he gets 2 and can't really do too much in the power play so far. There's 1 ball left. Hey, I know that we've talked a little bit of Western Shield, not too much, but I know that because Nabi's kind of elusive, I know that the Team Europe officials have been trying hard to get in contact with him to let him know of his invitation, and eventually I believe they've gotten hold of him, because I believe there were no less than 3 email addresses where they bounced back. I love this. Nabi's like in a cave just doing push-ups somewhere. Oh, checks the shot, should be gone, and that is out. Ihsan just cannot get going. It shows it happens to everyone, and well, it's some pretty cool stuff going on for Shahid Nazir. Well, match 39, a fading memory for the Royals, who just continue on where they left off at the start of the day. But have a look at this. Checks the shot, just misjudges the pace slightly, and Ihsan knows he's in trouble straight away. Simplest of catches, and Pakakare have lost 2 in the power play, and they've lost Ihsan for 4. It's 20 for 2.
Yeah, it's all going wrong this time around. A lot of people, I think, were expecting this in the first match. This is what I was worried about when in that last match, match number 39, Pakakare, Barcelona, as they did in this match, won the toss and put Royal Barcelona in. I thought there was going to be big runs on the board, but it didn't happen. It has happened this time, and you just have a look at those 3 overs, 4, 9 and 7. 2 wickets are also down. And Ali Saeed, well, I've got to say, I'm going to eat a bit of humble pie here, because I'm not saying that he shouldn't be bowling. I'm saying that I would have had Murad Ali opening, but Shafat Ali Saeed proves me wrong. 2 for 11, well bowled, outstanding. And he really has got his team in a superb position here. And when you know that things are looking pretty good, if you're the captain, you have a bowl. So Hashim is coming on to have a bowl.
Yeah. Hashim starts with a wide. Hey, so I'm going to leave this with you. I need you to put this in your notes because I'll be off. It's Sunday.
Yeah.
Isam will be playing his 150th match on the network.
Okay.
And I do believe that would be a record. I don't think anyone's played 150 matches. So I'm prepared to be corrected about that. So he'll play his 150th, and he needs 111 to make the 4,000. All right?
All right.
So I'm not saying we need to give him a ticker tape parade or anything like that. We'll try and keep it low key, but his Sunday afternoon, Isam will get that chance. Anyway, this is a bit of a top edge, hanging well. It's ball, sun, fielder, dropped. And Atif probably picked the right time of day to form the eclipse. And poor Shajil Kaiser probably wishing he had the gloves back because he's found himself in a really tough situation. Had the cap, didn't have the sunglasses. And who had them a second ago? It was Shahid Nazir.
Yeah.
Might want to throw him over there, I think, Rico.
Yeah, Nazir no apni ऐनका दे दे ऐनका चाहिए. Yeah, give him your sunnies. He just never looked comfortable, did he? And in the end, I don't think he finds it until the last moment, and by that time he spilled it.
Could have been worse, trust me. One that's beaten the bat from Hashim. Yeah, Kroom's just mentioning on the highest chasers board, which we talked about a little bit earlier, as Corey was asking about how many 150-plus chasers we've seen since the changeover to Grizzly balls. Yeah, there's only that one 2022 chase left. It was from November. Badalona Shaheen chased 162. And that was the first ever chase in the 160s. Remember, 159 was the record for a long time. It's a pull which should be cut off and should just be a single. Shahart's got it under control. Mochim has come out at number 4 and he's off the mark. And yeah, 122 for Pakakea to even get a point. Because that rate required, I think, it's just gotten a bit out of control.
Yeah, now, if they can manage this, if they can keep them under that, they'll go and finish the night on top of the standings if they can get 4 points here. So you can see what they're looking to do. And this one is going to be a real teaser. It's an excellent effort. And once again, I think that will be Kaiser, Jill Kaiser, who's trying to get there. He can't do. So it's going to be a boundary.
To give you an idea, just to get a point, they need 15 and over from here. So that's the required rate. They need 15 and over from this point in time to even get the point. Also, it stops Royals getting that extra point as well. That's why it works so well. It's like kind of fixed pie. You've got a fixed pie situation here. So if one team gets a bonus point, they actually take it off the other team. Hashim digs it in. A tennis ball style bounce there.
Good stop.
Atif could only get one this time.
Yeah, nicely done. He puts himself on the line, gets down, gets dirty. And, well, we touched on this outfield. You can do that. You can dive. You can get dirty. I tell you one thing, though, one problem there is with it. And that is that it means that when you go back to base, wherever you go to, whether it's home or like us, to a hotel, you got black bits all over you. Because these little rubber pellets get everywhere,
Like
don't
fake
they?
sand.
They get everywhere.
Let's pull the over here. Short and hit. And that's probably getting away from the fielder. It is. So it's going to be 4. Mochim gets his first boundary. Pakakea, they're going to fight hard for everything here in match 40. That will be the end of the over, though. And at the end of 4, it's 32 for 2.
Yeah, Mochim, he's a guy we know can turn it on. I mean, he's another one, a little bit like one or two other players I mentioned earlier, where when the big boys are not playing, a lot relies on him. And he was consistently performing at the end of last year here in December. So he needs to get going here, and he could be playing an important part. But, you know, the other thing here is win or lose, for him to just get a good score here would certainly help Pakakea Badalona going into the next matches, because at the moment, they've just been relying on Mohamed Atif and Ishan. So they need another batter to come good. Doesn't quite get this right. 2 fielders. Well, they sorted it out between them in the end. And despite the fumble, batters just take the single.
Yeah, Takio Mazar comes on to bowl. Royals just have an air of confidence about them in this series, don't they? I mean, to be honest, their personnel is pretty similar to what we've seen from them in the past. Of course, we've seen them as the Barna Royals before. Then, yeah, kind of reforming as Royal Barcelona for the 2023 series. But yeah, looking very, very confident. Murad makes a long walk and doesn't look too happy to be fielding into the sun. Just join the club out there. 3 on the leg side, and it's going to go in that direction, but no one's going to stop it. In fact, it's almost going to head into the officials' tent. Maximo. Well, Tyrone's got the sunglasses. Maybe he needs to hand them off to one of the fielders out there. So, yeah, big shot to bring up another 6, and they need more of that, Pakakare.
Yeah, Mushim plays that well. For a moment, I thought he was it was one of those that's going to go high up in the air but not have the distance. But he manages to get it just right. It's Taki. Well, he gets hit for a Maximo. See what he can do about it. Asking the question, and he's going to get the decision. It's full. It doesn't pitch, so he hits it full on. And I think and if he's in front, he's got to go. So that's going to be LBW. So Mushim, after hitting a 6, will go. Taki. Well, what he's going to do about it, he goes full, he goes straight. And let's have a look at this.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I know it's coming in, but it hits him more or less outside, middle and off.
Yeah.
You know, so I just can't see it. Missing the stumps. Taki, a little bit of late movement, a little bit of the Wacko Eunice about that one, actually. The old Sandshoe Crusher. And that will be the 3rd wicket down, 39 for 3.
Yeah, Mushim will be disappointed. So he's not able to get in there and get a good score to his name. Only faces 5 deliveries before he departs for 11. So Taki does the business, having a good day, Taki. And I think he's after another. Well, he didn't get the player of the match award yesterday despite his half century. It went to Hamza Hashim. This time, if he can get another wicket or so here, maybe he'll be in the hot seat to pick up the player of the match award. And so far, it's doing okay. The batters, they'll take the leg by, so it's going to be an opportunity for Raza to try and get some sort of partnership going with the Tiff. Not managed to get bat on the ball so far. He's a young man, 18 years of age, remember, so let's see if he can make the most of it. Not a good delivery. Keeper has to smother it. Get something on it. In comes the throw, and pretty close. I think Raza might have been just a little bit late going here. Well, hot work for Taki. Have a look at this again. Here comes the throw. Would have been gone because bat was in the air. All right. Young Raza.
Yeah, gets a bit of a promotion to 5, doesn't he? Now lifted up, but won't quite have the power to get to the rope. It will be off the mark, though. Yeah, looking a long way back even for that point at the moment. So they need 79 off 31. So now you're talking kind of 16 and over or so. Yeah, 15.3. So maybe not that high, but not far off.
Yeah, they're staying on a sort of 50% record, aren't they? Pakakare, Badalona. Is that the pattern that's been? They've sort of won one and lost one against everybody. Is that the way it's been?
Yeah, yes and no. This is going to be in the gap, and that's going to be 4. So Atif, yeah, he's found it hard to get going this innings, but he just clips that one nicely for 4. And that will take us to the end of the 5th over. So it's 47 for 3 after 5. To answer your question, well, they won both their first games against Barcelona International, Pakakare. Then they split their series with the Reds. Then they lost both to Pac Barcelona. They got kind of touched up, if you remember, on the weekend. And now, of course, they won the first game against Royals, and it doesn't look like they're going to win this one. ECL's coming up, of course. A lot of people excited. I'm going to do a random pin the tail on the donkey. Oh, Wimbledon. All right, Wimbledon. A lot of buzz about them. Okay, they're going to have some very high-level cricketers. To win the Vitality T20 in England, you have to go on a massive heater. You need to win 12 or 13 knockout matches. So literally, they're narrowing literally hundreds of clubs down to 1. And you've got guys that are some that will have professional cricket experience, guys that have kind of been around the periphery, maybe some guys that, you know, they've had these careers and now they're playing cricket at a slightly lower level, but still very high level there. Yeah. So yeah, Wimbledon, and I'm looking forward to their kit as well, because they've got a bit of a, pinkish hue. So I'm thinking like CIYMS vibes with their kit. I think it's going to be great to have them on board, and the fact that they're going to be playing in a group that also has Hornchurch. It'll be a battle of who can get more people there. All right, hit him. He tries. Well, that one would have gone to the fence if it wasn't backed up. That was almost the end of a teeth.
I wonder if there's a chance here if he went for the gloves instead. Let's have a look.
Yeah, keeper's
Where's
a long
the
way away
keeper?
from the stump, so he's not thinking that.
Yeah, keeper's not in the picture, is he?
And there is a school of thought that says you can like shovel it at a reasonable pace between the keeper and the stumps, but then you're missing out your chance for the direct hit.
Yeah. So Joe Kaiser with the
And,
throw.
saying to the keeper, I don't even need you. Down the leg side.
All I will say to all of those that are going to be coming down with Wimbledon, I'm sure they're going to have a good support with them. Don't forget the Pims. I'll sort out the strawberries and the cream. You bring the Pims.
I can't wait to see what they try and organise, because Purple Pepper, God bless them, they ain't going to be able to feed that many people.
Shot.
This is a good shot. Yeah, he just clips this away. Atif, we had a close call last ball, but this one disappears. Maximo. And look, not off the table that point. I do think the game's crept out of it, but it was a 2-point swing because you can prevent them getting point and get that point yourself.
Yeah, Shahid Nazir, not too much going his way.
Had a question, by the way, from Ronnie. It's a good question. And he's asking who's hit the most sixes on ECN. I can try and answer that for you. Is there a nick on this? He's gone. And Atif just gets a feather on this one. Nazir gets the last laugh. And so Pakakea, just when they were punching back and maybe fighting for the point, they're going to lose the in-form Muhammad Atif. And he's going to have to go for 18 off just 8. Rahid Islam takes the catch behind the stumps. It's 55 for 4.
Yeah, well taken. It's well bowled as well. I mean, I'm just about to say he's very strong and very powerful on his legs. We've seen him clip balls away, smash balls away. So keep it outside, he's off. Don't give the batter what he likes. Keep him out of his comfort zone. So you see there, Atif trying to make something of that one. Gets a little snick on it. And yeah, well done to Rahid Islam, who's behind the stumps.
Okay, the question from Ronnie was who's hit the most sixes?
Yeah.
Now, I'm just going to go off my 3 that I think are right up there. So Muhammad Isan has 406 sixes before today. So I don't think he hit one that innings, but he hit 3 earlier.
Dropped.
Could have been another one. This one's maybe a bit more testing for Rahid, but really, Fahad Butt, who's into the side for the first time, gets super lucky here.
Well,
Maybe.
Butt gets dropped, and his butt dropped by Butterfingers, because you've got to be taking this.
Just got to get the gloves together. He was slow to get them together. And Rahid, at least he knows that he's made the mistake there, because he was pretty annoyed with himself. Would have been a hat-trick opportunity, potentially. Or, it would have been, because he's still got an over to go. Nazir, 1 for 9 off that one. In the end, should have been 2 for 8. 56 for 4 after 6. All right, so Isan, 409 sixes career.
409.
409, and that's in 149 matches. So on average, he's hitting 2.74 sixes per match.
Okay.
Bearing in mind, he might not bat in every match. Hamza, okay, 393 sixes. So he's just behind. Big swing and well bowled by Murad Ali. He's coming back in the 7th here. He's played 132 matches. So he's hit more or less, or 2.98 per match. Bearing in mind, for Spain, he often bats in the middle order, but so does Isan, right? So they're pretty big numbers. So Hamza's on the verge of 400 sixes. Now, through in Nabi, even though he's played so many less matches, because I want to see his per match.
Yeah.
All right. And Nabi has hit 109 sixes. Bearing in mind, Nabi's never played in the ECS. He's only ever played in the ECL. That's all he's ever played. And he's only played 28 matches. He's hit 109 sixes in those 28 matches. So he's hitting 3.9 sixes per match at a higher level as well.
Where's Baba?
I brought up Nabi because, they found him eventually. They found him doing push-ups and dreaming about Maximo's in a cave somewhere. And I believe he has accepted the invitation to play for Team Europe. I believe that.
So they finally found him on the email.
Not on email. I had to get my contacts. There's a network of people that I may have the secret line to Nabi. He doesn't trust too many people, Nabi. Fair enough. Bowled him full straight, and Razak gets castled. And the youngster, well, more or less an afternoon to forget for him. I know he had the one bit of success when he was bowling, but he gets it returned with interest from Murad Ali. Again, just have a look at this execution of the Yorker. Bowlers, watch, because this is how to do it. Most of the batters are giving you a good look at them in this series as well. So Jaffa has to go for 2. It's 57 for 5.
Yeah, knocks them over. And just having a little, I could hear the fielding side just before that wicket saying, come on, jaldi, jaldi. Just a little bit concerned about the time. I'm guessing that the umpires have probably just said to him, hey, come on, just keep it ticking along.
Do you think they're
just
saying,
falling a
don't
little
worry,
bit
we're not planning to bowl 10 overs, we're going to bowl them out?
Well, it's probably on the cards here now. But how? Hang on a minute. Ali Ahmed, he smashed him about a little bit last time.
Doesn't hit this one, though.
Yeah, I was saying, what about someone like Mohammed Babar?
Yeah, okay, good call. Mohammed Babar. By the way, I'm just doing this by looking at the ECN website, ecn.cricket or europeancricket.com. And you can take any player name and then put in ecn.cricket after it in a Google search. It comes up. That's what I'm doing right now. Mohammed Babar, he was the MVP of ECL 22. He's played 73 matches. He's hit 176s. Pretty good.
Yeah, but, I mean...
And that is 2.33 per match. Oh, no. Well, that's gone. That's a vibrator. Uh-oh. Well, all's well that ends well. And
Not with the fielder, maybe.
Describe this one for me, Rico.
I don't think he knew it was coming. It hits him before he has a chance to move. Look, that smacks him hard on the hand. And
looks up at the
he
camera
says.
as well very quickly. Then it's going to be like an emergency keeper. Then the real keeper turned up. That'll just be a single. That's an ECN type single. 58 for 5 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. I'm going to one of my favourite brunch places, but I promise to lurk tomorrow because I am interested to hear how you go with Georgie Parker, who will be back after a couple of days off. And yeah, Georgie is, well, she was originally going to do all of the series for us. I know she's been called back to Australia a little bit early, but she will at least commentate into week 4. She'll be here just when I get back. But Rico, enjoy your time with the judge. You guys are going to have a great day of action starting 9 o'clock AM GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 PM in India. Magic Royals to start off the day. 2 informed teams. Wow, this is an interesting one from us, Judd. He's going to disappear out of the ground. It's Maximo time.
Yeah, Suleiman Asjad playing in this match, getting his first bowl.
Yeah, interesting delivery first up.
Yeah, there's a bit of discussion here from the umpire back to Asjad. I wonder what that was about. Anyway, here we go
I
again.
have an idea. That's a better ball.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is up in the air and he's going to have some success. Surely you can't draw this one. And he doesn't. So Ali Ahmed is just there for a quick time, but a good time, even though it's probably not going to be a very good time for his teammates. Going down in flames here in match 40. So well done to Asjad. He gets his first wicket and it's 64 for 6.
Yeah, so Ali Ahmed, we know he is able to get a quick fire score when he needs to. He was pretty impressive in the last match, 23 not out of 9, but it's not to be this time round. He will go for just 7. You can't blame him for having a go. Remember, what they're trying to do here, Vinny, is at least try to get a point, but even that sort of doesn't look likely here now.
No,
They're 6 down. Ahmed will
doubt
go
it.
for 7 or 4. Asjad picks up a wicket of his second ball after being hit for a boundary and almost takes another.
And let me just, we're talking about Wimbledon. Let me throw a name in here. Alistair Fraser is a guy. He's 56 years old, but he's played for Middlesex before and Essex. Oh, look, this is Nawaza clock. Thank you very much for reminding me. This is going to be out of the ground. Maximo. That's a pretty good shot by Zain Ali. Let's not forget, he likes to whack the ball around. You've seen him do it before, and he gets that pretty much out of the screws. Yeah, he first played for Middlesex against New Zealand in 1986.
Really?
Yeah, and now he plays. He's part of the Wimbledon squad. Shouldn't make it. Oh well. That's classic end of the day fielding from Tucky, who liked the idea of getting down to terra firma. Maybe he's been working on his chest in the gym a bit too much because he had a bit of trouble getting over it there. The result's going to be 4 runs.
All we heard there as Taki was running here was a bit of a oi. He says, gay. I don't think Taki fancied diving forward here. He needed to get that in. Isn't really built to do that, is he? Anyway, it's a boundary.
Anyway, this is what I was getting to. Oh, little nick on this. It's high. Uh-oh. Thought we were going to have 2 at one end there, but it worked out okay. End of the 8th over. So I'm talking about Alistair Fraser from Wimbledon, who will be in the ECL.
Yeah.
A. Fraser. Does that make you think of any other English cricketers? A. Fraser. Think about it. Angus Fraser.
Angus.
It's his brother.
Is it his brother?
It's his brother. Yeah. So, I mean, wild card, Angus Fraser. It's his older brother. Angus is a couple of years older. Good wild card. Angus is 58. Maybe a good wild card to bring in. I mean, I don't know what kind of nick he's in, Angus. To be honest, knowing what he looked like during his playing career, I have a feeling he might
reckon it'd be pretty
need a bit
useful.
of conditioning.
Be pretty
Only
useful.
2 overs.
Yeah.
All right, time to start a new over. All happens in the 9th, but not much happening on the scoreboard at the moment for Pakai Care. Looks like we'll break our run of 5 non-bonus point results as we head into the 9th. But isn't that interesting? Alistair Fraser. And look, those squads should be up on the tournament page pretty soon. I might kind of put the page up in the chat so people can check if it's already there. But yeah, Wimbledon, they're going to fancy their chances, but they've got to get out of their group first. Whoever gets out of Group B has to be one of the favourites, I think. All right, this is a backwards shot from Zayn Ali, and it will bring him 6. Maximo. It's backwards, it's a Maximo. It's also an Aximo because it's an accidental 6, so I don't think it's quite what he was trying to do, but good enough. 6 runs.
Yeah, when he swings hard, he gets plenty off it. He goes all the way. So, well, Zayn Ali, he's having a go, isn't he?
Yeah.
Can't blame him for that. 16 or 5 deliveries.
Just saying, yeah, I think the squads are up there now on the website. Yeah. This will be a big swing and a miss. Yeah, so Wimbledon, obviously they've had to win a lot of games to get where they are at the moment, but yeah, the other thing is it's a slightly different format, and not slightly, it's a very different format. I think they're playing on bigger grounds, even in England where some of the club grounds aren't particularly big, but just different dynamics at play. Artificial pitch versus the pitches that normally give you a fair bit of assistance in England. That's not a bad shot. And fielder will make the stop. Zayn Ali then just rolls it into a teammate. So Royal Barcelona, even the mighty, will have the odd slip up, and they did have their first and so far only loss of the season this afternoon, but they've come back pretty strongly, haven't they, against Pakai Care? In fact, it looks like they'll take 5 points out of the afternoon. Pakai Care only 3, and I think you'd probably take that against the former European champions. In the air, this is going to be right back to the wall. Oh, great effort, but it's going to be 6. Maximo. I have a feeling he might have taken off from the rope there anyway, but yeah, nice shot.
His heels were definitely, you can see him there trying to shade himself in the sun, but if you look at the heels here, they're already on the rope, so whatever the outcome there, I think if he catches it, it's going to take him past the rope anyway. You can see he's just signalling to the man to his left there, who is Ali Saeed, saying, yeah, my feet were on the rope anyway. So 6 runs, good hit. So, but, well, was dropped on 0. That's just easy hitting, but there's a fielder out there.
Ah, well done. Fahad Butt was able to get one out of the screws. I'm enjoying watching, I won't say who, but one of our ECN officials, I'm in the group with him and Nabi, and he's trying to Google translate everything to French so that Nabi can understand. It's 89 for 6. He's asking Nabi for his email. I think he's just going to get the big no deal signed back. Anyway, Nabi should have an assistant anyway. Now have a look at that opening bowling partnership. You got 3 for 22 or 4 overs. That leaves only 6 to get 150 plus. It's just not going to happen. All right, well, I need to have something supersonic to finish. And it's going to start with a dot.
Well, where's he running?
Well, the funny thing is they probably could have ended It's a difference of opinion there straight away. Well, Fahad Butt was saying, I don't get too many games. So, Zayn, I know that you're keen to face, but I'd like another opportunity.
He literally goes all the way up and shakes his hand and has to go back. Okay, there's a fielder out there, and he doesn't take this.
Now he has to run. But the funny thing there is they could have actually run anyway after it hit him if they wanted to be like that.
Yeah.
But he wasn't moving. Drop catch, but if there's a good time to drop one, it's probably now. Because this result is going to be a 4-pointer. We have to think of it maybe. We always talk about chasing the octopus.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call when you take a 4-pointer, like a 4-point win. I feel like I should have its own name. All right, this is going to be hooked away, bit of a top edge. That'll fly away for 4 runs.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a steal. Maybe we call it like a steal when because you've stolen the other team's
Yeah,
point.
stolen the point.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
one.
and the other team gets burgled. I don't know. Whatever sticks will stick. But that's going to be the situation here. Royals going to take all 4 points out of this one. Can Pakakare at least bring up the 100? 3 to come in the day. Bold. Look at that front foot goes. But yeah, look, Pakakare. I mean, the first thing they have to do is, because we have seen with them, their squad and some of their more experienced players can only really play a limited amount of matches. So they okay, want to play you at the end.
Yes.
And you can understand that, like
Yep.
a Baba. Okay, it's difficult for him to get free to play, and I understand that.
Oh, bat break.
Oi!
It's a bat breaker. Oh, look at this.
I'd like to see him at least try and keep the bat anyway.
Well, this is sensational. Look at this. This bat has just been totally busted. Oh, well, look at this again. Watch it. Here it comes.
Yeah. That's a proper job as well.
Yeah, put that on the fire. Yeah, that'll go on the barbecue. Thank you very much. We were talking about your favourite bat. I hope that wasn't his favourite bat, because that's a goner.
I still think, given the game situation, 1 ball to go, I'd like to at least see him try and hit a 6 with that bat and see what happens. All right, last ball of the day. And Pakakare, Maximo for the 100. What I was going to say quickly then, thing is, if they're too far down the ladder, they might need to win 3 or 4 matches to even win the trophy. That's if they even qualify. You know, the way they're going, they're in the kind of danger zone a little bit.
Yeah, they've got a 50% record, won't they have? I mean,
Yeah.
you'd expect them to make it through.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, then you need to, against good teams, you need to get on a heater when one bad performance, it can be the end of your opportunities.
I actually believe that probably is the issue, one issue that they had in December. I know the better players did come in, but they didn't play a lot of cricket. And when it mattered, they didn't click. So it's a risky call. I mean, you know, Baba, Secunda coming back into the side. I mean, you got to have them in there. But if they're not playing much cricket, you know, do you take somebody like a Moshim or a Raza out to accommodate them who have played cricket?
Yeah.
It's a tough
I was
one.
thinking Jaffa Raza was pretty unlucky to miss out last time.
I think
Anyway,
he was.
look, let's get to the end of it because it will be a 4-pointer. And Pakakare unable to stop the steal in match number 40. Well done to the Royals. They take 5 points out of the afternoon, although they do fall to their first loss. They'll be reasonably happy that they get the better of the afternoon session. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And Isan just could not get going. That was probably the highlight, wasn't it? Gave me a bit of work to do. It's not too hard to field with your hands. Just trying to show some of the players. But Abid Mahboob, he was able to get 3 boundaries away before he chipped back to Shafat Ali Saeed. But Isan just couldn't get going. You feel, because there's so much riding on him, it's affecting him a little bit. This is a good example of one where he just doesn't quite find the pace, and it was time to pose for the cameras, wasn't it? Shahid Nazir. Sun was causing havoc as usual. Atif played some nice shots in there, but really the way to run's a bit too strong, and Pakakare go down by a big margin. That was a nice bit of bowling by Taki, a little bit of late swing there to get Mochim, but yeah, Royals. They're the form team in the competition at the moment. Probably the other form team, I'd say, or the other form team, probably Magic CC and Pac Barcelona. In fact, Magic will be taking on the Royals in the morning.
Yeah, that'll be a great match. Looking forward to that. Something like Bilal Hassan coming back into the equation. He scored over 400 runs, I believe, in this series already. But yeah, if we have a look at this, I think fair play to Royal Barcelona. Vinny, I was saying in the first match, for me, the way Royal Barcelona went about that, they were a little bit afraid, I think, of who they were playing. I think knowing that they were playing Pakakare Barcelona, it affected the way they played. In this match, they played with the same sort of freedom that we've seen they're playing the other teams. That's why they got the big runs on the board. And then I think their bowlers bowled very well as well. They concentrated on getting the ball line and length. They didn't pitch too. They didn't give too many hit-me balls. So it's a good, solid performance. And I think deservedly so. They go to the top of the standings.
Yeah, it all fell apart figuratively and literally for Pakakare at the end of this. Well, that's one way to raise the bat, but really it's Royal Barcelona that will be celebrating after match 40. Again, they've had a really, really strong start to their tournament, and it continues despite that little slip-up in match 39. They don't just get the win, they get a big win. In fact, they take all 4 points out of this one. As we look at the scorecard, and it's not too Not too pretty for Paco Care fans. In fact, Zion Alien's up top scoring from number 8. Again, you look at someone like Samiola, doesn't get a bat in there. I don't know. I know they're mixing it up. They're trying to find the right combination, but it's not easy. Obviously, Isan failing was a bit of a bummer, and they were chasing 170s. 2 wickets for Shafat Ali Saeed, but got to mention Murad Ali in there. Very good opening partnership.
Yeah.
Just set things up. They kept good players quiet. How many times have we seen Paco Care just absolutely blasting the power play? In fact, they scored 94 in 3 overs last year. But against better bowling, it's not as easy. Wickets also to Taki Al-Mazhar, Shahid Nazir, and Suleiman Asjad in there for Royal Barcelona.
It'd be interesting to see who they go with for player of the match in this one, because I think Syed Ali was sensational with about 49. He was unlucky not to get to his 50. It was only some brilliant work by Isham behind the stumps, got him out.
Yeah.
And then that spell of bowling was sensational.
I think he did get the player of the match.
And
I think he deserves
that's
it
fair
as
play,
well.
because Taki played very well as well. But I think when you compare the two of them, especially with the bowling, that was the ideal start, really.
And if you actually look at it, it's actually, this afternoon's matches, it's bowlers that took early wickets that have been the players of the match. And I think it's so important to remove those danger batters, even though you do see more depth in Barcelona, probably pound for pound, than some other locations in Europe. I still think, those guys up the top, they can really kill you. They can take a score up 170s and above, and that's kind of what happened in the first half of match number 40. Well, hope that you enjoyed day number 10. I've got a little bit of a break away from the ground, although I will be making a couple of appearances to give Rico and Georgie a break next week from the studio. I'll be back in week 4 with Corey, actually, who will be here. He's going to stay on for week 4 after the coaches Spain in the men's ECIs. Of course, we've got women's ECIs as well. Rico, why don't we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, when Georgia will come back and be in for me. Magic versus Royals. I think it's going to be a super interesting start of the day. And then 2 teams that can really use some points. Barcelona International, who have improved a lot against a Dragons side that doesn't have a win to their name yet in this tournament.
Yeah, well, will the Dragons be firing tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see. Look, we said the other time, they look like a good side. They've got some good players in there. They've got the Prince that plays for them. He's really starting to shine. I thought Ilyas was really good as well, Sophia, the other day. I think that one, they will get some points there, but I think they'll be looking to win both those matches. But Barcelona International, they're a team that could do with the points as well. Yeah. They've got to try and finish out the bottom 2, right? Yeah,
2 teams that are kind of crossroads, no doubt about that. So, just before I go, I want to say a big thank you to everyone for being so interactive with us as well. We always love that interaction, and we had a few little asides today, didn't we? I still can't believe that you can only buy 10 eggs, not 12. I'm gonna be piping up about that. That'll be going to the European High Court. Don't you worry about that. But also, I want to remind everyone, if you haven't already, please thumbs up the video, like and subscribe, turn on the notifications. We'll let you know when the cricket is, and the answer is pretty much all the time.
All the time.
Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. I actually put the link in to the ECL page there so that you can actually see those squads, and maybe you can pipe up tomorrow with some questions on players and players that you're looking forward to seeing in the ECL, something for you to talk about tomorrow. So, look, Rico, I want to say a big thank you to you. You're doing a great job. It's nice to spend a couple of days with you, and just imagine the next time we commentate together, it's going to be that kind of special. So it's like our version of the first morning of the Ashes or something like that, isn't it? Because it'll be ECL Group A Match 1, and it's Gina Brescia of Italy versus Skanderborg of Denmark. 2 of the lost teams going head-to-head, and one will start with a win.
It's going to be absolutely cracking. And I just want to say, look, you have a very good break. I know you're going to spend a bit of time with the family. Go have some fun and enjoy.
I will, and hopefully, I won't chat too much after the Super Bowl, because I might have to be having a few, what do you call it, a few no-was moments, I think, in that afternoon. Well, I know that it's almost time to draw to a close here in day 10, and we'll leave you with some of the best bits of the day. Georgie Parker back in for me from tomorrow on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a very safe evening. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, signing off for now. Rico Full to take you through the action tomorrow. I'll see you soon, but for now, it's goodbye, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action from Barcelona. Hasta pronto!
Adios, mi familia.